I'm Ricky Johnson, and welcome to the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. As I said, I'm Ricky Johnson. I'm one of your hosts. I'll introduce my other hosts in just a little bit, but it has been over 40 years since we have had motorcycles at the Mint, and they are back, and they are back in a strong way. Right now, Kendall Norman and Ricky Brabeck are out in front. After the first lap, Ricky suffered a little bit of rear wheel damage, but then, he lost the lead for a little bit, but then was able to gain it back. So Kendall Norman, who is back on Team Honda, helping out Ricky Brabeck at this race, regained the lead, and they're getting ready to start their third lap. At this point, I'd like to introduce my co-host with me, Jim Marsden, and also Bob Bauer. I'm excited about this. Bob, you have so much history here. Let's talk a little bit about it. What was the first year that you ran the Mint 400?
My first Mint 400 was 1977. And I'll tell you, the difference in the desert isn't big. What is big is the difference in the vehicles. We're talking history here, and you know what? We're going to make history and live it too. This course has made dreams for people.
And nightmares.
And nightmares for others. You know, what I like about this thing is that it's a family thing. I know this sounds a little crazy, but we have second, third generation teams, absolutely, families running. They're out there running right now. You know, with the motorcycle guys, you know that somebody's dad is out there doing his best to keep up with his son.
Yeah.
And that's exciting to me, because once you get into a Mint 400 and you run as hard as you can, nothing else matters. Your focus is right there. But when it's over, you look back on it and your mouth goes like a little duck's butt.
Well, and that's pretty tight, because that's watertight. But one of the great things is we have some of the past winners. We have Jack Johnson, who was the last motorcycle winner. We also have J.N. Roberts, who was the first winner. And I was in contingency yesterday talking to J.N.
Yeah.
And actually, back in the day, they started on the front row, one motorcycle and two vehicles. He said it was crazy back then, because the motorcycle had to get away and run away from him. With technology and also racing savvy and being safe is a little bit different. Now we see that the bikes are separate and all that. But how was it when you were racing? Did you ever run with the bikes and the cars at the same time?
Not at the Mint. I have in Baja.
Yeah.
You know, and in Baja, it's frankly, it's scary. I'm a truck guy, and that's what most of my miles are in. And you come up on a bike, and you know, you're wondering, and I'm sure that there's a reason that they separated them, because you don't know from the truck's point of view, is this guy going to jackrabbit on me, or is he going to pull over there?
Yeah.
Or, you know, we've had some of them just put on the binders because the light scared them to death.
Exactly.
But this is something that's changed over the years that we've seen during all this racing, isn't it? I mean, if we look back and we see to J.M. Roberts, he was beating the cars. And not just beating them by a small margin, but by huge margins. So it wasn't such a difference then to be able to start motorcycles and cars together like it is today.
So Jim Marsden, all right, you've done everything over in the UK. You've worked with me at the King of the Hammers and stuff like that, but you're a newbie. You're the new guy. So what is it like coming to Vegas and seeing all the hoopla and everything we got going on here? What does this mean to a kid from Great Britain?
Well, this is the Mint 400, isn't it? It's the biggest off-road race in America. And let's be honest, it's amazing. We've got over 500 teams racing here this weekend. It's going to be epic. Today it's about the motorcycles, it's about the amateur teams, it's about the vintage teams. Then tomorrow it's the big dance. We get the trick trucks out there, we get the class ones, we get everything else. I mean, what's not to love? We've got this fantastic course, a fantastic setup here, and it's going to be some seriously good racing.
Well, to give you a little bit of background on what's been going on the track, as I said, Ricky Brabeck and Kendall Norman are out in front. Jacob Argybright is in second. Now, he's running the Ironman. He's out there all by himself. So the way the strategy is working out, I talked with Johnny Campbell from Team Honda, that Ricky Brabeck did the start, suffered a little bit of rear wheel damage, so when they did their pit stop, they had to switch the rear wheel when Kendall Norman got on, and they relinquished the lead to Jacob Argybright. Now, Kendall, who's been doing great in the Hare and Hounds, multiple-time Baja champion, just unbelievable stud, is back in the mix with Team Honda. He regained the lead. So we got Brabeck, Argybright, and Mark Samuels, who's the defending Baja 1000 champion. So we have a lot of unbelievable guys here at the bike. But not to mention, we have 15 classes. We have everything from side hacks, vintage bikes. There's some guys from Warrior Built here that are on you know, that was a great program for vets.
You bet.
But also we have Harley Sportsters. I mean, imagine that. Just you're going out there, and some of these guys just threw a motocross tire on there or a dirt bike tire, and they're just going out and doing laps. So many things that they're bringing back. I want to, you know, the Martelli brothers and Best in the Desert have done such a great job bringing back the Mint 400 where it needs to be.
You know, the heritage of the Mint 400 anybody's heritage is really easy to lose over the time. And my personal opinion, over the time we did lose a lot of the attachment to the heritage. When Mad Media, Josh Martelli, Matt Martelli, when they came in and they started to go to work to build this thing, and they've given it a long view to get it built correctly, what they've done also is bring the heritage back by bringing the people back. We did the Dinner of Champions the other night. Oh, yeah. And, there's this one little gal. Matt found the only two-time Mint 400 girl ever.
Wow.
Brought her to the dinner. She's, not a puppy anymore. but it's those kind of things
That's you off the Christmas card.
Politically correct.
That tell you that it isn't all about technology. It isn't all about money. It isn't all about just competition. When we say family, we have family, we have ancestors. And some of these folks that are racing today and racing tomorrow are going to be racing for their ancestors, third-generation people.
Well, and that's what's great about off-road racing. It is a family. We got the Serapises, we got the McMillans, we have the Herps. The list goes on and on and on of family. And part of our family, and I want to introduce her now, she's going to be in the field all day for both days. She's a stud. I've worked with her on the Torque series. So, ladies and gentlemen, Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. I had a chance to hang out all week long on Fremont Street with over 25,000 off-road enthusiasts to see what the Mint 400 was all about. Looking forward to hanging out here all weekend long, giving you all the off-course action, so stay tuned. Back up to you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Tiffany. And as you can see, it's a little bit chilly here, but you know what, Bob, would you have, the racing gods have blessed us. I mean, we saw storms here. We saw rain like unbelievable, but it stopped, and now it's beautiful outside. A little chilly inside this tent. We need to talk to Matt and the guys about that. But outside, it is unbelievable right now. Not a lot of wind. Yesterday, even the storms kind of came back, gave us a little bit more rain. So this is going to be the fastest. You can see the heat waves coming up. That is not from our tent. That's from one of the dry lake beds. As you look out, we're going to have multiple cameras out there. You can see it's 48 degrees right now. With a very, very little wind. But the great thing is, when you're racing in off-road, you want as much wind as possible to blow that dust out of the way. But this course is so fast. I saw it close to this 3 years ago, and I was able to run with a friend of mine, Rod Lewis. He was just getting into it, so I was kind of coaching him along the way.
Right.
And it was awesome because you could just drive, and the next thing you know, the next guy I'm catching is right around the corner, because normally it's about 2 miles out, you're stuck in his dust.
Yeah.
So now this course, I think, is going to be the fastest course we have, but it's going to be brutal. That traction is going to tear up rear gears, a lot more traction, but I also think it might level the field a little bit between 2- and 4-wheel drive. We saw Bryce Menzies, and Jimmy, I would like you to talk about this. Bryce Menzies qualified on the pole, but I think this traction is going to help out the 2-wheel drives.
Absolutely. We've spoken a lot about this track offline while we've been here, and this track is changing. It's changing all the time. We're talking about the silt that's sitting in those holes. Those holes have been there historically for a very long period. So what happens is, over the year, while we're not racing, those holes actually fill with the silt. Now what happens now is the cars go out there and they start to drag that silt out. Then we get square edges on the sides of those holes, and it becomes very brutal on the cars. Now, we were talking about this earlier, Bob. There's a little bit of moisture in the course, and what does that mean? Well, it means also that we can get traction down, so it means it's more likely we're going to see car breakages. So we've got cool temperatures that are going to keep engine temperatures nice, which is really good for transmissions, but then we're also going to see these square edges on the track that are going to cause problems when we start seeing rear ends letting go and problems. Now, is that going to lend itself over to the 4-wheel drive cars that are going to be able to take a little bit less stress out of that drive line? They're going to be able to put their feet down a little bit harder. So is it going to be a game? Is this the time that we're going to see the 4-wheel drive trucks come to the fore?
I'm not sure. I'll tell you, I think that the weather and the moisture changes this course. Just like you said, Ricky, it's not the same kind of desert racing a lot of guys are used to, because they're used to the dust. You're used to reading color changes in the dust. And so now it's all clear, crisp. It's clear. It's clean. Well, guys are going to have to reevaluate what they do. The jeopardy of a fast course like this, dustless, is guys get going so good and fast, they actually smoke their shocks.
Well, they smoke everything, and that's the thing, is that tire technology has gotten so much better. Now we have 40-inch tires.
Yeah.
They went up to 42, and they'd run those in the rock crawl and stuff, but it was just too big. It was just too cumbersome. It was too lethargic, because we're changing direction constantly when we're racing off-road trucks. But the 40-inch tire that BFGoodrich and a lot of the other brands are running, it works out very well. They've gone how wide to go, they need to go, and all that stuff. But the weak link now is because the motors are so fast with the 8-stack, fuel injection. Some of them are running big block motors, 560 cubic inch, that the weak link becomes the rear gear. Even though they got a huge 10-inch rear gear, with all that traction, I think you're going to see that be an Achilles heel for some of the teams.
What about bikes on a course like this today? I'm not savvy on bikes. You are. I see the same problems. They got to be able to see better today. Maybe that's what got that rear wheel banged up.
And I'm sitting here looking at Jan Roberts, Jack Johnson, and Scott Harden. I mean, guys that are legendary when it comes to this.
Yeah.
This is the best track that a rider could ever want because they didn't. Scott was one of the ones that laid it out, him and the folks people, and for Best in the Desert. And it's not the same track that the trucks are running. They'll run a little bit of it just as they come in and go out, but it's more of a single track, more of a motorcycle track. So it's not running the same beat up track that the trucks are running. So right now I'm watching it, and we're going to see a piece in a little bit showing some of the stuff from this morning that right now, the track is absolutely unbelievable. So let's go to that. Let's check out the teaser for the BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. Check this out, and we'll have some live footage when it's over.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Welcome back to the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. You're seeing some live stream here in Vegas. You can see how perfect this infield track is right now. We see some motorcycles in the background. Obviously, the trains chugging along. With the riders and drivers are going to be going underneath that track a couple different times. But as you look right now, it's like a perfect groomed motocross/TT course, but it's going to get very rough tomorrow as it goes. And I'd like to welcome Tim Shellman to the booth. Tim, you've been watching the motorcycle race all morning. It started at 6 o'clock. Let us know what's going on.
Yeah, we took off at 7:10. That was the first line that took off, the first line of pros. The sun was directly in their eyes. It was cool. The way they started out was all the bike riders had a dead engine start. They were standing around the front side of the motorcycle, front wheel in between their front legs.
See, that used to be pretty tricky back when JN and Jack, and they had to kickstart the bike, so they put a stick out there, hold the thing out, and jump over. But now, 99% of them are electric start.
Oh yeah, the little easy button. And go. So anyway, and I watched a lot of the guys. I mean, obviously, hands on the bars. And as soon as the flag drops, there was a big truck. They had a big Mint 400 flag drop. As soon as that dropped, the guys were hitting the start buttons as they're running around, and jumping around. And some of the guys have the recluse clutches.
Exactly.
So they're already on the gas, and they're rolling, and they're kicking their leg over as the bike's rolling.
Yeah.
And those are the first dudes out. And they come up, they hit the first roller. The track crew did an amazing job. And it was like butter smooth.
Yeah, chocolate cake out there this morning. Unbelievable.
And they came over the first roller. Some of them scrubbed it. Some of them to stay low to get the power back down to the ground. They get the power to the ground, and then it was a tight chicane to get through on the infield. They're not hitting that now, but that was just for the start. So that was to help spread them out a little bit, get them more in single file. So tight right, left, and then roll back around to the right. You just see them. The dudes were all the way back on the back of the seat, just pinning, grabbing gears, hitting that first roller, and sending 80 feet off the roller. It was so freaking cool.
So some of you guys are new viewers. So we're going to be telling you a little bit about the different things that are going on during the race, and also try to educate you a little bit to keep you informed. Well, so what I'd like everyone to know is that the Open Pro is not the biggest class. It's a 450cc off-road bike, and typically Honda, KTM, Kawasaki, Yamaha, they all make a typical bike, which is a lot like what they run in Supercross, but this has got a little bit more relaxed head angle. It's a little bit softer frame. It's got an 18-inch rear wheel instead of a 19-inch rear wheel, so it's set up more for off-road. And so the leading guys that we have out in front, Ricky Brabeck, Argy Bright, and also Samuels, they're all on 450s. But now we also talk a little bit about some of the big races. We have some 1,200cc Harleys out there.
It's the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen in your life. So it was cool for me because I did tech and contingency on Thursday and Friday. So all these guys got to roll through, and they rolled the bikes through the main stage and so forth, and I got to interview him. This one cat comes rolling through. Of course, I think his bike number is J69, so if it kind of gives you a little heads up on where this... Anyway, he rolls by, and I go, I look at it, and I see a big V-twin motor in it and a super trap pipe coming off the side of it.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm looking at the bike, and anyway, I'm asking him about it. I go, so is this a heavily modified Harley Davidson? Obviously, it's a Harley motor in it. He goes, nope. So I got nothing but one-word answers out of the guy, but that's okay. So I let him through, and I got a little bit more. And it was a 2002 Harley Sportster.
Yeah.
I said, so what'd you do to the front shocks? He goes, nothing.
Yeah.
And I see two big rear springs on the back of it, and I go, so the rear springs, did you revalve those or anything? He goes, nope. Whew.
Okay.
He's got a hard day at the office.
Yes, he did. He did put a super trap exhaust on it, and it did have front and rear knobbies.
There you go.
He did
fantastic.
do that. I go, it had a Idaho license plate on it on the back as well. So I go, is weed legal in Idaho? He goes, nope. He had a pretty definitive answer.
So the furthest you got him was a 2-syllable word.
Yes,
That was.
I did. But, that's the beauty of the Mint 400. You pretty much build anything and bring it out. If you want to run it, run it. And that's what these guys did. I think there's 4 or 5 of these guys that are out there that built Harley Davidsons specifically to come do this.
Well, and as I got a text from the Warrior Built guys. They have somebody out there, number 332 on a Honda 450, and they also have A32 on a Harley 830. You know what I mean? So what's great is that everybody's coming out, and this is what they're looking for right here. I want to show this. Matt Martelli did a great job. You can see it's the 2019 BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. This is Bob's not a big fan because he hasn't quite updated himself to really accept this. But as a rider, you look back, and when you hang this on your wall and you realize all those things that you went through, like you said, that guy with the Sportster that's out there riding, he's going to remember that for the rest of his life. And when he's old and gray, and when it's time to move on from here, he'll have a smile on his face because he'll remember the Mint 400.
But what I find absolutely amazing, it's been 40 years since we saw bikes here, and we're not scratching around for an entry field. There's 150 entrants to this class. It's absolutely incredible. I can't think of another race where you turn around and say, hey, we're going to open a new department to this race, and you expect 1, 2, 3, 4 people to come forward. 150 riders. That just tells you everything about the Mint 400 and how loved it is in the USA. It's amazing.
So can we upgrade you, Bob, to the metal? Will you accept it?
Here's the deal. I can't help myself. I like the little pins. You know why? Because when you earn the pin, you know you earned the pin. So does another guy in it. You could take the pin out and play with it. You can go places with it. You can show up with it. These things are wonderful. I'm proud of the ones I got. I got some Baja 1000 ones that are pretty precious to the old guy.
Well, you got to wear them on the beach with nothing else on but your Speedo, that big hairy chest and that beard and that metal.
It gets in the way of my gold chain, Ricky.
That's right. That's right. Got to upgrade that stuff. But, hey, let's get into a little bit of highlight package that we have from this morning. That's one of the great things about all day today and tomorrow is that we have live coverage from all around the track. There's only a couple spots. And tomorrow, you guys are going to love this. We have a live camera in Rob MacCachren's truck.
Wow.
He's not a bad guy. He should do okay.
He might figure it out.
Around there.
He's won a few things.
I joking completely. Rob MacCachren, Hall of Famer, one of the best racers of all time, and he's got a camera in his car. There's only a couple little spots that we can miss, so we're going to see great things from him in the pit, him on the course, if he's in dust, if he's chasing somebody, passing somebody, if there's races going on. So this year, they've upgraded everything. Last year, you guys remember, we were on the phone texting a lot trying to find out information, but this year we got a lot. So let's check out some of these highlight reels, and we'll talk about what we see.
Cool.
All right, now that's the spot that Tim was talking about. The sun was right in their eyes, and you can see a lot of the riders have to drop their stuff. Some of them start with jackets, but you'll see some of the pros, they would rather just, I guess the cold kind of gets you going. I've had the situation in the morning. Who was that guy high-fiving them?
Man, it is...
You camera hog. You're on here, and you had to get your way in there at the beginning.
Well, that's no lie. But yes, I did. I high-fived everybody. That's the first start. There's the chicane I was telling you about. So left, right, and you can see the blue smoke coming out of the 2 smokers that are running through there.
There we go.
I love that. Anyway, there's the big send-off. There's the big booter that they come through. They're hard on the gas. Seen them leaning back.
Yep, looking for traction. They're scrubbing it up a little bit. And what's great is look at how much traction, and there's no dust, zero dust. So this is a dream come true for a racer. And you can see some of the guys have some backpacks, hydration systems, because it's an 80-mile loop, which is not, that's not a walk in the park. That's going to be a long time. So we're looking at over an hour because I don't think, as tight as it is in some of the single track, we're not going to be able to average 60 miles an hour. But it's going to be somewhere close for the very top guys.
Yeah, Ricky, I remember a conversation I had with you years and years ago. I was asking you about the difference between the suspension on a bike and the suspension in a truck. Well, you pointed out to me that a large part of the suspension on a bike is your knees and your wrists.
Yep.
Talk to me about that.
Well, that's the great thing about a motorcycle. As you were talking, Tim, you see the guys leaning forward, scrubbing, and then all of a sudden they'll lean back for more traction. When you're in a truck, you have to dial that truck in to do. Got a little takeout there, a little action, and this is what a lot of the desert racers. Some of them were concerned about that first turn action, but all in all, I think it worked out well. It separated the guys, and it gives them a chance to race and get out front. But back to finish that thought, Bob, is that a rider is 50% of the equation. A lot of times, especially me, I'm a little over. So I'm like, we're both over 200 pounds. But the thing is that if I want to lighten up my load on the bike, if I want to flex my knees a little bit, I can scrub the bump. Or if I want to preload the bump, I can. In a truck, I have to use the throttle and brake and use my timing. I can still do some of the same things, but not nearly as dynamic. I'm just the nut behind the wheel when it comes to being in a truck, and that's where an engineer and guys like Neil Mason and the Fox engineers and the different people, they help you get that truck to do what you want.
Well, now here's when I see these guys starting, and it's cold. You saw them in their jackets and their breath coming out. You know, in a truck or in a race car, for about 10 minutes, the nylon warms up, the seat settles in, things like that. Well, I'm thinking if my knees and my wrists are half of my suspension, I'm cold, I'm stiff starting out. What does that got to do to you when maximum you're side by side with everybody trying to get another inch. You're trying to do that. Your knees are tight. Your wrists aren't good.
That's where adrenaline kicks.
That's right.
For every single racer. It doesn't matter if you're in bikes or in cars.
Well, and here you can see on the course how they move slightly to the left and to the right, and they're able to pass. But a lot of these guys like Ricky Braybeck, who just got a heartbreak at Paris Dakar. It's called the Dakar Rally. My bad. I'm showing my age. The Dakar Rally was out in front and that. But Ricky's got an unbelievable training regimen. He works with a lot the top guys mentally and physically, so they get ready. Some of the guys will be in their box van warming up, or they'll jog, or you'll see them doing jumping jacks to
exercise bikes
to get it moving,
to get their body up and flowing, because you don't want to be that. And that is right there. That is a side hack, folks. That is a CR. And then here's some of the Harley Sportsters. You see them. Right there. They don't have. Is that your guy?
No, that's one of the 4 of the 5. That's not my guy. I think I'm not going to say where he was, but he was definitely getting after it. I mean, he jumped over that the first jump, and the bike moved about 3 inches underneath of him. So I know he was he's taking his time out there right now.
Yeah.
Those coming over the rollers, that's in the short course section. They were rolling through, and then some of them doubling. That's right where the finish line is, actually, right after the rollers.
And a little bit of history. A little bit of history of that was that Jim Baldwin with the Core Series back in the day. Right. He came out here, worked out a deal with the Prim Resort, and built that whole track. And it was great because I was part of the situation then, and it was booming. The Core was cranking. All the teams were there. The energy drinks just came in. So we had Monster. So I remember Scott Rain said something. Where do you see Rockstar being chased by a monster, bull? So all these crazy things. He threw it together perfectly. I could never do it. But what's great is that they've kept that track and they've used it for some of the smaller events. And then it's a great place for staging to start the Mint 400.
Absolutely. And what it is, too, is a great section for spectators. There's bleachers set up on that side of the course. So the spectators can actually watch their skills rolling over. The big rollers is a big table. The corners are fairly flat for dirt bikes out there, of course, and there's a bunch of marbles on it, too. So it makes it kind of, you get to watch their flat track skills as they're bombing around there. But then getting through the rollers, watching them work you see them work the suspension. They carry the front end over the rollers. They'll carry a couple, and then they'll preload off of one and double into it, and they probably double out. So you can see the motocross techniques, not just, I kind of refer to it as the guys with a motocross background as opposed to the guys with the full-blown like off-road background. We call them ground and pounds.
Right.
Because those guys just get in there and just pound it, and they just set their bikes up just to absorb all that stuff.
Well, and technology has changed it, because if you watch, and if we're going to talk to Jack Johnson and also to Jan Roberts, who won the first Mint 400, is you had to float the front wheel because you had to protect it. And now with steering stabilizers and everything, so let's take a look at the track right now. And this is one of the greatest things is we have the animation that's going to show us the course. We're all the way down there on the bottom. You can see that little squiggly line back and forth. That's where the main pit is. At the very bottom of your screen, we see Primm, Nevada. That's where we are.
Now, this is a fantastic view we're seeing here. You can see that all the technology has been brought up to date for us for the 2019 Mint 400. Now, we're talking about the course earlier, Ricky, but there's certain areas on this course that have got famous names that we've seen year after year. Tell us a little bit about those areas. I mean, Bob as well. I mean, but some of these areas are so famous. What can these crews expect out there?
Well, you go, Rick.
Well,
Actually, they don't know what to expect.
Well, they all come out here testing in the off season. Now, the BLM and Best in the Desert shut it down. So if you come out here and you can't even go play around in the desert if you're entered in the race because they want to keep people from pre-running. Yep. So they want to keep the track, and they also keep it secret till the end. And then what they do is they release it. Now, a lot of the guys that run a thing called lead nav, they can morph their maps, put some of the markings in, some of the big holes and the different things. But looking at the track, you see all the way over on the other side, pit B. That's we don't really have 2 pit stops here.
Right.
So you make it to one way. So some guys with the bigger fuel cells can go a lap and a half, and that will be their one stop. The other guys are going to stop each lap because they want to put in new tires. A lot of the two-wheel guys will do that. They'll do 100 miles or 80 miles or whatever it comes out to, and then they'll change tires each lap. You see the thing called thumpers. All right, now that is an unbelievable. Spaced about 60 feet apart, 60 to 80 feet apart, and they're about 3 to 4 feet tall. Perfect. And when you get going, it's so hard as a driver not to look down because this time we're coming down thumpers. Okay. When you go up, it's easier because gravity doesn't want to throw you over the front. So when you're going down it feels swappy. You let off, and gravity starts to take over a little bit. Yeah. But so many different things. We have the Fox Proving Grounds. Mm-hmm. We have the Rockets. We have the gravel pit. Where a lot of great places, and then also Chokers. And then Joshua Tree Highway, and then Warp Zone, and all these different places that I don't know who named them. They're nowhere near as bad as.
It was Tim's Harley guy.
Exactly. But nowhere near as bad as King of the Hammers, where you got Chocolate Thunder, Backdoor.
Backdoor, yeah, Jackhammer. They go on.
You know, at the art of me, I don't know the names when I'm running out there in the desert, but I know the situation and what it really means to us. They're all a different flavor of sphincter clinch.
It's 100% true.
How tight is the sphincter clinching?
Yeah. Well, particularly what's really neat is about the bike course that they put out here. It's 80% fresh just for bikes. Yep. So they're not bombing on a lot of the 2-track stuff that the trucks and side-by-sides are doing later. So they're all the single track, there's 80% of it that's fresh just for them, which is phenomenal.
And here's the motorcycle class. You got 30E, which is the 300E, which is the 30 over expert, the 30 over amateur, open expert, open amateur. Then you have also the OE. I mean, there's so many different things. There's places where you can run together. You can run dual sport. There's also a side hack, a vintage evolution. There's so many different things you can just keep. The cool thing is just cruise around the website. You can find all these determinations. And if you're lacking something, just go over to Best in the Desert. You can get some more information there. But the thing about amateurs and experts, and it's awesome for them to walk away with this and also a trophy
in their respective class, which is fantastic. So as a side note on that, first, second, and third overalls get these.
That's awesome.
And
wow,
this
that's
is
pretty cool.
So this will say it all right here. If you finish first, second, and third,
1 mile at a time.
That's awesome.
So these jerseys are given out to the first, second, third overall finishers on the dirt bike side. Going back to the classes, that dual sport class we were talking about.
Yeah.
That's our guys on the Harleys are in the dual sport class.
Wow.
Harley never intended to make a dual sport, just so you know.
They probably still don't know.
They did race motocross a little bit in the 70s. They had Marty Tripes and a couple other guys, Rocket Wreck State and stuff like that. never quite had the technology of the Japanese
Marty
companies.
was a two-wheel guy?
Yeah.
I've only known him as a three-wheel guy.
Are you serious? He won the first. So a little history, folks.
We
when it comes to
love history.
So Marty Tripes, when he was 16, won the very first Super Bowl of motocross before what they called it Supercross. 16 years old. Marty lived, I think it was in Spain or something like that. Learned motocross techniques that I learned a bunch from because we were both in the same East County. I was in El Cajon. He was a Santee guy, so I got to go practicing on his track. He was the factory Honda guy and all the stuff, and I would watch him. But I always remember that here's this young Mexican kid going off on a Yamaha 250, and he won the very first Super Bowl of motocross. Wow. But then later on, you met him when he was doing short course.
Yeah,
at the Mickey Thompson
back
race.
in the three-wheeler days.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're talking Marty Hart or Marty Tripes?
Marty Hart.
You're talking Marty Hart.
I've got to fix
All
that.
right. Folks, when we go to a commercial break, I got to take Bob aside, pull on his beard, and educate him. He's got his Martys all messed up.
It won't hurt.
It's not Marty McFly.
Marty McFly. He was in a Toyota pickup. I remember.
That's another film entirely.
That he got from the mall. I remember that. Marty McFly got that Toyota from the mall.
But this is so fantastic. There's other names that we're seeing in these motorcycle groups that are coming through as well. I mean, we've got Terry Madden. I mean, he's coming straight out of Ultra 4 Racing, and he's built a bike so that he can come racing here. I think that's brilliant, and that's a story that's echoed all the way through this start line. As I say, we've got over 150 different separate motorbikes on course. I find it absolutely staggering, just looking through the names and looking at all the people. And then also we've got the father and son and daughter teams out there as well. And we've got the relay teams.
Yes.
It's wonderful. And then we've got all the superstars like Ricky Braybeck. I mean, he was so unlucky not to win Dakar this year. I really felt for him watching that race.
Truly.
But I mean, we're not far off seeing people coming across the line. I mean, where were we at? Half an hour out? Hour out?
Yeah.
What are we thinking?
We had an ETA of 11:10-ish for finishers coming in. So that's what I got from Best in the Desert timing.
We're about 3 minutes out if that's the case.
Holy smokes, I better get out of here. I'm fortunate enough, I'm able to go over and do our live stuff right at the finish line stage. I've had the opportunity to do it with Bob for a year, and I'm amongst greatness here. So thank you, gentlemen, for letting me come in here and stink up the place.
No.
It's a pleasure to have you. Well, I'm sure you'll be back in here later in the weekend talking to us and giving us more knowledge and boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. I'm 100. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say, when you finish that thought, that Jim really wants to get a set of your socks. So if you could bring that leg up here and see what we got going on for the sock attire.
The sock attire. It's always about the sock game.
He's kind of short legs there.
I do have short legs.
There is a random child walking around mid-400 who's missing his socks.
Easy with that chair. We just want to stay PG. All right, hey, we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone. She's got something that we've done ever since the beginning. This was earlier this week, the Ignite CBD, which is awesome because people are using that CBD. Dan Blazarian's company, he's working with some of the Supercross guys, but a lot of people are finding a lot of benefit health-wise with CBD. So we had the Ignite CBD vehicle parade that they've been doing since day one. So Tiffany, I know this was a couple days ago, but take it away.
What's up, everybody? Tiffany Stone here at the 2019 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. We're kicking off the week right with our annual vehicle parade. In just a little bit, over $20 million worth of off-road badass machinery will be hitting that infamous Las Vegas Strip. Our fans will be able to get an up-close and personal view of all of these vehicles as they're watching the Ignite CBD vehicle parade.
With a 72-inch stance, 16 inches of ground clearance, and 32-inch tires, this is one big beast. It's also incredibly agile. By combining a compact wheelbase with the stabilizing inertia of massive tires, we cracked the code on making a 72-inch machine cut like a rail and track like a trophy truck. Add in 168 horses of hyper-responsive turbo power, and you've got a machine that's born to live large.
Assault Industries is the leading manufacturer of superior quality, high-performance aftermarket parts and accessories for the off-road motorsports industry. Assault was founded by a dedicated group of die-hard off-road enthusiasts with a passion for making products that improve the performance, safety, and style of off-road vehicles. For more than 5 years, Assault Industries has led the growing UTV industry by releasing new products monthly and providing accessories that greatly improve the ownership experience. To learn more about Assault Industries and our product offerings, visit AssaultInd.com and follow us on Instagram at AssaultUTV.
First Mint 400. We are here in Prim, Nevada for the Mint 400, and it's absolutely fantastic. I have alongside me Bob Bauer, and to the right of me, I have Ricky Johnson. Ricky, tell us what's been happening today.
Well, so far, the bikes are back. It's been going awesome all day long. I just got a text from Johnny Campbell. Ricky Braybeck has a 30-second lead through pit A. We're expecting them to finish anytime soon. On that team, Ricky Braybeck started off, had the lead, had a little bit of rear wheel trouble, had to change it during the pit. Kendall Norman had to relinquish the lead to Jacob Albright, but then Kendall was able to pass him back, and now Ricky has a 30-second lead. So we should expect them here in the finish anytime soon.
I just can't imagine the thrill it's going to be for whoever wins the first Mint 400 in over 40 years. I think that's one of the reasons we got such an entry, is that this is a bucket list race for motorcycle guys because it hasn't been available in some of these guys' lifetimes.
Well,
fact,
exactly. I mean, Ricky Braybeck was not born in 1976.
No.
So this is something that but he's heard about it. He's a desert rat from Southern California, just like all of us. And so for him to come here and put this on his list because he's done so much. Yes, it was a heartbreak this year when he broke in the Dakar last couple stages and had to relinquish that lead. I do not want to take anything away from Toby Price. Toby Price is a good friend of mine from down in Australia. Congratulations. He worked through a lot of controversy with his injuries and all the different stuff with the hand and the cast and all the different stuff. So he deserved that win, but it was a heartbreak because Ricky Braybeck was in place. So it would be not as good, but I'm telling you, it will be all time when if he walks home, him and Kendall Norman together with that first place at the Mint 400.
A lot of drama going on here. I mean,
absolutely.
You know.
So we've seen the different classes. Some of the guys are probably going to be getting lapped. We said we saw some of the Harley Sportsters out there. I guarantee you that the top 5 guys, top 10 guys have gone around and re-lapped them. And I think it's going to be one thing just to finish this event, Jim.
Well, let's talk about that because we've got over 150 motorcycles out there on course. But let's not forget that in the afternoon, we have another race starting. We have our amateur car classes, our vintage car classes who are also going to be out there on track. So there is going to be a chance. In fact, we know it's going to happen where some of these other motorcyclists are going to be overtaken by cars that are going to be arriving on the track. I mean, how's that going to feel? All of a sudden you're in a motorcycle race and then you're in a car race.
Well, you know, the scary part of that is for both of the bike guy and the car guy, whoever they are, is that, you know, if you're the lead car and you're getting the trailer bike, what you've got is a guy with maybe a lot of skills coming up on a a guy with less skills than the guy that won that motorcycle race. And so it's a little bit dicey.
But, let's not forget, these guys are all been racing a long, or most of them been racing a long period of time. They know what to expect. They have the respect levels required for this kind of racing. So when they come across motorcycles on track, they give them a little bit of room. They work hard just to make sure they pass safely. You've been there, you've done that yourself. And go on, Ricky.
No, I just say I just want the viewers at home to realize that what we're watching is not from earlier. This is live footage right now. You can see the guys going, and you watch the different speeds and techniques of the different people. Like right there, the rider's leaning forward, and what he's doing is he's taking that stress off his hands, off his legs, and using the weight of his body leaning into it, going forward. There, as he comes around, you see him start to lean back. He gets really soft, comes over the top, doesn't want to jump too hard because he's more than likely he's running the Ironman class, and he's been out there for this is now his third 80-mile loop, and you can see it's a little bit chopped up here, but this is the smoothest part of the course, the other stuff that we can't see in the back. So right now, it's awesome to have this live footage for the different racers out there going around. I apologize because I can't see the numbers, so we can't report who this rider is, but if that's your son, your dad, your uncle, your friend, whatever it is, you know exactly what his riding gear looks like, and you can cheer him on from home.
You know, Jim, we were talking about the safety of having a car and a motorcycle on the track at the same time. The credit Best of the Desert Racing and credit Matt Martelli, Josh Martelli, and Matt Media. They aren't going to be on the same course very often.
No,
because
this is
there's
true.
a totally separate course, and that's for a lot of reasons, and safety's one of them.
Mm-hmm. It's a very valid point, but it's also worth noting as we're looking forward now to seeing these vehicles come in. These bikes have now been out there for 240 miles. Yeah. I mean, you take that into put that in perspective. Drive 240 miles on tarmac's hard work. Driving 240 or riding 240 miles out here, that's a very long way.
Before lunch.
Indeed, yes. Now, Ricky, you're a very famous motorcyclist. You've been racing, you've raced everything, you've won everything almost. Now, just talk to me about this. Would you rather start at lunchtime or would you rather start at 7 a.m.?
No, first thing. I want to get it out of the way. For one, I'm a nervous wreck. I'm 54 years old. I've been racing since I was 9 years old. I got to go to the bathroom a couple times. My palms are sweaty. It doesn't matter. So I want to get in. If I'm going to get my ass kicked, let's get it over with because the mental stress that I'll put on myself. I like starting early. Yes, the sun in your eyes it's bad. It's really bad down at the bottom of 1,000 as well.
Everyone. That's what you have to remember.
So it's same thing. When it's wet for everybody. When it's dusty for everybody except that lead dog. You know. So for me, I would rather start early because then you get the sun coming up in the shadows. It gets a little funky sometimes when it's directly above you because you lose those shadows.
Now, that's interesting. Just hold on there, Bob. Just watching this motorcyclist coming around again, and we're watching the other motorcyclist, that course still looks really damp. It still looks, there's very little dust out there. This is shaping up to be a fantastic course for this afternoon's race. And moving forward, of course, for tomorrow's main race.
Well, and when we watch the start, you see a little bit of dust come up for a little bit, but there's so much water because the rain is deep. A lot of times you get these little flashes in the desert. It only goes down a couple inches, but it's been raining a bunch here in Southern California, in Nevada, and I watched it before I came over here on Wednesday. The storm went all the way from Southern California all the way to Utah. So it rained the whole time, a lot of flash floods, a lot of crazy stuff, and that water now is what you see underneath. Look, that guy's going around there ripping around. We make a joke that we call it chocolate cake because it just has the right, but also look and see the rocks are starting to get exposed, and that's the thing that's what got Ricky Brabeck the first lap because you're working so hard, and that's a short sidewall, even though it's an 18-inch rear wheel.
Now, talk to us about the technology in the tires. Are they using any kind of mousses, foams, tire balls, things like this?
So what 90% of the guys are going to run is what they call a mousse, and if you grew up in the 80s, you heard of gelée mousse, the foam that you get. So French for the word foam is mousse, and so you get like a styrofoam, what they call it, a mousse, and that is in your rear tire. And so what happens is that if you get a rock or if you pinch the tire, if you slice your tire, I've had a piece of metal bigger than this sliced all the way through my thing when I was racing in the NOR, and I had a guy come up and goes, it looks like you're not going to be starting. I just pulled it out, threw it to the side, and I ran the thing for 2 more days. So when you have these things, it really gives you a lot of confidence because where you get a lot of flats, especially on motorcycle, is that you pinch the tire. So
between the rim and the rock.
Exactly, between the rim and the rock. And if you get somebody like a blunt force cut on their head, they get hit with something big, what it does is it pinches the skin and it makes the cut. So what happens on a motorcycle is the tire gets folded and the rock is here, the rim is here, and it slices it and it pinches the tube and sometimes slices the tire. So when you have that, you'll hit these things side to side, but you can still hang on and still ride. So we're going to go to a leaderboard to see exactly who's doing what out there. So at the mid 400, the leaderboard now in M11 is Talon Taylor.
In N12, we've got Jacob Olgebright.
N15, we got Ricky Brayback.
M7 is Mark Samuels.
And N3, Wyatt Brittner.
So right now, it's a little bit, it's conflicting of what we've heard on the leaderboard.
Exactly, look at this, Ricky Brayback down in 3rd place.
Right, so if something happened, because as I said earlier, I got a call from that. So this is unofficial corrected time. So we're going to give you the information as we get it. Do not cuss at Bob because he gave me wrong information, or at Jim. Yeah, you can chew them up all you want. But we're going to give you the information as we get it. As we said, I got a text from Johnny Campbell that said that Ricky had a 30-second lead after pit A, but as we see, something that might have not have been corrected. That might have been physical. So we have to see if Talon has made a push. He might be up there in corrected time.
You know, the desert has a vote too.
Exactly.
Something could have happened. Yeah. Not that we're at an off-road racer.
I know.
Look,
what
it's so easy.
Exactly.
What could go wrong on a 240-mile off-road race in a desert? We got to talk about this. I mean, there's some gnarly jumps out there. It takes 1 second of lax of concentration, half a second, okay? And the bike's gone from under you, and you're sitting there wondering what's happened. So any of these things got to happen. And, you know, these guys get back on their bikes and make sure everything's okay, and they'll get back on that track. But that can just cost you 30 seconds, and that is the difference between first and third with a field of this quality.
So a little bit earlier, we had Tiffany with Tim Cromer from BFGoodrich. BFGoodrich, obviously, this is the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400, but Tim is from BFGoodrich, and Tiffany has a piece with him. Take it away, Tiff.
The Mint 400 is one of the most iconic off-road races in the entire world. And I'm here with Tim Cromer from BFGoodrich Tires, talking about the importance and the ties that they have together with the Mint 400. Tim, you're here supporting the BFGoodrich VIP tent. How important is the Mint 400 to you and the BFGoodrich Tires brand?
Well, Tiffany, this event is such an amazing event because not only does it have great desert racing, but you also have Las Vegas, you have the things that all lead up to that week or to the race all week long. We bring customers from all over the country and all over the world. In fact, we have international guests here. We have our dealers here. We have our VIP tent here that's open for all sorts of folks to come in, and it's just a great way to watch a race and be able to see something. And all of the best competitors are here. That's the big thing.
I know you're the field marketing manager for BFGoodrich Tires, but obviously an off-road enthusiast in yourself. For you personally, what does it mean to be here with BFG, with the Mint 400, but just more so of a fan?
Oh my God. Well, yeah, it seems like every year there's a different milestone. You know, last year we had the 50th anniversary, which that was amazing, and it was like, how do you top that? And then this year we've got the bikes coming back. So, you know, these guys just keep stepping up the game every single year. The Martelli brothers do an amazing job. Their staff does an amazing job. And the city of Vegas does an amazing job welcoming everybody in, yeah.
Well, that smile says everything on your face. Tim is a true fan of the Mint 400.
BFGoodrich done so much for so many racers. Bob, I think, how long you been dealing with BFGoodrich? You've been a BFG guy as long as I can remember.
40 plus.
Yeah.
40 plus. And it's not, this sounds crazy. For BFG, you'd think it's all about the tires. In racing, it's all about the people.
Yep.
They distinguish themselves over the years of not only having great technologies, and I mean, they smack it on that too, there's no question, but it's the way they take care of the places they race and the people who do it. It is family. There's a gathering right now out there, I'm sure, of important people that have been part of the brand and part of the history for years. I'm fortunate enough to be one of the thing they call a performance team, and that's a selected people out of motorsports and racing who are brought in occasionally to do certain things. Like last June, we introduced the new BFGoodrich KM3 mud terrain TA. We're having a summit meeting in San Antonio at the end of March. All the brand listening to people like us who are just, we're just guys.
Yeah.
We're just car guys.
Yeah.
This brand listens carefully to us. We give them, here's what we think. It's our opinion. It's up to you to do something with it if it works. That is a privilege, and I don't see that happen in any company, in any product, outside the tire business, inside the tire business.
Well, and I've been with BFGoodrich for a long time. My son Luke Johnson, or my teammates, Luke Johnson and Larry Connor, both run BFGoodrich on Team C, and we're running in the BA series races.
Yeah.
But it comes down to they're there when you need them. And so many times I've had something, and we have our own pits. We do phenomenal pit stops, this and that. But when I need something, I know that when I see that light and that big glow out in the middle of the desert, that I can go there and they'll have food, they'll have gas, they'll have water, they'll have something to help me out. And they're always just bent over backwards. And that's what you're saying. That's the family of off-road racers. When we're out there, we're like angry brothers. We'll beat the crap out of each other, but when it comes down to it, we're always there for each other.
We started the pit program in 1982.
So I got to cut you off there, Bob, for 1 second.
I hear you.
So here we're watching.
That's something different.
This is an adventure bike, and I talked about this with some of the guys earlier. You can see it has the big tank, and what he's got is that's a dual sport bike, and it's got a huge tank. So that's what they started off way back in the day. Gaston Rayer and the guys when they ran over in the Dakar rally, where they had so much gas, because it's not like in America they'll run to where they go like 60, 70 miles, and they'll get fuel over and over again. But these, with a bike like this, you can go 100 plus miles, and this guy is stoked. He's out there. He's I don't know if he's starting his second lap, which I think he is because he's an amateur. Some of those guys are running 2, but the pros are running 3 laps. But it's great. He's going to remember this for the rest of his life. As you can see, not big on standing up. he's saving energy.
But he is racing the Mint 400, and that's what's important.
I'm sitting here talking. I got a Limey and a Yosemite Sam here talking about this stuff. So he's doing better than all 3 of us put together. So kudos to him. And it was awesome. He probably rode that bike here.
Yeah, I'll bet he did.
So that's what's great about this, and that's what the Martelli brothers and the guys here at the Mint wanted to bring back is enjoying racing, and that's the thing.
That arm pump we saw.
That's right.
That like I said, tons about the arm pump. The thing is that I'm sure. Well, I've been around for a couple of weeks. What I miss out on is I realized that, holy crap, if I'd have known at the time I was having a memory, I'd have paid a lot closer attention.
Yeah, that's the dust of glory. If I knew I was making history, I would have paid closer attention.
Yeah,
that's true.
And he stole the line for me, the cotton picker.
There you go. But he got the glory. You got the dust.
And this guy has just had his memory solid in. In 20 years, it'll be a story.
And what I think is with the new technology is that if his family's at home worried and wondering where he is and what's going on, and then all of a sudden they look down and they see him out there running around having a great time. And you can see the racers. And desert racing is typically not a whole lot of banging and bumping going on back and forth. You'll see that for the lead because those guys are pros. They're in great shape. But now if somebody catches you, typically in desert, they made it through your dust. Let them go.
Let them go because
I'm going to learn something.
They may be going faster than they need to.
Absolutely.
And they may be parked up here in a mile or so.
Exactly.
Not that that's ever happened.
Yeah, well, we're gonna just stay on this footage because as a father and as when I was racing and my parents were watching or my wife was watching, for people at home to get a chance to see their family or friend out there racing around is going to be awesome. So I don't want to cut to anything. I just want to let this roll. We can talk about some of the different things. I apologize that I don't have the name for all the different guys, but you can just see the track, how it's different in so many different places.
Now, Ricky, we've got different types of bike out here. We've also got 2-strokes, we've got 4-strokes. I mean, what's the big difference? I mean, if you were in this kind of race, would you want to be on a big thumping 4-stroke or you want to be on a buzzy 2-stroke?
4-strokes are the way to go. Kawasaki had a long reign with Danny Hamill and Paul Kraus, and the list goes on and on, Honeycutt and all those guys, when they had their KX 500. But the thing worked out well because it was kind of long. I raced against Jeff Ward on the 500 class in motocross with that, and I think that it did certain things well, but it went in a straight line really well. And they had a really strong team. But the 4-stroke technology, to get to your answer, to get to your question, has come so far. They're fuel injected, they roll on, the power's there. It's real linear power where you get the two-stroke, a little less bottom, more top end. You know, they did some power valves and things like that to give you a small exhaust port when it's low RPM, and then opens up to a big, so you can kind of bridge that gap, because back in the day you had to decide, do I want top end or do I want torque?
Pick one.
And so with that changing exhaust valve, it made a difference. But to get your answer, the 4 strokes are where it's at right now.
Are we going to see any kind of Dakar-style bikes out here this weekend, or are we looking? Are these mostly motocrossers? Or, I mean, what style of bikes are we looking at?
Well, the bike that Ricky runs in Dakar, and also Toby Price and stuff, they're custom-built bikes because the gas tanks are so big, and where the pipes are laid out, and all the navigational system and everything.
They're very big and very upright, aren't they?
Exactly. Because it's more of an illusion. That up there, that breaks the wind, because that's what's hard on a rider just all day, someone pushing 30 pounds on your chest. It doesn't seem like much, but it wears you out. So having that little windscreen stops that from beating on you. Then also they have all of their roll charts and everything in their GPS now, it's not like here where you can just follow a track, but it gives you a heading.
They haven't got to have that equipment here. This is a marked course that they are following. So if you're not requiring all of those kind of navigational aids and bits and pieces, what kind of bike do you pick? What are we looking for if you want to come here and be competitive at the Mint 400?
Well, Honda has a bike. They had the 450R and the 450X, and now they have one that is kind of in between. The 450X was more windshield and not windshield, but headlight and everything. And then they went to one that was somewhere in between. It had the relaxed head angle, a little bit softer chassis, 18-inch rear wheel, and it wasn't like the Supercross bike. And that is the bike to have. So you go to IMS, which they've been around and they supported these guys forever, and they build a gas tank. So what they do is they make up this whole gas tank so you can get more. And then they also have the quick fill, so they can come in. And that's where Ricky lost the first lap, because if it would have just been a splash and go, they can do that fuel in less than 10 seconds. And so he comes in, boom, they put in just a little over, just under 4 gallons, like 3.5 gallons. They do it in just a couple seconds and go.
What's some fuel range here?
They're
an 80-mile lap.
Right, they're stopping each time. So when we race in Baja, typically the Honda pits, when they had them, or some of the other pit services, are every 50 miles, because that's about the size you want. You can go with a bigger tank and cruise along, but that weight and the bike changes, because you think about it. How much gas weighs per gallon. Now, if you burn off 3 gallons, it's a completely different motorcycle, and that's up high, up in front of you, and it changes the bike completely.
A lot of inertia going.
Exactly. I like a little more weight because it kind of stables the bike out.
Yeah.
But for this, what Johnny Campbell and JCR Racing, they've done all this. They know exactly what they need, and that's where they go. We want to get 50 miles wide open, so more than likely they still have a little reserve to before they get gas. But yeah, they're stopping there. They're stopping once a lap, or probably twice a lap. So now the tracking software, when you go onto the website, you can watch and see where your different riders are. I can't see that far right now. So the blue dot with the green name is in front of the blue dot with the light blue name, and the white name is the back ways. But all joking aside, is that it's awesome, because there we go. We can see where Mark Samuels is. We can see Danny Cooper, and then so we see the different people.
Indeed. Now, this tracking technology is brought to us from Yellow Brick, and this is something that we use on many other races, particularly King of the Hammers. Now, if we're looking on here, we see that we've got one of those markers there. It's got a ring round it. That usually denotes that that vehicle, or in this case, this bike, has been stopped for 2 pings. That means it's been stopped now for approximately 3 minutes, and maybe he's had a problem. Maybe he's in pit 2, looking at where he is on location on the map there.
Jim, are you talking about the little white outline over the blue?
Yep, that's correct. So that little white outline, that would normally dictate to us that vehicle is, or that bike is stationary. Now that's interesting, because that looks like that's Talon Taylor.
Yeah, that was who they had on corrected time as leading. So there might be a little glitch there. But right now at this point, we could probably zoom out a little bit so we can see where Ricky Brabeck is, because I do not see him on the list. I see Mark Samuels, that N7.
I see Danny Cooper there, and we also got Brody Horn. But all of those guys look like they're on the same lap. So what we'll do is we'll try and get back to you with some information on who's still on lap 1, lap 2, etc., and get that information to you as soon as we can.
And then to mention, you were talking about the King of the Hammers, and between this race the BFGoodrich Mint 400 and the King of the Hammers, this tracking technology just keeps getting better and better
it's
and
amazing.
better every year.
Every single year, the technology just keeps raising the bar. I mean, years ago, we used to see IRATRAC, of course, which was the first satellite-backed trackers that we used to have, and they were fantastic. But now we've got new companies like Yellow Brick, etc., coming in, and they're bringing these wonderful tracking technologies into it. In fact, I was using a tracking technology only last year that actually had G-shock meters built into it. So if we had an accident, they could actually get a spike come up on our thing, say that we've had a bad G out, and they would actually send a medivac in if we didn't start moving again within 2 minutes. So it's really clever stuff.
Well, I just got another text from Johnny Campbell. This is what's great about technology right now, is that at Pit B, Brabeck leads Argybright by 1 minute. So right now, Ricky Brabeck, and we couldn't see him because he was all the way up towards Pit B. So right now, Ricky Brabeck is having an unbelievable run, but also I want to give it to Jacob Argybright. He's Ironmanning this, so he didn't have someone run his second one. So but he's also been winning a lot of the races. He won Parker, so he's not, I mean, I don't want to say he's no slouch. The guy is a stud, but he runs at the pace of the guys that are switching back and forth. Because you have to think of it when you're out there as a rider. You go, oh, it's not that long. But it's like running a 10K or something like that. You're going to get as tired as you push. So if you just want to cruise and ride, you're not going to get tired. But when you start gassing it as hard as you can, it's wanting to rip the bars out of your hands. When you start braking harder, it's wanting to push the handlebars through your chest. You're working your arms and your legs, and as you're going faster, you're in a constant state of this wrestling jiu-jitsu match with a 250-pound motorcycle. So a lot of guys think when they don't know how to ride, they just look at it and go, how hard can it be riding a motorcycle? Until they ride a motorcycle. And they go, now I see why these guys are the most fit guys in the world, because it's not just a matter of the weight back and forth, it's how hard are you pushing it.
On this race, I mean, we've heard it said about the cars that this is a sprint race for things. Is this a sprint race for bikes? I mean, this is 240 hard miles. I mean, what's Ricky Brabeck thinking? He's out there in front, he's cruising at the moment. Will he have radio contact to his pits? Will he know what the situation is? Will he know that Argybright is only a few miles behind him?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had someone in my ear that last part, Jim.
We were just saying. So do these crews? I mean, it's a 240 miles. It's an 80-mile lap. Now, are they in communication with their pits, or are the only communication they're getting when they physically stop?
Well, a lot of the riders will carry a small radio for two reasons. One, if something goes bad, they can tell somebody, or if anything goes wrong. But a lot of times they will radio them coming into the pit. But they'll also have spotters, and Jimmy Johnson, who some of you guys have heard of him, a NASCAR guy, dabbles in that a little bit. That's what he started. His dad worked for BFGoodrich, and he ran the mid-rig, Gary, and they would send Jimmy way out, about 5 miles or so, with a radio, and he'd tell him, number 102 is coming in, or whatever, so that they were getting ready. So a lot of times the riders will let them know, I'm coming in, I need a rear wheel, like Ricky Brabeck did. So some communications, the guys from Rugged Radios to PCI and that, they all do some different things for these guys. But a couple little things that we want to go to. We're going to talk about the legendary Mint 400 race. We have a special piece that has a little bit of history on that, and then when we come back, we're going to see some more great things. But at this point, what we've been told is Ricky Brabeck is your current leader of the BFGoodrich 51st Annual Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. Check this out.
I can't believe this place.
All the things that we did for the drivers, the Mint 400 jackets, the t-shirts, the hats, the Mint 400 bottles, they became a must-attend event.
As we all know, with the old school photos of Fremont Street and the parade, and the Mint was one of the biggest races there was.
And I'm glad to see that Mad Media is taking this all over and making it back to what it should be.
I think what makes the Mint 400 so tough is the competition.
It's a little outlaw, a little lawless in some ways, but yet there's a good heart to the whole piece, I think.
The track set up, you've got a very diverse terrain. You've got rock, you've got sand, you've got dirt roads, you've got silt.
It's got hills, it's got whoops, it's got people, it's got stop signs, it's got speed limits, it's got a really crazy dry lake that you just punch it through, hope nothing flies off.
This course is very, very hard on equipment.
You can't make mistakes, because if you make a mistake here, it takes you out and you're done.
It's going to be a sprint race, and I know someone is going to make it, so we're all going to have to run really, really hard.
This is the race where you got to be consistent, you got to be smooth,
if you push too hard, you're going to break the truck.
You just finished 400 miles of some of the toughest terrain, everything we could possibly throw at you. You're a finisher, you're excited. You just finished the mid 400, and that's something pretty special.
Welcome back to the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. I'm your co-host, Ricky Johnson. We also have Jim Marsden and Bob Bauer. We have some unbelievable guests. If you're just joining us, we're getting close to the end. What we've heard so far is that Ricky Brayback has a 1-minute lead over Jacob Argubright at Pit B. So in just a moment, we're going to get to with the guy who won the first Mint 400 in what was that, Jan?
1968.
1968. I was a scrapping 4 years old at that time. But yeah, we're gonna be talking with him and some of the other guys in just a minute. The guy that won the last Mint 400 on the motorcycle, and also the guy that's won everything from cars, which is the buggies. He's won the overall, and also in trucks. We'll get to them in just a minute. But as I said, you are welcome back. We're at the Mint 400. It's been over 40 years, and now we have motorcycles back. And so an interesting segue, the guys that started this all out in 1968, right here we got J.N. Roberts. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's good to be here, Rick.
And Jack Johnston, you won the last on the motorcycle as well in 1976, correct?
Yeah, 75 and 76 together.
That's right. Well, see, he has to one-up me. Damn it. always a little better. I said, you're the only one to win on a bike and a car. He says, no, let me correct you again. I won on a bike and a car and a truck. So we're going to get into you in just a minute, Jack, but J.N., it's got to give you a good feeling to see this race back,
It really is,
from when you were running it back in the day.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it just amazes me how it's changed and how many people are involved in it now. And the spectators, there's so many spectators now to what there was then, I think.
Yeah, you had like three, right? That was your
that
mom,
was four.
your dad.
I think it was four. I think it was four.
But back then, talk about what we talked about yesterday, contingency, how they started you. That is crazy. Talk the people through that.
Back in those days, we started out at the gun club, and there was you started three vehicles at a time. There was a pickup truck, a bike, and an off-road car type. And they waved the flag, and we all three took off one time for this power line road that was nothing but dust and boulder rocks, and you better be there first, for the start, which the bikes did. We could pull them off the line pretty easy back in the days. So once you got in front, you were okay, and you didn't have no dust to speak of until you started lapping people.
But now the second row that took off had another bike and another.
Yeah, same thing till they run out of one or the other.
So how did you bribe them to be on that first row? I want to know who you talked to.
I wasn't on the first row. I was, but I got the whole shot out of the three.
Right.
But there was other people on the minute that had left before me.
So you still had to pass the cars.
I had to still pass a certain amount. Yeah, I think it was the second or third lap. Little quick story. We went down the boulevard out there. What's the main drag?
Las Vegas Boulevard, yeah.
But we did a parade lap right through town pretty much in them days. All these big buildings wasn't there. And Bobby Allison and Parnelli Jones, they're in a Bronco. They're sitting there revving it, like looking over at me, kid, we're going to kill you. And I'm on this bike. Well, I think, this is the God's truth, I think on the third lap, I lapped them.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. And they'd started in front of me.
There's not many people in this world who can say they've lapped Pinelli Jones.
No. but the bikes in them days.
JN can.
They were that much better than that, because we all had this much suspension, guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the vehicles were the same, same position to that. And we could just get through the ground. Plus, we were going to ride. In fact, I just came back from Australia and New Zealand down there riding motocross with Lindstrom. And we were in good shape too.
Well, but let's talk about that. And I was talking to Jack about that earlier. Is that one of the things that you're very proud of is that you won 4 Barstow to Vegas, and that was the Mint back in the day was on the north side of town, just about the gun club where the Speedway is now. And that, but you raced through this territory
we raced right
for Barstow to Vegas.
You bet we did. Yeah.
And so with that, did you solo Barstow to Vegas?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But the first year that you won this on a bike, you had a partner, or was you solo?
No, I had a partner, Gunnar Lindstrom.
And how
you
did
know Gunnar?
Yeah, I know Gunnar. How did you break it up?
I don't remember. I'll be honest with you. Lap per lap. I know I finished it, and however it figures out. I think I started it too, if I could do it. Gunnar had a problem somewhere along the line. Kind of got it, He was at that time. He just came over here from Sweden.
Right. Yeah.
And he wasn't used to riding the desert and stuff. And
was it early part of the year or later part of the year? Was it warm or was it
cold? No, it was warm. It was warm.
Yeah.
It was fine. But I forget what the total particulars on it. But hey, we won it. What the hell?
So Jack, do you remember those days? Because you're a Vegas guy.
The first year that they ran the Mint 400, I wasn't around to see it and stuff. But after that, I used to go out and watch it and watch our heroes go, round and round the silt and watch guys like Parnelli Jones in the cars and stuff like that. It was pretty fun.
Well, and then I noticed you guys both won on Husqvarna, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the crazy thing. Honda's never won this. And
to this day,
they're leading right now.
Oh,
it could be different tomorrow.
Could change,
But for you guys, what was the bike that you ran? What was it?
360 Husky.
And you 360?
360 when I was on the Husky, yeah.
And then was it a 5-speed?
I think those were 6-speeds in those days.
Mine was a 4. I think
ours were 6-speeds.
6-speeds because they built more of a desert after working with JN and stuff. They started building things more for desert rather than motocross and enduros.
Because Husky evolved from their 4-speed bikes to an 8-speed bike, which had a 2-speed setup in it to make the transmission work twice, and then they converted and started going 6 speeds.
That's crazy. So Jack, now the first time that you won this race, how many attempts did you go after it before you won it?
No, I won it overall on my second attempt.
Yeah. God dang it. You did it again. So, and you were solo, or did you have a partner?
I had partners for both years.
And then who'd you run with?
First year on the Yamaha with Mark Mason.
Yep.
And the second year in '76 when I won it, which was the last year we've had it, with Rolf Tiblin.
Wow. Rolf Tiblin was one of my sponsors when he first came out with the gloves because he was like the massive trainer guy. He was the guy that kind of evolved training for motocross back in the day.
Rolf was pretty tough.
He was a pretty tough dude.
But interestingly, my ride with Rolf was only because another hero of mine, Mitch Mays, got hurt right before the race, and I filled in for him.
That's good. So that makes it that much better. So you roll and then you win. Now, I made the transition. I wasn't a desert racer on bikes. I have done some stuff. Actually, after I was racing trucks, how hard was it for you to transition from bikes to cars?
Actually, it was pretty easy. The reading of the desert and stuff that you did learn from motorcycling stuff made it real easy to transition into as far as that goes. The learning the finesse of how to keep a car together and not hurt it and stuff was harder than anything else.
Did you bend the steering wheel like I did? I kept trying to pull it up as I went over the bumps. I almost pulled the thing off a couple times.
I actually broke one off one time. So, yeah, that was definitely a problem.
Now, this is a question for both of you guys. Did you ever have conditions this good with the rain and the tacky dirt?
At the Mint 400, no. I've been
Parker, you got it quite a bit with the rain and stuff, but you never got it. Barstow to Vegas either.
A lot of desert races, but no, just regular weekend races, but not these big ones.
Well, now, and I watch this because my body's a little beat up, and I'm a little bit younger than you guys. But when you see this course like that, doesn't it just give you the itch to want to go out and ride?
You want to go out and do it,
man. Makes you want to ride.
And you were telling me you still get out quite a bit, Jack. You still get out and ride some.
I don't ride as much as I should, but yeah, I get out quite a bit. I help Scott put on Nevada 200 trail ride every year, which we ride up in Caliente, which is a lot of fun, and we usually have good conditions like this for that event.
Yeah, and then JN, obviously, if anybody's watched Dust to Glory, you watch JN. He tipped it over in a silt bed, got up, dusted his ass off, and then took off and then brought it back to his son. What did that mean for you to race with your boy? Because he's followed in your footsteps. He's one of the top stuntmen in the world, but you guys got to go back to your original love and race motorcycles together.
Yeah. It was unreal, I really enjoyed it, so did he, and it was good just to kind of be back in Baja. I hadn't been down there in ages, It changed a lot like everything else, But he now comes up to my ranch, which I got a 20-mile loop on my ranch, and he comes up there, and we ride quite a bit up there together.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So keeps going, you know.
So
It's
what some people might not know about JN is I'd like for you to give us a little education. He went on from motorcycle racing to being one of the top stuntmen in Hollywood. What are some of the movies that you did that people would remember?
Oh, I started out doing westerns, believe it or not, even though I was a bike guy. The guy that got me in the business is Hal Needham, and he says, "Kid, you got to learn how to ride a horse." So I bought a horse, and so I started doing nothing but day in and day out riding horses, and falling off of them, because you had to learn to fall off of them, because you always get killed, you know.
Yeah, because you get smacked in the head when you go by. So
yeah, you get killed off, so you got to be able to fall off and not hurt yourself, get back on. So, but I did that for horses for about the 3 years, and then I finally kept working my way into the business and got into where I was driving cars and bikes.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere, you guys, because I have a lot more things with you. But right now we have Tiffany Stone with Peter Calhoun from BFGoodrich. Obviously, you can see we got them up behind us. They are the title sponsor of the show. So, Tiffany, what does Peter have to say? And tell him Rick said hello.
Most drivers work weeks and months to prepare and get their vehicles dialed in for the Mint 400. I'm here with Peter Calhoun to talk about the importance of making sure that you're running a great tire on a course just like this. It's a little bit fast, technical, it's grueling. Peter, how important is that?
Well, the Mint 400 does present some particular challenges because it's got a little bit of everything from mountains to dry lake bed, silty areas, and tires are very important to the performance of the vehicle. The drivers tomorrow and today, you know, they also have to account for weather conditions. If you're starting early in the morning, the temperature changes, it affects your tire's performance.
When you're going off of that, like you're talking about the weather, with a lot of the vehicles out there, what specific tire are they running right now?
So on the four-wheel competitors, it would be a variation of our Baja TA. We've got a couple different versions, from a UTV side-by-side or all the way up to the trick trucks, which we'll be racing on Sunday afternoon. So they all come from the same family of products. They're all designed and engineered at our facility in Greenville, South Carolina, and manufactured in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So it's all made in the USA.
That's awesome. And I just want to get a quick recap from you. The Mint 400 to you personally, what does that mean?
Well, the Mint 400 for the BFGoodrich Tires brand has become sort of our hero event for America. The Mad Media team has just done a terrific job in promoting off-road racing to America and around the world, and we've been the title sponsor for the event the last 2 seasons.
Well, I'm hoping to bring you back out here. Go hang out. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Tiffany.
Had a good time doing it.
Once again, welcome back to the 51st annual Mint 400, BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy. And Jim, you're the stat guy, all right? You got these two legends here that have done so much, but during that piece, we were going back and forth, trying to get some knowledge on them.
Well, this is amazing, Ricky. I mean, we're sitting up here at the moment with J.M. Roberts and also with Jack Johnson. I mean, look, these guys are walking legends. It's so good to be here. But tell us a little bit about the bikes. I mean, we know, obviously, that you won these races. But what bikes were you running? I mean, the first year you won, what were you using?
Running a 360 Husqvarna.
Okay, and is that a two-stroke or is that a four-stroke machine?
That's a two-stroke. They just came in the country. Edison Dye imported them in here. And
so are these standard bikes, or are these like factory machines, or what were they?
No, they were pretty standard. They were shipped over, of course, from Sweden, but they were a standard bike. The factory didn't do any trick stuff on them.
Yeah, and we see these guys now here, and they've got the most fantastic suspension. They've got Öhlins, they've got these shock guys that come in and look after them and take care of them.
Right.
I mean, do you have all of that?
No,
or is this a case of kick the springs and away you go?
That much travel. We didn't have the travel or anything like that, but we made do, and it was a different time. And I'll tell you what, we had fun on them, and it was a competition just like it is today.
Indeed. Now, Jack Johnson, I mean, you won in 75 and 76. I believe you were on a Yamaha.
Yamaha the first year in 75, yeah.
And well, tell us a little bit about that. I mean, what made you choose a Yamaha to come to this race?
There wasn't a particular choice, and sponsorship and stuff was what dictates what you do there. And I was riding out of a shop that was a Yamaha dealership, and they paid the way for the whole thing.
And once again, are we looking at, I'm guessing, two-stroke?
It was all two-stroke and stuff, and these were pretty basic production bikes that you just, tuned the best you could to try and make them what they could be and stuff. But that was what everybody was doing in those days. Nobody had really fancy stuff.
But that's what I love about this. This is everyman racing, isn't it? This is you bring a bike, you tune it, you race it, and prove what you can do on the track. There was no mousses, no foams. I mean, how did you cope with puncher technology? You know, I mean, we sit here now and we talk about puncher technology and all these flashy things. I mean, what did you do? I mean, do you carry spares on your back? I mean, what happens?
Hey, you did carry extra tubes and stuff. I used to carry an extra chain because we did break chains. Yeah. And half the problem back in them days was getting to the finish line.
Yep.
I mean, you carried enough stuff that you knew the possibilities could break, and usually you got to the finish line.
I mean, we're talking about hydration, and these guys are fantastic athletes, etc., and they've all got these hydration packs on. I mean, did you have anything like this? I mean, what did you do for water? Is this just you had to wait to get to the pit?
No, I waited till I got to the pit. I can wait till I got to the pit to have some water when I get gas or something. I didn't carry nothing on my back.
And we're talking about
except a chain. Let's see, what's the most dangerous thing I can carry? A chain. Maybe a couple counter tube sprockets.
Right. Hey, you look at my old pictures on my bikes, you'll see a chain honestly strapped to the skid plate.
So you got it strapped to the skid plate.
Oh,
that's actually pretty smart because now the weight's all down low. It probably helped it out.
Low weight, and it worked.
So Jack, let's go into the different bikes that you rode. How did the technology change from one to the other? And were you on monoshock, twin shock? What were you on?
First year was on a monoshock, was some of Yamaha's early versions of the monoshock and stuff. And then obviously the second year we transitioned. I rode with Husky with Rolf, and those were all Cornet shock bikes.
There you go. Now, what you guys were watching, Ricky Brabeck, who's the current leader, has not come in yet. That's the finishers from the amateur classes that they only did 2 laps. So if you're wondering why aren't we reporting on the overall winner of the BFGoodrich Mint 400, they are not in yet. We're expecting him in any minute, and it could be anybody from Jacob Argybright to Mark Samuels or Ricky Brabeck. We're not sure on that. So as you can see, these are the riders that did 2 laps and they're getting to the finish. So if you're one of the guys that's trying to watch your family out there, once again, I can't see the numbers and who these people are, but enjoy that. But Jack, let's talk to you a little bit about, you did it in a car. What was the car that you won overall in?
The first year I won overall was in 1980. It was in a Funko SS1 or SS2, I believe.
Single seat or 2 seat?
It was a single seat.
Right. So that was the thing we talked about, that like Bryce Menzies, when he started, he rode a single seat 10 car because it teaches you, I don't want to get out and change a flat.
Definitely don't want to change a flat and stuff. And then, that's part of the thing, whether it be the bikes or the cars, either one and stuff. That was one of the things about what we did and stuff. You had to finesse the vehicles enough to where you didn't hurt them, so you didn't have to stop and fix them. But half the battle was getting to the end.
Right. I think Rob MacCachren has the right terminology, go slow enough to win.
There you go.
And if you can do that, it's a wonderful day. Because how many times have all of us, especially watched the way you guys drive and both ride, have you thought, man, if I would have just cracked it back a tenth of a throttle, even a 1%, I wouldn't have busted my ass. But so many times you get that. I champ to a chump in just one bump. But back to Jack, you won it twice overall, once on a bike and once in a car. But then also you won in the class in the Nissan with the 4-wheel drive truck. Talk about that.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting because it was the early days of these Class 4 vehicles being high-tech vehicles and stuff, all tube chassis and stuff, and it was pretty interesting. Built their own shocks. Everything was pretty cool, and being able to compete. This before trophy trucks were out, and being able to compete with the buggies and the Class 8 trucks and stuff was pretty unique, and we fit right into it, and they developed that truck to where it was a pretty fast truck.
And did you run that down in Baja as well?
I did. Never had the success down in Baja, or that much success down there. I won 1,088 in it, but other than that, it was not my game in the car down there.
Right. And then what was the deciding factor for you to get off the bikes and into cars? Just your body, or was it just time?
No, actually, the first couple of years that I drove cars and stuff, I actually was contracted to ride motorcycles as well. So it wasn't a change like that. It was just something that I had seen some of my heroes do. Like Rolf had driven the cars that I drove before I drove them and stuff, and trying to go there and venture into that direction.
Well, guys, man, it's awesome. We're gonna have some stuff talking about our social media where you guys can come on and you can comment and try to make fun of Jim's accent and stuff. So talking about hashtags, where you can lead on this on social media. Hashtag Mint400, not the Mint400. Hashtag Mint400. If you got any kind of photos, things that are happening at the house, if you're out spectating, watching things like that, if you appreciate as much as Jim and I do, sitting next to legendary status right here. You know, I've had the opportunity as a racer to get to know these guys as friends, but it was a ton of fun. I'm going to tell a quick story. They want me to fill just a little bit. The very first day in the dirt, we see J.N.'s got his Fast House jersey on. So when his son and Kenny Alexander put the day in the dirt together, they said, we're going to partner you up with J.N. And so we had to do this race, a partner race, where I would go a lap, he would go a lap. I would go back and forth. And then at the last lap, we had to ride double. So I said, well, okay, whoever comes in, the other guy will get in the back. And J.N. goes, no, screw that. You're going. I'm going to jump on the back. And so we're going around, and, man, he's like a pit bull. He's hanging on. And so we're coming up to this, it's about a 75-foot tabletop. And I'm like, J.N., what do you think? He's like, so I just feel his head buried down into my back. He goes, do whatever you think is right, man. I trust you. And we launched this.
That's true. Yeah, I remember that.
We're in the air, and I'm like, oh, shit. Damn, we're a high. And if we case it, as you've all did, boom,
Yeah.
I'm going to launch him over the top of the bars and stuff. And we actually buttered it perfectly right down the backside. So it was a pretty cool opportunity for. I mean, think about that. You get to race with one of your heroes, and then at the end,
nearly kill him.
And then he's going, go, go, go. And then as you're in the air, you have that moment of, oh shit, I think. Oh damn it! I think I'm about to kill my hero. But yeah, guys, thank you guys for coming, and it's got to be cool to have this back. Jack?
It's kind of mixed emotions for me, being that I was the last guy to have won it. I can't say that anymore.
Exactly. Well, but you're going to be the only guy that's won both of them overall. So that's going to be, unless Ricky Brayback comes back in a couple of years, if he wins this or another bike comes back. So the chance of you holding on to that record, because I've had a few records that didn't last long, but hey. Evan Evans said to me once.
That's the beautiful thing about history, is changing every day.
Yeah, very true. He said, Evan Evans' kid said, hey, RJ, you're a has-been. And, man, I'm about to jump down his throat. And he says, you has been a champion. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. I'll take that. But you guys are not has-beens. You guys were unbelievable guys that gave people like me somebody to look up to, that had the grit and the balls to go out there and just put it on the line. So thank you guys so much for coming on the show. And thank you so much for being out here.
Thanks for having us.
Did I hear once, though, that you said that it's better to be a has-been than it never was?
That's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that, right?
All righty, we're going to take a break in just a minute, but I'm going to set up the legend that is the Mint 400. Once again, you are watching the BF Goodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Dad, Mom said you gotta do the yard work.
Do the yard work?
Mom's gonna kill him.
To make sure XP Turbo S has the brains to match its brawn, we packed it full of smart technology. For starters, we gave it Ride Command, off-road ready touchscreen tech that puts the world at your fingertips. Vehicle diagnostics, Bluetooth audio, GoPro control, GPS mapping, and that's just the beginning. Ride Command also puts you in full control of Dynamics, the world's first and only intelligent off-road suspension. Here's another smart idea. Why not put the suspension travel where you can actually use it? From the bottom of the wheel to the bottom of the skid plate, XP Turbo S gives you an industry-leading 25 inches of usable travel.
We're out here in Jean, Nevada. This is our third consecutive cleanup partnership between the Mint 400 and Republic Services. We're out here because Jean is a high visibility OHV area. We got a lot of visitors, a lot of recreational users that come out here, but unfortunately there's a lot of illegal dumping that takes place. These off-road folks are spending their time coming out here because they know and they see the issue every day that they come out here to have fun. In the past two events, we've brought out about 15 containers, and today we've brought out 8 additional 30-yard containers. Collectively, between the last two events, we've removed over 70,000 pounds of garbage. All these specialty interest groups from Vegas come out on their Saturday, spend their time volunteering to make sure that we're taking care of our public lands, and it's a tremendous effort. We're really proud of what they do and what we've accomplished together as a partnership.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the 51st annual BF Goodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. I am on stage with Bob Bauer. Jim Margin is taking a slight break. So, Bob, we now have a winner of the Mint 400. And you can see all these vintage cars are lined up. You see the smaller cars. A lot of different things going to be happening this afternoon.
You know what? The emotions are high. High on the stage for the guy that won, Mr. Brayback. And high on these guys that are saying, come on, let's go. You talked earlier about, you were asked, race in the morning, race in the afternoon, what do you want to do? I want to get out of the road work.
Yeah.
Why? Because I'm nervous. I'm going nuts. I'm doing this. I can't hear people. My wife will look me straight in the eye and say something. I have no idea what she said. Is that ringing? And so that's what we're watching, is these guys are kind of standing around saying, trying to stay busy, trying to stay happy, but I want to go. Let's go.
But the great thing is that when it comes to off-road racers, look how casual they are. They're just so chill and ready to go. And that's so, once again, welcome back. My name is Ricky Johnson. This is Bob Bauer. Our co-host, Jim Marshall, will be here in just a minute. He's out taking a quick break. But right now, we want to announce that Ricky Brayback has crossed the line. Now, that is unofficial. He's the first rider across the line when it comes to the pro division. And he's they did 3 laps. The amateur division or the lower classes did 2 laps. That's roughly 160 miles. Then you stack on another 80 miles of that, and that's what Ricky Brayback and Kendall Norman put together. There was a 2-man team. Ricky started. He had the lead. Then he had a wheel problem when he transferred the bike over to Kendall Norman for lap 2. Jacob Argybright got into the lead, and Jacob was soloed the whole race. And so you could obviously the fatigue. A couple of things that were helping Jacob is that he got 3 laps on the course and he could see what was going on and how it was deteriorating and finding maybe new little lines off to the left or to the right, because we had earlier J.N. Roberts and also Jack Johnson, who had won, J.N. being the first motorcycle guy, won it overall because a motorcycle could split to the left or to the right and split those rocks. All you need is a spot about that big, and that's where it gets a little bit hairy. And here we're looking on screen, we see the guys, the hogs and heifers. Boy, that was an experience. I went there yesterday. I'd never been yelled at so much in my life. A little crazy situation down there. That was fun, but you can see the UTVs. The UTVs have come so far compared to what you raced back in the day.
Yeah.
How much more remarkable are these bikes? Are these cars?
They've transformed the ability for people to go desert racing. What these UTVs have done, in all of their classes and all of their breadth and depth, they have enabled many more people to exercise the same irresponsible things that we exercise.
But you had to work at it. It's a lot like the motorcycles in the 60s and then in the early 70s, where you took an enduro, took the headlight off, put a pie plate on it, and that was your motocross bike. And then all of a sudden there became a class for it, and you were taking a Jeep and putting 2, 3, 4 shocks on it, the rough country shocks, and bolt as many as you could. And then now you just see how it's evolved. But with these cars, it's gotten people back into off-roading, and you can see the families love it, the wives love it, and the cars are unbelievable. Between Can-Am, now Honda's back in the game, Yamaha, Polaris, it's pretty crazy. Kawasaki obviously been in the game for a long time as well.
Well, not only are they fast, but they're safe too. And when I talk about fast, the shock technologies that have grown over the years, like you talked back when I started, well, the biggest difference, one of the biggest differences in what we have is shock technology, and that's so key on how these UTVs are able to accomplish what they accomplish. Everybody can make power, everybody can steer, but you know what? You go less slow to win these things, and it takes good shocks, go less slow.
I'm going to quote MacCachren probably about 100 times. You got to go just slow enough to win.
It's cliche, but cliches aren't BS.
But now check out, what year would you say that is? 76 or 74 on that Ford pickup truck? Some of the vintage cars that we see out there?
At the most. I just look at, wonder what it weighs. Think about that and then having a UTV on the course at the same time.
Well, and that's the thing. When you get they can't catch them, but once you get in the dust, then everybody starts to stack up, and you can see the different people, getting ready. They got their fire suits on. So people that aren't aware of what's going on, if you're new to off-road racing, we're going to throw a little knowledge on you.
Okay.
All right. These are the UTVs that we're seeing right in front of us, Polaris's, Can-Ams, and then up in front you see some of the buggies. You see that big King shock up there. Now those are the older school buggies, kind of like what they call a Class 16 car. What that means is 1600 cc's, and it's a single shock around the vehicle. And notice there's no spring there because it's got the torsion spring inside. So it's more old school technology buggies, but now you see that right there, that number 2924. It's got that giant coilover shock, and that's a bypass shock inside, so they can revalve them and do all the different stuff. But it's a single shock package because that's a UTV. It's all-wheel drive. The vehicles up in front of them, those are two-wheel drive vehicles, just rear wheel, independent rear suspension. On the UTVs down that you can buy off the showroom, I do a lot with the guys down at Coin Motorsports. They do it.
Marty's place?
Marty, yep. Marty was actually my first sponsor, a little shameful plug there, but my first sponsor way back in the day when Gary Johnson, Jimmy Johnson's dad, was a mechanic in the back of Lucky Yamaha. And Marty was 19 years old. He was the manager of the Lucky Yamaha store in Lemon Grove, and he sponsored me when I was 10 years old. So
cool.
Thank you, Marty.
Yeah.
You kicked me off. Now, this is awesome. Let's talk about these. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, you've got yourself, looks to be a little Nissan right there. And what do you got? General Tires on there? I'm trying to read as quick as I can. Number 2784. These guys are going to have, that's an old Jeep, I guess.
Well, they got Jeepspeed as well. So let me go on that. On the 1720 and that. So this is an older, this is the Jeepspeed classes. And what you could run is you can either run the CJ or you can run the Cherokee, which I have two of them. They're unbelievably tough. And if you want to get started in off-road racing, the Jeepspeed platform is unbelievable.
Really competitive,
very,
too.
Very,
I don't know if
very
you can
competitive.
See, look about 11 o'clock, you see in front of the green or the orange Jeep and the blue, they see the guy in the blue shirt, Rick Randall.
Yeah.
He has won 3 mid-400s in his Jeepspeed. And it's only been on the odd years. So he's saying, this is 2019. Hey, I think I might win this thing.
Well, that's awesome. And as we talked about, it's not a spec tire. It's a DOT tire that you can buy off the shelf. General Tire is one of the main deals. And you can see at Jeepspeed.com, if you've never raced and you want to come out and you want to you're going to have to put some money together because you have to put a roll cage. Everything has to be safe. It has to be teched. It's not just a run what you brung. They give you a great set of rules. They give you the motor package. So it's very fair. And a lot of guys will go different routes. Sometimes whatever they can get a hold of cheap, and then rebuild it and then go. Other guys like Jim, who's done it, that's the platform that he likes and that's the platform that he believes in. So he's going to stick with that because why not? He's won so many races. So Jeepspeed is unbelievable. That's going to be what we call one of our amateur classes. But really, all these guys are pros. Now maybe they're not. Yeah. Now maybe they don't make a living doing this and they spend money. But you know what? You strap yourself into a car like that. Now taking a look at this, we got Derek Pullman who is racing the trophy truck class, but he'll go out in this to get a couple laps. So he's probably got his family out there. And as we talked before. You know, you got your kids, you got the different people, but Pullman races in the trophy truck class, and this is one of those high-end Polarises.
But he graduated out of Polarises into trophy truck. Yeah. He followed the progression. Jeepspeed you're talking about gives guys and people an entry-level investment. Yes. The financial commitment isn't as tough to take. And the way they run their races in their series, you can race all year long for very little dollars, frankly, unless you really wad the thing up, of course.
Well, what I love about mine is that, and Jim, you can chime in on this, is that I don't like to go so much and try to go out and beat it and go fast, but I love just going rock crawling and finding myself in little sketchy situations. I work with the guys down from Rusty's Off-Road. Yeah. I throw my bumpers on there. I got my fenders. I got my kick panels and stuff like that, and I go get my little rock on. And I only have 32s on there, so it's not this giant, rock crawling truck. But you know what, though? I can get myself in some pretty funky situations, and that's what's great about the old Jeepspeed vehicles, that you get to go out and play around.
Yeah.
They've got their friends helping them build these cars. And that's what we really love and enjoy. I mean, we're looking here at these wonderful UTVs. I mean, and it's these UTV classes that we're going to see some real highlights from this afternoon. I mean, the speeds these things are hitting now. I mean, you look at some of these UTVs and they look more like Class 10 cars than UTVs. I mean, they're absolutely astonishing.
An all-wheel drive 10 car. Turboed.
Yeah, with the whistles and bells and with the big shocks as we're looking here now onto the start line. And there's some amazing vehicles lined up for this afternoon. I mean, looking through the classes, I mean, we've got 16 classes racing this afternoon, and there's some amazing vehicles there. I mean, we've got this build as the amateur classes, the vintage classes, but as you were saying a minute ago, none of these guys are really amateurs. They're professional racers.
Well, and you look at this lineup of UTVs and you think, oh, they're UTV guys, but we happen to know that there's a trophy truck race tomorrow, or a trick truck race tomorrow. And
this is the best pre-run you can do.
In the UTVs, you're gonna see Luke McMillan's in a UTV, Anthony Terzo's in a UTV today, Harley Lettner's in a UTV today.
And you know what they're doing?
No, what do you think?
A little bit of homework right there.
That's right.
Which is great because now they can go at a speed that's not full tilt. And now, as I said before, with lead nav, they can have their guy dropping notes immediately. It's a little bit harder with the Lowrance or the Garmin, but with what Damien Corbella has done with lead nav, and he's got a pre-run thing on there. So he just got yellows and greens and reds, so you can drop them on the fly, and then you can go back and you can add notes to them when they get back. So they're going to do a little bit of homework today. You might see them do one lap, maybe two, because they have the all day.
Just explain that. You're talking about the traffic light colours there for the markers as you're putting them in, and those are so that you can mark the areas of the course where they might be dangerous, or where you need a caution or a double caution or even a triple caution. Yeah, so
when Damien started, he came from the Navy. He was with one of the elite fighting forces, and so they wanted to build something for that, for when they were going out and doing hits and different missions, and they wanted to make routes and put markers and different things. And then Garmin and Lowrance said, we don't want to. So then he took the Apple platform with the iPad and said, right, I can make this, I can do that. And so he built an app. So you can go to LeadNav, LEAD NAV. So it's just leadnav.com, or you can go to the App Store, pick it up. I think it's a $20 app. And now when we pre-run and we go back and forth, I put a lot of stuff on there, and then as soon as I get to the restaurant or whatever, I can give you, Bob, I can give you all of my notes, and I'm not walking around with the little chip anymore.
Do you use the audio on your lead nav?
Absolutely.
So I in the race car, tell us about that.
So what we have is basically this, when you have Siri telling you left turn, right turn, is we'll mark anything we want, and my co-driver, Neil Mason, thinks he's kind of funny sometimes. So we're going across the dry lake bed at 130 miles an hour, and it says in 1,000, because it goes by time. It's about a 10-second delay, but at 130, that's over 1,000 feet.
Oh, that's way better.
So let's say in 1,300 feet. Hey, Joy, do you like gladiator movies? So he's quoting the movie Airplane. But on a serious note, we'll put like a red rock on right, or red L2 R, or R2 or whatever, and so we go back and forth. But it adjusts for you along the way, so you're not leaving that up to your co-driver, because so many times a co-driver's bouncing around trying to see things. But now at Lead Nav, I put those in, and the guy who's probably the most savvy at it, and we've talked about, is Rob MacCachren. This guy, he's got it where he's set up to where his co-driver can start to tell you left or right or this or that, and Rob has a Lowrance GPS with his race course, and then he has Siri that gives him the warnings back and forth. But then also, if it's a loop race like here, his co-driver can sit there and go, that silt pocket's getting dangerous. I had it as a green before, it's red now. So he'll look at it and he'll say red in 1,000 feet or something like that. And then Rob knows it's so desert, he'll remember the hole.
Yeah, right. But this is the interesting thing about computer programs like LeadNav, et cetera, et cetera. It's changing the shape of racing, the racing that we're doing today. And that means it's always getting better. And, and this is why we're seeing cars getting quicker and quicker. So we come back to what we were talking about earlier on. Four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive. Who's going to hold their car together? And this navigation software is actually going to play a key part in that, as they'll be able to actually notice all of the triple cautions and the double cautions. And as Ricky was saying, they can change that on the fly. So as they're doing those laps, they come around there and say, hey man, this is getting really cut up, take it easy next time. And he might not be concentrating, because you start to switch off after you've 140, 250, 300 miles in. You start to just lose a little bit of concentration, and all of a sudden Siri pops up and says, hey, you need to be thinking about this. And it just sharpens you back up again and just brings you back into the
You
race.
always remember that rock after you hit it.
Well, and you know, we don't have pre-running at the mid 400.
Nope.
So they get their lead nav. They start with Google Earth.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So and that's like, and a little experience doesn't hurt a thing either. But they start with Google Earth, and so like we talk about Rob Mack going out there. Okay, so he's going to be doing. I think this is what we got, but his co-driver is saying next lap we'll have it more accurate, and the lap after that more accurate. He'll be able to go faster.
Yep. Well, and then that's the thing, because here's the other thing. You're going down and doing those rises that you can't see over.
Yeah.
And they just make you pucker, and you want to roll off a little bit. And you go over that and you go, you know what, that's a green, drop a green. And then what they can do is they can hammer down. And so in a moment, I'd like to bring somebody up here that's going to have some good news here for us in a little bit. But right now, you're looking at the different riders that have accomplished, and this is, I think, our first woman rider, and she's done so many different things in so many different races, and for her to go out there, this is going to be definitely a feather in her cap.
Is that Liz Cars?
All righty, what we're going to do is we're going to send it down to Tiffany. As you're watching, a lot of the finishers are coming in. The other cars are lined up, but Tiffany Stone has a little report for us. Take it away, Tiff.
We're here with the man of the hour, the overall champ in the motorcycles. The bikes are back. We've been talking about that all weekend long, pretty much all week since 1976. They're finally back. Overall champ. I always like to ask everyone in one word, Ricky, how does that make you feel?
Makes me feel awesome. I mean, it was a long race. The conditions were great, but the conditions were also rough. And, you know, I'm happy to pull it off and make history and be the first team to win the motorcycle category in, 30-something years. Feels really good.
You were just mentioning that you go in, ride a little blind, and that's what you get paid to do. How difficult was that course out there? You know, any words of advice for anybody going out for the rest of the day and leading into tomorrow's race?
Well, you know, a lot of these guys that are racing Best in Desert cars, trucks, we already follow ribbon. But these guys are going to be driving a different course than us. So, yeah, the conditions for us were really rough, really choppy, really narrow. You know, we had a lot of trees, a lot of cactus. But, yeah, you know, I race blind most of the time, and Jake Argybright, who got second, also races blind. We follow ribbon for a living, and, you know, that's what makes it unique, and especially the Mint 400, bringing the bikes back. This is like the greatest event, I think. You know, we all had so much fun. It's 4 days or 5 days long of activities and festivities. So, you know, I really hope that next year it's a little bit bigger for bikes.
I know on your social media platforms you were showing off this new helmet that you got. I'm going to take this from you. Explain what this is all about. And honestly, I love this last logo right here on the back.
Yeah, you know, we're in Vegas. This is the Mint 400. You know, I had asked Monster if we could do something special. I don't know if I'll wear this helmet anymore. You know what? But we got a good design. You know, we put the Mint 400 skull in the back. We made it all sparkly. Got the Monster logo. Stay inspired. LTD, living the dream. Got a Russian roulette table. Monster. You know, it's definitely a showpiece, and I'm glad to win with this helmet on my head.
Well, I'm just letting you know, when I saw the Stay Inspired, I got a little bit of the chills. You know, this is a great helmet. Big congratulations to you, like you said, to bring it back full circle all the way back here, be the top champ overall. Congratulations. And like Ricky has on his helmet, always stay inspired.
All righty, once again, we are at the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy, and that is your overall winner. But I have in the booth with me two guys that were a huge part of that team. As you heard Ricky say, it had a Russian roulette table on the back. And so right now I have Johnny Campbell, the team manager of JCR Racing. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And teammate Kendall Norman.
Hey.
How was it out there? So Ricky started, and Johnny had a wheel problem. Jacob got by you. So how long did it take you to get back by him and into the lead?
So yeah, I was just about ready to leave the pits, and I hear Ricky shout, "Wheel, wheel, wheel, we need a rear wheel." And so I was like, oh, shoot. So they put the bike on the box, and they got it changed out really fast, but Jake was able to get by. And for me, it was kind of like, I don't know, I'd probably like more comfortable in that back position.
Just watching him. How far back were you?
Not that far. I think like probably 20 seconds at the most.
So you could see him.
Yeah, he was in sight. And then we did this truck course that had it was like a giant GP course, like
day in the dirt,
watered in, and so I could always have kind of my eye on him, and he was getting a little closer. And then we got out in the desert, and it was like some dust, but not really. It was like really good conditions, but it started getting a little whoopy. And yeah, I was kind of had a little blood in the water,
Start to taste it.
Yeah, maybe like 10 miles after the pit, I was able to get by him. And then I was like, all right, cool, I got by him. I'm just going to race hard. And get probably another 5 miles in, look back, and he's right on me.
So now he's tasting the blood, smelling the blood.
Yeah.
He's not letting you go anywhere.
So yeah, he's right on me, and this is the same thing that happened at the last National Hare and Hound, where he's right on me for 15 miles. And so yeah, basically it was just up to me not to make a mistake and try to ride the best I could. And yeah, I was able just to stay right in front of him, maybe 4 seconds.
So now, how was the course? It looked, other than Parker, sometimes when we get a pretty wet Parker, I haven't seen a mid 400. And obviously, you never raced a mid 400, but I haven't seen a Nevada race this bitchin'.
Yeah, no, we've had a really incredible winter, and we've had a lot of rain, and once again, we get perfect conditions, and yeah, dust free, almost no dust, and yeah, it made for some really great desert racing.
Now, they did a great job giving you a course that had a lot of single track and stuff. And obviously, in single track, it breaks slightly right or slightly left. It's not like the trucks where you're staying in that. So for the people that don't understand, how much was single track, how much was wide open? Because I couldn't see that much. But for you, kind of walk us through the course and your impression.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the course. It was a high-speed course. It was a lot of Hare and Hound style stuff. Also, too, probably around, I don't know, 40%, really fast, some roads, and maybe some bumpy roads.
Was that sketchy? Were a lot of the rocks coming up?
Honestly, it's not as sketchy as San Felipe.
Really? Well, I don't know if there is much as sketchy as San Felipe, but it's a similar kind of course, though, right? When you're racing where the trucks are.
Yeah, no, definitely. There was some really nice long valley trails and stuff, and some historic Hare and Hound race course mixed in with some really great sand washes, and then obviously some of these score roads or truck roads wide open. And it was just a really good mix.
But so Johnny, obviously 11-time BA 1000 champion, and I talked to JN and Jack Johnson. Looking at the course, even me, and I don't ride that much anymore, it makes you want to go ride. Look at how bitchin' the track. The bikes come in, they look brand new, right? No silt.
The bikes are clean. There's no silt. You can run the one air filter the whole way.
That's
awesome. That's uncommon for Nevada, especially Southern Nevada silt. And today the conditions were really epic. I'm a little bit historic, so I've actually ridden some Hare and Hounds in this.
Right.
When Casey Folks was putting those on back then, they were really amazing. And actually, to tell you the truth, the last time I did one out here, it was pouring rain.
Really? So you had good conditions too.
Yeah. But man, it looked really fun. The guys worked really hard, and the trail was really cool. It wasn't, to take Kendall's comments of a Hare and Hound. Whoever doesn't know what a Hare and Hound is, it's pretty much you're following a single trail with ribbon hanging on the bushes, kind of through the desert. So
right.
It's single track, but you're going really fast.
Really crazy fast.
Yeah.
And I want to congratulate both of you guys. This is the first time that a Honda has won the Mint 400.
Yeah, love to give that to the brand.
Yep.
And love to be sitting here, talking about how good it was, because the new Honda CRF 450X, we just been working really hard the last couple weeks on it, and we got it. We got it working really good. But here it is, winning motorcycles.
Right there. You look at how many Husqvarnas there were, some Yamahas, and then now, all by itself, the last one, the champions, is Team Honda, because that's got to be awesome for you. Now, Kendall, how was that bike? Because it's not an X, it's not an R. How did you feel on it out there? Any problems at all?
Yeah, no, the bike honestly is unbelievable. Like, when I got on the bike, I was like, okay, how is this bike going to be better than old Trusty, you know?
Right.
The bike that we've been running for like the last 16 years. And honestly, I was blown away with how good the bike is. And JCR Honda, Johnny and his crew, Gage and all the guys have been working so hard. And yeah, I mean, the bike has a 6-speed. So when you get on those fast roads, you click 6th gear.
Well, and it settles it down, puts you in the lower power.
And it's just like, it's lightweight feeling like a motocross bike, and like corner to corner feels like a motocross bike, but yet it's so planted for this high-speed desert style and through the rocks.
And so now let people know, you were stopping at one time. Were you stopping at A or B? For gas.
We got gas at pit A.
So and how long does it take you to come in and get a splash and go?
Oh, I would say no longer than 10 seconds.
Right. So that's the thing that people got to realize, that how quick they can do it. And as Kendall alluded to earlier, that Ricky came in and was saying back wheel. So he obviously knew he hit something. He felt the vibration as he's coming in and stuff like that. And you probably changed that in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think, see, we did fuel first because we didn't know there was a problem.
Right.
So it took us a little longer. If we knew we were going to plan to do wheel change, it would have been a little more clean.
Efficient, yeah.
But yeah, I think our between the gas and the wheel, it was probably 45 seconds.
Right. So that's what you got to realize, people, that they're coming in, everything's hot. They got to pull the chain off, pull the axle out, slap a new one in, make sure that they don't smash the stuff together. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, but for a lot of these viewers, they don't understand what it takes. Now, me, when I change my tire in my garage, it takes me about 45 minutes because I get pissed off because I got the chain on wrong, I got the spacer upside down, or the spacer falls out, and this and that. So for you guys to do that, that's part of a team. And Johnny, I think it's awesome that you went from being such a dominant desert racer to now a team owner, and let people know what you're doing for Honda. You're not just, managing the team, but you're seeing a lot of the stuff, the Dakar, the testing, and that.
Yeah, my position now for the brand is pretty, a lot of variety. It's like, I'm doing a lot of development testing on some production side, a lot of the new off-road CRFs that you see, like the RX line, the X line, the L. I've been instrumental in some of the setup and stuff on those bikes. But then, then I jump over to the Dakar rally side, and I've been working on that project with those guys for like 5 years, and go to some of the rallies, support Ricky, support the team, also do durability testing, and so coordinating all that, and then on top of it, I'm trying to run a race team, all throughout the year. So I'm kind of juggling a lot of hats, but we do what we got to do to just keep the ball rolling. And you know what, Johnny Campbell is the Honda brand, and that's why I'm here, and that's my education.
And what I love is that seeing you guys back together. I mean, you guys were so dominant. Kendall, how many 1000s did you win?
Yeah, I won 6.
So you think of the legacy that went and ride with somebody like Johnny that had the knowledge and had the experience and stuff. But man, you did just so much, and you kind of got burnt out and just walked away from the sport for a little while.
Yeah, Kendall Norman wouldn't be Kendall Norman if it wasn't for Johnny Campbell. And we've had a lot of success together, and I took a hiatus, but I'm really stoked to be back doing what I love. And yeah, it makes me feel alive, and to be back racing with Johnny and Ricky was just it was an amazing experience, and I'm stoked.
Because for me, we broed down after the San Felipe. You crashed. You were soloing San Felipe 250, blew your bike apart, scattered your Camelback and all different stuff, and then you had changed the bike. And then I was with Louis Franco and a bunch of other old guys in Class 40. Then you come blowing by me in Matomi Wash. And so afterwards, what people don't understand is that I'm racing with the guy in my class, and I think that he's behind me, and I'm thinking, how? Because they just switched riders. I'm like, where are they getting all these fast 40 guys? I'm on the edge of death, and this guy is just reeling me in. Then he passes me way over on the outside. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to go faster. So I'm pinning it as hard as I can. I'm just taking so many chances. Anybody that's been to Matomi Wash, there's a lot of hidden obstacles there. Total Russian roulette. And
exactly.
And so this guy who I think is this 40 Pro, misses the turn because you had a couple. I have my friends at Team Honda give me some good lines. He missed the line, and so I come back and I'm going to pass him back, and here comes Kendall, and he goes in front of me, and I've never been so relieved for having somebody kick my ass in my life. And so Kendall goes by, and I was just like, oh, thank God, I wasn't just getting beat by another old 40 guy. And so it was awesome to meet with you, and then after day in the dirt and all the different stuff, and now Johnny and I are neighbors and stuff like that. So guys, congratulations. You won the Mint 400. That's gotta be awesome. Where does that stack, Kendall?
Yeah, I know this is stacked high on the list, and it's super sick because they've set this up like a festival for off-road, and you've got trucks, and they brought the bikes back, and yeah, the history is rich. Yeah, and it's just another great accomplishment to add to the list. For sure. All
right, guys. Well, hey, go enjoy that. We'll get Ricky on here a little bit later. He just was with Tiffany, but enjoy the day. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Your
Thank you,
new 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 champions. The first ones of the weekend. Team JCR and also Kendall Norman and Ricky Braybeck. Congratulations, guys. And Tiffany, you got somebody down the starting line ready to rip it up.
As a Jeep girl, and I'm walking past a JK over here, a super modified JK. I had to stop Will Heaton. You know, a few weeks ago, few months ago, Parker 425 was not the way that you wanted it to end up. You said you rolled over a few times. It was a marathon to get you here. What did you have to do to get this ready for the Mint 400?
Yeah, so in the Parker 425, which was about a month ago, we rolled about 5 or 6 times, and the Jeep was a complete mess. So they had to cut the top half of the cage off, completely rebuild it. Took an opportunity to make a couple additional modifications to improve the handling of the Jeep, and now so we're out here hoping to just take the victory.
Going in here, I'm assuming that you have lots of notes. You've been practicing, you've been pre-running, checking everything out. Is there a specific part on the course that you're a little skeptical about, or that hey, I need to relook at some of these notes?
Yeah, I mean, watching the trophy trucks qualify and wad up at one of those jumps several times, I mean, I'm definitely going to keep my eyes out and make sure I don't end up doing that.
Going off of something like this, your co-driver, a very important part of this race. They're helping you out, everything like that. How important to you specifically is your co-driver?
I mean, he's number one for me as I'm going down the race course. Just, he's my eyes and ears and making sure we don't hit anything, making sure we're staying on course, and, making sure that we don't end up in a ditch or up on our lid again.
Well, good luck to you out there. And like Will was saying, co-driver is very, very important. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy, and I am so stoked, and I know that Bob and Jim are as well.
Yeah.
We have the latest winner of the Mint 400, Ricky Braybeck. Congratulations. Unbelievable. Now, you had a little bit of problem that first lap. You found yourself, there was that one rock out there.
there was more than one.
So walk us through it. Did you like the side-by-side start? Let's start there, because I heard some guys are like, but you're a gamer. You don't mind rubbing elbows.
Yeah, I was on the phone asking Matt all week about the start, if we can get a time start, because I wasn't sure how the start was going to go. But, Kendall made me practice, and it turned out great. And like you said, I did find a rock out there, and I tagged it. So we blew a wheel early in the race, earlier than we had expected. And Kendall was about to take off. And, if he would have taken off, we would have been stuck out there still. So I'm glad I caught that. And, we had a quick pick change. And, we made it work.
So go ahead, Jim.
I was just going to say, there's a lot of people at home who won't understand what that pit change means. How fast can you change a wheel in the field? I mean, have you got a team of mechanics sitting there waiting to help you out? How does that work?
Well, there's people out there that can change a wheel pretty quick. Johnny, myself, and my dad weren't prepared to change a wheel. Kendall was on the bike, it was in gear, and he was rolling, and I had to grab him. But,
So you've just literally got off the bike. He's jumped on, going to go, and you're having to chase after him now and grab hold of him.
Yeah. And I grabbed him, and I pulled him off the bike, and we changed the wheel pretty quick. Johnny changed the wheel, and I grabbed the wheel, and helped him out, and then I had the gun, full gear, helmet, goggles, gloves, everything. I just got off the bike. I had the gun in my hand ready to tighten the wheel. But
for a little information, I just talked to Johnny about it. So The slow pit stop that Ricky's talking about, 45 seconds.
45 seconds. So let's get this right. So he stopped him, got someone off the back of the bike,
fueled it,
changed the wheel in 45 seconds, and got him back on track.
Yeah, so they probably could have done it in about 30 if they would have known, because the way they do the orchestration, if you're changing a wheel, you go on, you change the wheel while the guy's fueling and everything. But they went and they had to put it back on the stand and grab the tools and everything.
And that's three guys, right? 3 guys and a rider.
Yeah.
It was 2 guys. It was Johnny and I, and Kendall was on the bike.
Oh, it's 2 guys and a rider.
Yeah. Well, my dad was there just jumping around.
So you're talking NASCAR pit now next?
Oh, we don't know. Like Ricky said, we were kind of unprepared. We had to put the bike on the box. You know, we had to get Kendall off. The bike was still in gear. Get Kendall off. I lifted the bike up. Johnny put the stand under the bike.
Yeah.
And then Johnny ran back to the truck to get the tools. So we were kind of a mess. And if he said 45 seconds, that's really good.
So Kendall had to give you kind of a look like, hey, what?
Yeah, he was in gear, ready to go, and he was like, what's going on?
So speaking of that, what does it mean? Because back when I met you, we joke about that. When I met you down there, you were in the class 21, right?
Yeah.
And we were arguing whose bike was going to come in first. He's like, yeah, I'll probably be the next bike in. I'm thinking, who are you? You know, and he's looking at me like, who are you, old man? And so we're back and forth. And so I'm so proud of him, how he's progressed through his career. But what does it mean for you to get to team up and win this with Kendall Norman?
You know, it means a lot. Back then, obviously, I wanted to be on JCR.
Exactly.
And, you know, I thought those guys were, like, awesome and super rad. And not only just to team up with Kendall, but to be on JCR Honda, to be racing the Mint 400 the first year it's back, to win the 400 the first year it's back, and then to team up with Kendall Norman. He's a legend.
Yeah.
You know, I would have never expected me to be on the same team, riding the same bike, sharing responsibilities with Kendall in a race. And for this to happen, it's crazy.
Well, for me, I just had the pleasure to interview Kendall and Johnny and stuff like that. And in all honesty, you guys are all unbelievable champions, but so humble, and everybody felt the same way. Johnny is like so proud to have you and Kendall on the team. Kendall's so proud to be with you and back on JCR. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a win-win. It's not like you're the star guy carrying a bunch of schmucks, man. Everybody came together, and that's what feels good because you're winning with your friends.
Yeah, and that, you know, I don't really believe the whole star rider. You know, like you said, it takes a team to win. Me and Kendall have been working together hard for 2 weeks. You know, on the phone every day, splitting responsibilities with going to JCR to help. And yeah, me and Kendall, I don't think we're trying to be higher than one another. So I really like a team like this. You know, everything's equal. We have a job, we race, we have fun, we're really good friends, and we make the best out of it.
But so we're gonna stay with this interview with Ricky, but I just want to let people know we're getting ready to start the afternoon program. It's supposed to be taking off around 1 o'clock. We got everything from vintage cars, Jeepspeed, UTVs, so a lot of different classes going on out there. We're going to report on them as much as possible, but right now we want to get back to the interview with Ricky Brayback. Once again, he is the winner of the 2019 BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. So a real quick thing on that, and then I know Jim has got some unbelievable contacts. I'm looking at this helmet. This thing is like Feather Light. Alpine Star is now, and that's with a lot of paint. The glitter paint actually makes them heavy quite a bit. But how stoked are you to be wearing this new helmet?
Oh, you know, it means a lot. I had called Monster, Joe, and asked if we could do something special for the Mint 400. You know, we are in Vegas, so we got the idea with the skull in the back and, you know, desert theme. And then obviously in your Vegas, you want to go big, make it pop, make it some style. And we did just that. And to win with this helmet, it really means a lot. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this helmet, if I should keep wearing it or
should it go in my living room, maybe?
Ricky, who did the paint?
Joe's guy from Czech Republic, Slim.
Nice stuff.
Yeah, no, he killed it. And look at this thing. It's a masterpiece.
It's a work of art. And, you know, with Troy Lee and Chris Woods with Air Tricks and stuff like that, they do things just like, man, I'm afraid to fall on them because
Yeah,
they're so beautiful and all the different stuff. And you got the American, the stars and stripes and all the different stuff. But Jim, I know you have some questions for Ricky.
I do. No, I was just thinking about the history of this. I mean, there's two massive races that haven't been won by Honda. Dakar, obviously, which you were so close to winning this year.
You had to bring that up, didn't you? He's having a great day, Jim. You could have left that one alone.
No, it's all good. But you've also done something for Honda today. You've actually won the Mint 400 with a Honda. I mean, that's incredibly special. And I'm sure HCR, they must be so proud.
Yeah, I had heard that Honda hasn't won the Mint 400 even back in the old days.
No, exactly. We only had Yamaha and Husqvarna previously. So all of a sudden, we got Honda sitting up there. And that's
awesome.
an amazing thing. So another little bit of history for you.
That's even better. That makes the win that much more special.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do you go from here? What's your next race? Where do you move forward to?
I'm really busy. We go to Sonora, Mexico on Friday for a rally that starts the following Monday, and then that ends Friday. And then I need to catch a plane Friday to fly to Idaho to be there to race on Sunday, and then I drive home from there. And then 2 weeks later, I'll be back in Utah for another Hare and Hound. And then leading up to this race, we had Texas Hare and Hound. Johnny had a Big Six in. At Glen Helen, and then we had this, and then we got Sonora next week. So like I said, we just finished getting the race bike built Tuesday night. We left Wednesday morning.
So to inform the viewers that are watching is that the Sonora, it's a rally, so it's very much a similar, you got to go off of roll charts.
Yeah.
It's like a mini Dakar,
Yeah,
so to speak.
It's a 5-day rally.
So does doing things like that make you more comfortable reading the charts? Because when I talked with Quinn, he was saying the European guys can go Baja speeds reading charts, and it takes a while to learn that. But obviously this year, and I'm going to bring it up, you were crushing the Dakar Rally. You had a great thing, and it's going to be the one that got away, but you're going to learn from it, and you're going to move forward and all that. But you're obviously, you can run with any guy at any pace on any terrain because you did it this year. And does it doing races like the Sonora Rally sort of get you back into reading charts, or do you practice reading charts when you ride, or do you just go out and ride to be as fast as you can be?
You know what? Read and train, Hare and Hounds, and like the Mint obviously help that. Sonora Rally is really good because it's a lot of sand dunes.
Right.
So that you can sharpen up your skills in the sand dunes. But Andrew Short and myself, we spend countless hours, countless days at Jimmy Lewis's house in Pahrump, Nevada.
Right.
We'll go there for a week at a time. Barbecue, camp at Jimmy's front yard.
Right.
But no, we get together. We go to Glamis, we go to Pahrump, we go to Dumont, we go to Sonora, Mexico. We go, I'm going to go to Texas this year to Mike Johnson's house to do some road books. So me and Andrew, different teams, but really good friendship. We get together and make it work. Jimmy Lewis is also really smart with helping us. He builds us road books. He's full of information.
Yep.
So we race to train to be good, and we go train to be good for the race, so we're always doing it.
We're going to jump down to Tiffany really quick. We can see they're getting ready to start the afternoon's program, but Tiffany has, I think, Will getting ready to jump on the start line. So Tiffany, take it away.
There's many father-son teams out here, many brother teams, but this is exactly what happens. The Mint 400 is a family racing event. As you can see, they're getting strapped in. Everything's getting ready for this 1 p.m. race that's about to take off. When you're talking about being a father and son, I know sometimes it's a little difficult because when you're looking at it, you're also a driver out there. So let's chat a little bit over here. You're getting everything strapped in. How difficult is it to turn off the father status and become a driver?
It's not. I just tell them to keep telling me where to go. So we're good. We really enjoy it, and when you get in the truck, it's just game mode. So we're here to race and win.
When you're looking at this and your son sitting right over there, how proud does that make you feel as a father?
I get really emotional, to be honest with you. When he's yelling go at the start, I mean, this is what it's about for me. This is why I bought this truck, is to have this experience for he and I racing. So when we hit go, it's I get really emotional about it. So it's really cool.
When you're hitting go, it's game time, and they're getting all strapped in, ready for this 1 p.m. race.
Well, Tiffany, that's the thing. You just see right there how he's strapping his son into the thing. He talks about getting emotional, and this is a very emotional game. You put your heart, your soul into it. We're here talking with Ricky Brayback. We'll get back to him in just a minute. But as he's strapping his son, and he wants to make sure that he's safe, and then when you take off and you get that green flag and you all of a sudden become present with forgetting about everything, but what flashes through your mind is all the preparation, all the working, when you're racing a car, fabricating it, building it, putting the stickers on, hauling it up to the race, and all the different things. All that hard work, when you finally get to enjoy that, it's unbelievable. And so I want to touch base on that with Ricky Brayback. If you just tuned in with us, Ricky won the motorcycle version overall in the overall pro class in the BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. So, Ricky, when you took off this morning, you obviously had to go through some emotional times with the car and stuff, but just did it feel good to get back on the bike and haul ass?
Yeah, it's always funner to get on the bike and kind of leave everything behind, because when you're on a bike, there's a lot of risks. So you usually focus on what you're doing at the moment and kind of forget about everything and just you want to be safe. Yep. So I'm always looking forward to go racing or go riding. It kind of clears the mind. And, to come away with a win, it just makes it that much better and makes the confidence that much higher for maybe the next round.
Yep. So right now, everything on par for next year? Just keep chugging away?
Yeah, we're going to the big goal is Dakar, obviously.
Obviously, that's the crown jewel.
So we're gonna work as hard as we can this year. With the bike, navigation, just trying to get that much better.
So Dakar's like supersized Baja 1000. You know what I mean? It's like because
steroids.
Because everyone would say if you could win every race and win the championship and lose the Baja 1000, or win the Baja 1000 and DNF every other race, everyone says they would take the Baja 1000, and that's kind of where you feel now because you've won everything else.
Yeah. You know what? I've had a really good career. Having Dakar this year would have been epic. But you know what? Dakar's not easy.
No.
It's hard on everyone. It's hard on everything. But to come away with a win here at the Mint, like I said, it's really good for the confidence. It's really good for the team. But back to winning every race and losing the 1,000, or winning the 1,000, losing every race that's how Dakar is. You can, that's what you want to win.
Right.
So, I put a lot of work in this year.
Now, who's your heroes over there? Cyril Dupree, or would you say it's
those
Peter
guys
Hansel?
Are all. I don't know. now we're all at a level where we're just friends, so it's hard to say who's a hero. But what I can say is all those guys they're gnarly.
Yeah.
They're all the guys that are on bikes and Dakars. Dude, you should see the cars. They're driving so good, so fast, navigating so well. But Cyril Dupree, Mark Coma. Mark Coma's an animal. He didn't win that many stages, but he won how many Dakars in a row? So they're all really special people, and we're all like kind of a special, different breed if we're racing Dakar.
Now you're a SoCal boy like me, and you're used to having a Del Taco on every corner and all the different stuff. But now it seems like you matured enough to where you adapt to the European, I'm going to say the European lifestyle, or wherever you're at in South America or whatever. Does it not bother you as much, or are you just homesick, or how do you embrace being there?
Yeah, it's hard being, away from home for so long. But, at first was really hard. The food is really, boring, bland, not so much flavor.
So, hey, let real quick, Ricky, I want to go on there. As you're watching now, the first vehicles are off. They're going 2 by 2, and we're going to see them. We'll probably see a little bit of dicing going on back and forth. These are the different vehicles. These are the Class 5s. What they are, some of them have Subaru. I think the one on the inside has a Subaru. Some are running the Ecotec motors. Even some are running some old Volkswagen motors. But they run the arm front, and so it's basically looks like a Baja Bug back in the day. But Bob, this is like Baja Bugs on steroids.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And what's going on right now is these guys are all saying, "Don't screw it up now." They're hanging on, trying to get warmed up, looking at the car next to them, wondering what's behind them, and they're not happy yet. It'll take probably, I don't know, Ricky. It'll probably take 10, 15 minutes of running before everything settles in. The seat warms up, the nylon stretches a little bit, you cinch your belts down another time, and then you finally start, if you're lucky, you finally get into the zone where nothing matters except that tunnel in front.
So we were talking about this earlier, Ricky, and he was saying about Woody about bikes. So did you cycle before? Did you spin, or did you just jump on and go?
This morning was really cold.
Yeah.
these guys in the cars, I would imagine it's more or less the same for bikes. Obviously, we're doing a little bit more physical stuff. But, no, I did like some jumping jacks, some stretching, practice my starts. And like you said, getting in the zone is really important, and you're not in the zone like this. You know, you on a bike, my first loop was really rough, you know, little mistakes here and there. But my second time around, I was in the zone.
You knew where you were going.
Yeah, and these guys in the cars, you know, I've drove a couple cars before, but, you know, like he said, you got to tighten the belts down. You got to wait for everything to settle in. These guys, they got to get their shoulders, and they got to get the motion of their body. You know, they got to feel connected to the ground, to the car, and just be comfortable. And I know right away doing some like motocross stuff in these cars isn't getting in the zone. You know, they got to get in the desert, in the open by themselves. You know, and that's when the zone starts happening. When they're
Was
by
that kind of
themselves.
cool for you though to go out, because it was like all chocolate cake.
Oh,
it was so smooth and bitch in your first lap.
Dude, they did a really good job grooming it and watering it. There was traction
everywhere
for days. Oh, it was awesome.
The zone, you know how you know when you're in the zone? Is you realize I'm breathing through my nose.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's hard to get to that point for sure.
Yeah.
On a motorcycle, you blow past that really quick. And you start
freaking out.
You know, that's something that always has impressed me, is that bike riders are athletes. Not all race car people, trucks and things like that have to be athletes.
Yeah.
You have to be maybe mentally tough matters.
Right.
That matters most for anyone. But the guys on bikes have to be athletes. So, you know, I was asking Ricky while you were out running, Ricky, excuse me.
Ricky,
yeah. You know, cars, we'll put them up on jacks. We'll let the drive line. We'll warm up the axles, warm up all that kind of stuff. And I was thinking, you know, he told me years ago that your arms, your wrists, your legs, your knees, that's your other suspension.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I was thinking, how do you warm those up? You know, because you're on a fresh machine, but you're not fresh.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is just as he said,
cycling.
But Ricky's so comfortable on a bike right now. He just has to get a little bit of blood going through. And like you said, he was having a blast doing slides and wheelies on that start. So that kind of rose his heart rate up really slow, because he didn't go. It's not like a hare and hound where you take off and you're just going as fast as you can, and you're doing more holding your breath and trying to survive. Where this what kind of eased him into it. So it's a much more civil way of starting a desert race.
I mean, when you're racing this kind of race, it's completely different to Dakar, where you're racing, you know, nearly 14 days. This is a one-day sprint, more or less. Do you find yourself out there and you're saying, okay, I'm going to give this 9/10, or I'm going to give this 8/10, or are you absolutely focused on just being the best you can at that moment?
A race like this, a one-day race, a hare and hound, a best in the desert race, other than the Vegas Torino, you have to go 110%.
All the time.
Absolutely. All the time. If you want to win, you have to go 110%, but you have to be comfortable going 110%.
Yeah.
And if you make a little mistake and get a little squirrely, like a little scary moment, back it down. You know, like catch your breath, relax, and then work your way back up.
Reboot.
Yeah, but like we were saying about getting in the groove or getting in the zone with these guys, you know, like I said, I've drove a car before, a couple cars. Dude, this isn't. It's not as easy as it looks. You know, you get out of a car, you're worked.
Well, and also your butt's tired and stuff, because every time it feels like it's going to roll over, you're trying to stop it. You know, you're trying to hold on really tight and stuff. So it does work. I mean, I want to let people know that as you see, we got the trophy lights out there. Another great entry sport. They've done a good job with these. It's got a little Ecotech motor in it, and very affordable, but you can beat the crud out of those. You can drive them so hard.
Well, and you know, Ricky, you don't have to buy one.
Yeah.
I mean, they got great rental programs. So if you're looking to get your finger in and see, do I got it or do I not got it? That's a really good way. A lot less than buying a car.
Yeah.
You know, you throw a little change at it and you get yourself some lessons, because that's, I believe heartily, you cannot hide from yourself in the cockpit of a race car.
That's right.
You're getting a report card, like it or not.
Actually, you got someone there. You got like the angry nun with the stick that beats the crap out of you. Wrong. Don't do that again. Don't do that again. But you know what, Ricky? I want to thank you. I want to let you go enjoy this win, man. Congratulations, well deserved. But let's talk about, just before you go, about Jacob. You know that you raced with him, and I mean that dude soloed it.
Yeah, he, this year he's really picked it up. He got his own team now, back on Kawasaki. When he was on Kawasaki years ago, he was really strong.
Right.
So I think he went back to Kawasaki for that reason, and he kept Kendall and I on our toes. He rode really good, but I knew the third lap I was fresh.
Yeah.
And I just clicked it up a gear and
ready to go.
I said, this is it. We got to make it happen right now. So I put the hammer down, but Jake rode really, really good. He's really strong this year.
What's funny is that Kendall said, I got behind him and caught up, then started to smell the blood in the water, and then I passed him, and he says he went for 20-some miles. He looked back, and he was right on his ass. He was going nowhere. He's like, damn.
It's for sure easier to follow than to lead.
All the breaking points. And
yeah, you just capitalize on little mistakes that they do. Like, he braked too early, or he checked up on this rise that has nothing,
Right.
I like what you just said there, Ricky. You capitalize on the guy's mistakes. Something that people in the viewer world probably don't realize. I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm figuring you're going to give me the right answer. How many mistakes do you suppose you made this morning to your overall?
Opening the course was really hard. The turns were more or less like U-turns. So I was kind of blowing those and looking back, and they would see that I blew it, so they'd come back and get right on my tail again.
Yeah.
But I've raced in this area many times, so I knew the roads really well, so I didn't need to lift or anything. But the corners got me because they were a lot sharper than I had expected.
So how long does it take you to get your head back in when you stop punishing yourself and start racing again?
Good racer's got a short memory, man. He has to sketch that. I'm going to say 2 seconds.
Well, when I hit the rock today and I was kind of crossed up. Kendall told me, hey, if you have a scare, tone it down a little bit. So I had that scare, and I was like, man, I don't know what tone it down means. Like, am I going too slow? And I waited like maybe 2 miles, and I said, screw it. I'm just going to go back to what I know. And it all worked out.
Your gut will work out better than any brain.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Well, in trucks and cars and four-wheeler vehicles, people get in, especially like a lot of these guys are driving their first race ever. And one of the questions they've got in their minds is, am I doing the right pace? Am I going too fast? Am I going too slow? If I'm going to get rammed in the butt, and we used to teach and train them. Ask yourself, I can't tell you how your pace is, but you can. Ask yourself 3 questions. Am I getting a good ride? Am I placing it where I want it? Am I relaxed? Any one of those 3 is wrong, is no, fix it.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
Same on a bike then.
Yeah. You got to be relaxed. You got to stay confident, relaxed, and breathe, and like you said, putting the bike where you want it or putting the car where you want it, that's really important.
Huge.
Yeah. You don't want to be just trying to go as fast as you can and just all over the place.
No, 180 miles if I can save it is no bueno.
So looking at, here's what we have in the afternoon. UTV Rally, UTV Stock, 7100, 6000, 5500, Class 11, Class 5000, 4700, Vintage Open, and then also Vintage, not standard chassis. Then we got 4400. That's going to be your rock crawlers and stuff like that. 3700. And Jim, you're a little bit more familiar with some of these numbers.
Oh, absolutely. 4400. That's straight out of my class. Then that's the Ultra 4s. I'm really looking forward to seeing those guys racing today.
Who do we have here from there? Is Shearer running? I saw his car in contingency.
Here, I'll be honest with you, I'm just trying to find out at the moment, and just run on down through and just have a quick check out and see who's who and run it, and I will come back to you with some answers on that one.
All right, so as we continue to watch this, Ricky, I'm going to let you go celebrate with your team and your family once again. You want to throw any shout-outs to sponsors or family or friends or anybody?
We had a long week getting here. JCR Honda really put it together. Monster came through. Fly, Alpine Stars, Friends family. Yeah, it takes a lot to make a win possible. It's not just showing up with the bike in the back of your truck and one gas can. So
yeah.
All the pit crews, we had 3 pits out there. They all showed up last night. We had a good dinner, and we achieved our goal. So yeah, we're gonna go celebrate and have fun and look for the next adventure.
So who are you picking for tomorrow? Give me your top 3 for trophy trucks.
The truck race is that's tough. I'm really close friends with Cameron, Jesse Jones, Justin Lofton, Bryce, Andy. I can't.
Who do you throw under the bus? Come on, Ricky.
No, I'm not going to throw any of them under the bus. I like them all. And for me, It's so gnarly. These
You
guys
have
are
$1
driving
million.
so fast.
You have to bet it on one guy.
I'd probably put it on Rob Mack.
That's how
There you go. that's where my million is.
He's sitting there at the moment listening to this interview going, right, I'm going home
No,
now.
Rob is such a good driver, dude.
Yeah,
He's so smart.
last year he rolled, and like he hasn't rolled a desert truck ever.
Hey,
Caught us by surprise.
It was just a freak thing. He hooked a wheel past somebody and went over. But but the thing is with Rob, and I don't think that the four-wheel drives are going to have as big of an advantage because of the traction out there. Are the berms pretty tacky and loamy and stuff? I know in the sections where you drove on their track.
There's no berms yet. It's more or less pretty flat with a good bank. But after today, for sure, there's going to be a berm.
Right.
And dude, it's wet and soft. I think it's going to get pretty deep.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I don't know. We'll see. You know, Bryce is a strong guy. You know, his truck's awesome, but
but
you don't want to start first. In my opinion.
But Bryce was my teammate. He's fine with it. He's the most calm, cool, collected. Like we had to kind of try to piss him off to get him motivated to go because he's like, yeah, whatever, bro. He's kind of like Kendall.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, just
relaxed.
so chill. You're like, how can you be so relaxed? You know, I'm ready to rip someone's head off, and you're just over there, whatever, bro. But he was so dominant in Vegas Arena last year, and the rear end broke apart on that thing. This is a shorter race, but a much rougher race. So the speed is definitely going to be there. Will that truck survive? We don't know. We got four-wheel drives coming out. Rob's had that truck. He's won so many 1,000s. He's won this. I think we're going to see a surprise winner. If I had to put all my money on one, I would take Rob just because I think he's the easy bet for being there. But I think we're going to see a breakout of somebody that we're not going to expect because I think more guys are going to drive too hard. You know when you can just drive right into somebody's dust, you're never listing, you're braking hard, you're gassing hard, and all that traction.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's a stacked field out there, so it's anyone's race really with the moisture and the dirt. And like you said, when you can see, you drive way too fast when you can see. When there's dust, you kind of feather the gas pedal. You know, you slam the brakes. When there's traction, wet dirt, you don't even touch the brakes. You just flick it in, or you just hit somebody. So, you know, it's going to be a long race, and you know, there's the best of the best out here. So we'll see.
Well, the best of the best right now is Ricky Braybeck and Kendall Norman and JCR. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is your champion right here, Ricky Braybeck, of the 51st annual. It's been for over 40 years. And the first Honda win of the BF Goodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. Ricky Braybeck, go enjoy your win.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, as we are back to the 51st annual BF Goodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy, we're seeing a lot of the vintage cars. You can see some of the single-seat cars, some of the two-seat cars. Unbelievable, Bob. Bob doesn't have his headset on at this moment, but Bob, this has got to be great. Here we see Tommy Croft out there. We talked about Tomahawk Tommy, a guy that came from motocross, unbelievable standout, and now he's back in that Cheneth single-seat car. It's got to make you feel good.
It's terrific, and I'll tell you, first of all, this car is still fast, way fast, and Tommy Croft is fast. Thing is, Tommy's not as experienced in the desert as he is in short course.
Right.
So last year they had some pretty unfortunate things, got some metal bent and things like this. Here we have a Class 11. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the top of the food chain in Bob's world for off-road racing vehicles. I talked to a Class 11 guy this week in contingency. I noticed there's something a little wrong, Ricky. That car was brand new. It was all clean. So I asked him, I said, how many races has this thing been in? Oh, it's brand new.
But check him out. Check out the co-driver. He's got his phone up there taking pictures.
Oh, yeah.
He's ready to have fun.
These guys who showed up, none of them, he said, I've never been in a race car in my entire life, ever. I'm going to take on the Mint 400 in my new Class 11. I said, well, you must have a ringer in the right seat to help coach you through. He said, no, I got my son. And when he gets tired, I got the neighbor kid.
There you go. Kid.
What kind of enthusiast have you got to be able to come to the Mint 400 and try and take this out in a bug? I mean, this is proper old school suspension. We're talking about no frills, no whistles, no bells. It's hardcore. It's going to be really rough out there. This course is getting really, really cut up. This is not for the faint-hearted. And they're turning up with a VW Beetle.
Well, we're watching the Class 7 trucks, and you can see a little bit of a variety of what's going on out there. But that's the beautiful thing about off-road racing is that it is kind of a run what you brung.
It is.
And some of these trucks take years to build because they're on a budget and they buy some tubing and they bend it and then they have to cut it off because they did it wrong. And then they have to get this fuel pump and they get the motor rebuilt going back and forth because that's how I got my Jeepspeed. The guy started building and then realized the motor was blown, and so he's like, he just got rid of it. He fire sold it and I got a hold of it. But that's what you can't do at Indy. You can't do at Daytona. But at the biggest race, the day before the biggest off-road race, these guys are out there tearing it up. And a lot of women, too. Talk about that, Bob.
Well, you know, this sport has, I think in this race we have, I don't have my data in front of me, but something like 21, I think it was 21 female drivers of record. And it speaks to actually what it takes to win a desert race. People think it takes strength and stamina and you got to be a tough person and all this. It's all mental.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's all mental. And I've noticed over my lifespan that brains don't have gender. And I tell you what, there's
Bob always throws these little nuggets out there, and like they make you go,
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we call those Bowerisms.
There we
Some
go.
people do. But the women in this race are no different than the non-women. They are running just as hard. You look at Kristen Matlock in the UTV classes. Heck, she got something like third overall.
No, she's crushing it. She's 100%. She's one of Wayne, her husband, who's one of the dominant UTV guys, was the dominant quad racer down in Mexico, and his father was on my team. We won Class 30 in the Baja 1000 one time. So the Matlock's very strong, and they're also teammates
and she's
of mine.
faster than Wayne.
Well, yeah, right now she's been beating him.
Yeah,
So they're both out there. So she's doing a great job, and she's also on Laird's Superfood that's done a lot to help them get in shape, and both of those two are just crushing it.
I think that's another thing that's nice about off-road racing. Yes, to the mid-400, but most of them. You have the Rob Macks of the world, Rob MacCachren. They call him the GOAT, greatest of all time. Yet you've got people who just bought a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
And bring it out here, and we're all out here, and they're all going to learn something.
Yep, they're all going to give it a go. But right now we have Tiffany Stone down in the pit. Here we got one of the Wario built cars out there.
Yeah.
You can see. But Tiffany, take it away.
Jeepspeed is one of the classes here at the Mint 400 that's built off of a stock Jeep and a street vehicle. It's pretty simple. Straight front and rear axles, 10 inches of travel, and a stock engine. It's pretty cool to see one of these vehicles out here. You can either build one yourself or rent one from Jeepspeed.
Alrighty, now check this out. One of the legends of the sport, the Hall family. Rod Hall has done so much. Now they brought out this new smaller Chevrolet, and so it's running the production class. And so this is a vehicle that is this is what they call the Raptor Killer. They were going after that. So it's great to see a family like the Hall family, and then you can see up there it says GM Defense, and then also Chevrolet Performance. So this is a factory Chevy program. This is not just your average. Well, I bought a really fancy red truck.
No. Well, Chad Hall is your driver of record here. They are using this, first of all, to develop better parts for Chevrolet, no question about it. But Chad will take the technologies that they develop in this thing and apply it to his military program.
Yep.
Because the Hall family supplies an awful lot of smart suspension parts to the military.
Now these Jeepspeeds are getting after there, going nose to tail. And that's the thing, the guys are going to fight really hard because once they get in the open desert, they're not going to have as much room. But some of them can't see down the backside. The 3707 just charging hard on the inside, and that's where you can see that's the Cherokee. He's got the front sway bar, the rear sway bar, the longer arms. So this is the bigger class. This is not the stock Jeepspeed, right?
This is Jeepspeed 2, and I was looking underneath this vehicle yesterday in contingency, and the sway bars and the arms on this thing are enormous. The love that's been put into building this vehicle is quite incredible. Posted a few photos online, and everyone's sitting there going, if I was going to have a Jeep, it would be that one.
That's the one you want to have. And so it's great because, and that's where we were talking earlier, that you can start off in the standard Jeepspeed or go to Jeepspeed 2, and you can upgrade your vehicle so that you don't only just have to sell your Class 7 to buy a Class 8 or so on and so on. You can move on up.
One of our Jeepspeeds, number 1710, is Rick Randall, and I'm talking about him being a 3-time winner. He's involved in a program called Vetdrenaline, and it's very similar to Warfighters. In fact, we had some talks yesterday about that, and they've got a PTSD guy sitting in the right seat, Jeremy out of Bakersfield, and the amount of change it brings in some of these guys is astounding.
Well, I've seen it firsthand because it's good adrenaline. This is the adrenaline that we got hooked on as a kid.
Yep.
And it wasn't because we fell off a roof. We decided to jump off the low side of the roof or jump our bicycle a little higher or ride a skateboard down a hill. And that's what it comes back to, is enjoying that natural adrenaline.
He doesn't know what he's in for because he's never been in an off-road car. And
he's in for a world of fun, Bob. That's what he's in for.
A world of fun. I tried to help him the other day to tell him to listen. The first 10 minutes you're going to be into self-amazement, no question about it. You won't believe what's about to not happen to you because you're thinking you're going to die, but you're not.
Right.
And well, there we go. Our Warrior Built guys again.
Yep. So they're doing a great job. They got, if you get a chance, go to Warrior Built T232. And you can donate for these guys, and they're right over by my house in Lake Elsinore. They do welding, they do fabrication, they have a place for the guys to decompress, they have a place where the guys can come and talk and go through the different things, so it's a great program.
They have, for our watchers and listeners that are in the Southern California area, March 30th in Glen Helen, Warrior Built is doing a track day. So if you got your DD Form 214, if you got your old ID card with your DD number on there now, everybody is welcome. If you're a vet, come on out to Glen Helen. They will put you in little instruction, all the rest of the stuff, good prep, but they'll put you in a side-by-side that you drive by yourself, and you can jump it, you can fling it, you can slide it, and it's free.
Right. Well, the thing that I like is they're not just out there tearing up vehicles. I mean, obviously that is awesome to get to go drive them. But the camaraderie and the brotherhood, because that's the thing that I've seen with a lot of the special ops guys that I work with, is that when it's over, it's not the bad things that they see. I think it's the loss of the brotherhood. They have guys that line up next to them and will die for them. And it's that friendship that you had with your best friend when you were a little kid, that he would take an ass whooping for you. He would lie to your parents. He would cover for you, do everything. And as we get older, all that fades away. And so they had the ultimate brotherhood, and they fought arm in arm with each other. And now all of a sudden it goes away. So when I see them working on the cars and doing the different stuff, it brings you back to that bond of doing man stuff, welding things, fabricating, and then getting to go drive them and get stuck and climb.
And you can see things happen. Here's what I did. It mattered. It counted. And it helped the rest of us. That's huge.
And look at this. Here we are. We're at the 51st BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy. And we're getting some fantastic shots here as we look at this amazing vehicle lining up ready to go.
That's Chad Hall. Now we're getting into the UTV classes. So we have multiple classes, and you'll see if you guys go to the list, you'll see some of the pro drivers' names on there, because a lot of the guys are using this as a pre-run. They get to go out there, as we talked about, with lead nav, set some notes, figure out their course, where they can hold it wide open, where they need to check up, and where they need to put markers for rocks and stuff like that. Obviously, this is an off-road race. Things change. Rocks get knocked into the way. Rocks get knocked out of the way. But right now, we're taking off, and I think I know the fastest growing segment of off-roading and off-road racing, and that's the UTVs.
And that looks like that's Dan McMillan going out there.
That's what I was thinking. It looked just like it.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. These big guns getting out there, getting some course time, checking it out, and doing their pre-run for the big dance tomorrow.
Well, this is going to be great for Dan McMillan because he's in the Serapis all-wheel drive Mason-built truck tomorrow. So we're not sure if it's Luke or Dan McMillan. It's one of the McMillan boys out there, and they're doing a little bit of pre-running. And now you might wonder, why are they running the four-seater instead of the two-seater? Bob, would either of you like to comment on that?
I'll give a shot at it. Is a two-seater is a short car. Four-seater is a long car. Long car, more stable. What do you think?
You're absolutely right. It spreads the wheels between the bumps, and you're not kicking around.
It's almost like you've done this before.
Well, no. But I did stay at a Holland.
So here's Luke McMillan, and he's out there, and he's fresh off the King of the Hammers. Now, you were there. You announced this.
What an amazing win for this young man. It was the first year for the T1 trucks at King of the Hammers, and we saw it as an invitational race, and we saw some amazing racing. And Luke taking his first career win ahead of an amazing number of his peers, including Rob Mack and so many other talented men, including Bryce Menzies, who's going to be first off the line again tomorrow. But this is what we're talking about, just getting out there, checking the course out, seeing how it feels. He'll be chuffed to bits to see that they've still got that damp bit in the ground there, just holding it together. And the King of the Hammers race was really tough for the cars, particularly for the trick trucks. There was so much traction in the ground that there were so many of them actually breaking the rear ends, breaking the gearboxes, something we don't normally see with this style of racing on that kind of, or that level of devastation at any rate. So he'll be coming into this really, really pumped, and he'll be very, very excited, and I bet he'll be having a sneaky bet on himself being on the podium tomorrow.
Well, and he's definitely somebody that we got to keep in mind for sure. But the Hammers race was more of a sprint, and if you're racing the 50-yard dash, you give 100%, and that's 100% is all you have.
We're chatting to Cameron Steele about that race, and we were saying, what's it like out there? And he was saying you couldn't sprint race Hammers. He said it wasn't that kind of race. He said there was so much traction in the ground, it was just going to wreck your car.
And that's exactly what we got going on here. And speaking of wrecking some cars, Tiffany Stone is with the bone stock vehicles down on the starting line. Tiffany, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Imagine taking a bone stock VW out on one of these race courses that all the Unlimited vehicles are out on. That's exactly what Class 11 is. It's so exciting to see something like this happen at the Mint 400, and believe me, I think this is going to be one of the toughest classes. What do you guys think?
All righty. Now, try to imagine that, a bone stock vehicle out here. Like, you think you take off, you go around the first, you're like, this is really bitches. This is kind of fun, little roller jump. The next turn is really nice, and then all of a sudden they break you out the backside, up the rocky hills and stuff, and you're like, uh-oh, what did I just sign up for?
I think it'd be a really noisy place to be as you hit all those rocks, all that gravel, because you're not tall enough to clear most anything.
Yeah, exactly. You got to go around it.
You got to go around it. You got to think your way through it. This Class 11, I really do believe, is one of the very most difficult classes to find a finish line driving.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're fragile, they're tough, sort of in between.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the swag that you can get. The merchandise that we got going on, you see the different shirts and hats. Yeah. Also, the moonshine we want to talk about is CLS Moonshine. That's one of Brendan Gaughan's companies. His father, Michael Gaughan, owns the South Point. Yep. Obviously, a great family. It's in this moonshine, awesome Mint 400 decanter, and also the Dusty Times book. Now, I started flipping through this thing. It's got a lot of different stuff from Troy Lee. It's got letters from Steve McQueen,
I saw that.
To Bruce Brown. It has a lot of great stuff. So any of that, including all the shirts and hats and beanies and sweaters and everything, go to mint400.com. More than likely, you're on it right now. But if you get a chance, you want to get some of the swag. They have a lot of great items. And also like to plug the guys from Stay Classy Meats. I'm starving to death over here, and they've been barbecuing it all day. So I've been trying to break out of here as quick as possible. But the people from Stay Classy Meats have put the stuff up there. You can go online to stayclassymeats.com, and also if you use the code MINT400, you get 10% off. So I'm going to try to use it twice and see if I get 20% off. You think that'll work well?
I'm not schizophrenic, and neither am I, so let's go together.
If I can type it in, if I keep typing it in, do I keep getting 10% off? Yeah. Maybe they'll pay
until
me
you
to
get
take
a free life. Ricky, let me ask you. I want to tell you guys a little bit about the history of these bottles. A lot of our viewers may not know that there is a definite history of they were Jim Beam bottles back in the day, back in the 60s and the 70s. They minted a certain bottle full of liquor, and this is another one of those things that the Martelli brothers and Mad Media are bringing back to give us more to more to enjoy.
It's a homage to the history that goes before, and that's important because what you're holding there, Bob, is history next year.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's important. And we've got these little memory bits that bring us back every time, and that's what we're watching on the race course right now. These vintage cars that were racing here back in the 70s, back in the 80s, back in the 90s, and that's what makes the Mint 400 such a special desert race.
Yeah, and what's great is that our oldest son, Luke Johnson, has collected all of them. In fact, he collected so many of them, he gave me a complete set of all the original ones.
Whoa,
and the one that was hard to find was the one that looked like a giant, like a Lifesaver mint. Those were the hardest ones to find. Yeah, the circle one. So I got a complete set of them. And I'm not real nostalgic on that kind of stuff, just because it becomes like trophies and that. But I look at that and I think,
you say that as a man who's won many trophies. I can assure you, there's lots of people out there who would love to have the luxury of a trophy shelf full of trophies.
But you know, you look at it, you go. But when I look at them, I think the time and the place. It was like I was 4 years old when it started, and who had this bottle and stuff like that. So it would be great to do a movie of the life of the Mint 400. It was gin, wasn't it?
No, it was Jim Beam.
It was Jim Beam. That's what I said. Jim Beam. There was
Whiskey.
Whiskey. But what I meant to say was Jim Beam. You caught me on that one. But yeah, here we see Chad Hall heading out in that Chevrolet. Once again, that is a factory Chevrolet. You see they got everything dialed in, so they're trying to make it a better vehicle. Now, if you're wondering what that snoot is on the side, everybody that does off-roading and stuff like that knows what that is. But Jim, you've done some of that safari stuff and a lot of. Well, you're in England. You're around rain and mud all the time.
Well,
explain what that snorkel is.
Right, the snorkel is a raised air intake. So if these vehicles come across, whether it be dust, whether it be water, whether it be mud, it raises the air intake up nice and high. So we're not going to have that same problem that you would see with a normal vehicle. I mean, on this kind of race, there is no water on track, so they don't really need to have that raised air intake. But it's fitted there. I'm sure they have a race program that's going to encompass more water as they go through the year.
We got something that is going to be a highlight. We're going to give you a sneak peek for tomorrow. What we're going to have is we're going to see an in-car camera view of Rob MacCachren. So they're going to put this up on there. They're getting it loaded in there. They're going to have some little scenes and stuff from that. But right now, there you go. That's one of the angles. You can see the vision wheels. You can see. So they're just rigging the stuff up. So it's going to have a couple different angles, and that, you know, as you say.
To be inside Rob Mac's car, I mean, this is going to be incredibly special. I mean, this has got to be a first, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you see some videos where they'll put this stuff in, they'll put it in afterward, but we're going to get it live, and that's going to be awesome. So it's going to be a whole different race for everybody, because everyone said, why did Mickey Thompson leave the desert to go to stadiums? He goes, I had the best races out there, but nobody saw it.
Trying to bring a chunk of Baja to Riverside, California.
Exactly. But right now, we're going to definitely take a chunk of the Nevada desert, the southern Nevada desert, to all around the world. So it's going to be great. And now Jim, over in Great Britain and the guys that you've worked with over there, do they watch this? Are they
Absolutely.
keen?
You can guarantee it's early in the morning late at night, should I say, in Europe currently. And there's going to be plenty of guys, I'm sure, as we're sitting here waving and smiling. There's going to be guys commenting up on Facebook as we speak. And it's got a huge following. We've got many guys, particularly King of the Hammers opened up this kind of racing to the European masses, with guys doing a fantastic job of bringing this kind of racing live into the homes. The Martelli brothers are mirroring that and doing even more. And they're bringing this racing. To the homes of people all across the world. I mean, just how cool is that? I mean, we wouldn't have thought that would be at all possible only a few short years ago. So, and it's going to get better and better. We've got more cameras, we've got more helicopters, we've got more drones, we've got absolutely everything out there. And tomorrow, particularly, we're going to see some amazing footage. We see the best desert racers in the world attacking the Mint 400.
All righty. So once again, if you're just tuning in live, this is the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. And now you're seeing some sights from all around. Now you see way over the distance. That's us. That's all. That's we're way down there. They have cameras up in the mountains. They got it from all different angles. So I can't wait to see this race unfold between the tracking that we have going on, between the cameras, the in-car cam with Rob Mack, and now you see the different views from all around the track that we get to see what these drivers experience. And I had the pleasure to race this race 3 years ago for Clyde Stacy, and you could just see that car bouncing side to side, just going. This is a live shot. This isn't recorded from earlier. And you can see how much is bouncing around and what you guys both know what it does to your kidneys and your back.
But he's got a great rhythm, though. I mean, this guy is doing fine.
We talk about it all the time. When you're off-roading, it's about that one thing. It's about flow. It's about how you feel the ground, about how you cover the ground. And it's something that you can't teach. It's something that you have to actually get in the car. Yep. You have to do your time. You have to do your homework and just learn that. And it's also, that's how you learn how to tune a car as well. You have to make a car bad to understand how good a car can be as well. And that's something that particularly you, Ricky, that you've been part of all through your race career.
Yeah, well, and you're watching, this is brought to you by Method Race Wheels, and this is, I think, is through thumpers, where the guys, you can see just bouncing back and forth, but yeah, it's not just hammer the gas. You have your timing, when you want to drop the front down, and these vehicles aren't real high horsepower vehicles, so it's a lot about momentum, and so you really want to avoid the brake as much as possible, but sometimes you use a little brake to adjust the attitude.
Exactly, change that angle. By hitting the brake hard, you can drop the nose, and then lifting off the brake again, you can bring that nose back up again. And it's actually being able to understand that. We're talking, we know that we have some drivers who haven't raced this kind of racing before, who are race car drivers that are coming from tarmac situations. And in those situations, you brake very late.
Yeah.
In these situations, you actually have to brake early, so you can change the aspect of the vehicle, the view of the vehicle completely as you come into the corners, so that you're actually rising the front end rather than actually dipping the front end, so you can make that suspension work. And it's a huge difference between tarmac sports and off-road sports.
Exactly.
Once you get to be able to control your car well enough to do that, that's I call that keeping it in the spring.
Yeah.
That's another thing about people say, how's my pace? Well, if you're keeping it in the spring, you're probably just fine.
And also, we're looking at this area of the racetrack now, and we're talking about being in the zone. At this point, these guys have been on track now for, getting on half hour or more, and they'll just be sliding into that zone.
They'll be
forgetting about how they started. They'll be forgetting about what their wife was doing earlier. They'll now just be, the race will becoming them, or they'll becoming the race, and they're just starting to feel the car through, and they're just starting to get that beautiful flow that just takes you through your race.
And they won't know how tired they are until somebody tells them.
Exactly, until tomorrow morning. Well, if you're just joining us, this is not Monty Python. This is actually the BFGoodrich Mint 400, brought to you, actually powered by Monster Energy. I'm Ricky Johnson. This is Jim Marsden and Bob Bauer. So we're your hosts. And then also we have Tiffany Stone out in the field. And we also, earlier this week, the guys, Bryce Menzies was our fast qualifier, so he got an award for that. But there was also the Method Race Wheels Pit Crew Challenge, and we'll see who won that next.
All gathered here tonight at the main stage lot for the Mint 400 kickoff party. What's happening right behind me is the Method Wheels Pit Crew Challenge. This is where we're going to showcase some of the best teams from the 6100 and the Unlimited trucks. After 14 rounds, all of these crews will battle against each other for one winner to walk away with the cash and prizes from Fox Shocks, BFGoodrich Tires, Rockford Fosgate, Pro Eagle Jacks, and United Race Parts. Plus, one team is going to walk away with the coveted Method Race Wheels Pit Crew Challenge trophy.
It's good to be big, but only if you're strong. Anybody can slap a set of 32s on their buggy. That's not the same as building a machine that's made to handle the added force. Bearings, knuckles, shafts, arms, rods, chassis, you name it, we strengthened it. We even put more power in the power steering so you can effortlessly point all that terrain-dominating rubber exactly where you want to go.
guess what, boys? The night isn't over yet, fellas.
Welcome back to the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. A couple other people that are on board with us is Ignite CBD, Stay Classy Meats, Motul Lubricants, Dirty Life, Jimco Racing, Rockford, Fosgate, Amsoil, Gearhead Coffee, just to mention a few. We also have some other people on board, Assault, Vision Wheels, Jack Prince, and Rugged Industries with Lights, King Shots, Polaris Razor, Horizon Hobby, 212 Performance Gloves, Youth Theory Racing, Fox Racing, Four Wheel Parts, and Method Racing Wheels. I know I jammed them all in there, but we really want to thank these people for coming on board. Next in the booth with us is a guy that has done so many different things, including damn near took himself off the face of the earth last year. But Marty Fiolka, you were part of Dirt Sports, now you're part of Racer Magazine, building Crandon up to where it needs to be. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of the Mint 400, Marty Fiolka.
Thank you. Yeah, well, killing myself. I didn't actually try to kill myself. I had a little medical issue last year, but it's nice to be back.
Well, you worked so damn hard. You worked yourself into a frenzy, and you had a little issue, so...
10 days in a coma is no fun, especially 2 weeks before my big race as the promoter of Crandon. It's pretty... Luckily, I had a live feed in my hospital room to watch it, but it's heartbreaking to watch the work that's going on. But it was great, and it's great to be here.
Well, I'm glad that honestly, and all joking aside, I'm glad that we can sit here and joke about it, and it's not a tough deal. And, I mean, it's not an easy deal, what you went through and stuff. Like you said, you worked so hard to make that event, and obviously we're talking about the World Championships at Crandon International Speedway.
Right.
Got to throw that in there.
There it is. But it's wonderful to be here because really what's kind of evolved now is really kind of great to be here at the Mint 400, the BFG Mint 400, let me say that. But, you know, what we're seeing in the sport now is the evolution of lifestyle events. Crandon's been that way for a long time, but I think, you know, and it's in the Midwest, so it's a whole different thing. But what's interesting to me is that now you've got the evolution of almost events over series in a sense. You've got the King of the Hammers event, which is a big standalone event, the Mint 400, and I think Crandon fits into that. In American racing, those probably are the big three, I would say. So.
Absolutely, because we've been back there, and the town embraces it, just like Las Vegas embraces this, just like Ensenada embraces the Baja 1000. Crandon, Wisconsin, there's nobody that dislikes it. I mean, the mayor loves it. Everybody there. It's part because it brings. How many people does it?
Last year we had 55,000 people.
Right, but how big
gates.
is what's the
town's
population?
about 1,300 people.
Yeah, so it's a town of 1,300 people. It's got like 18 bars within a quarter mile. I'm exaggerating.
When you're in Wisconsin in the winter,
only 14.
Yeah, when you're in Wisconsin in the winter, there's not much else to do. We'll watch the Packers, and then after that, you got to drink.
Because when you walk home, because you don't want to drive, you have to warm up in each half a block. But no, it's great how hard they work and what they've done back there, and it's kind of cool because they run the show, and like I said, the mayor, everybody's there, the veterans, the families, we lost a lot of great people and a lot of friends there, and the town has gone through some tough times, but when it comes to the race, there's a parade, they just embrace it 100%.
I mean, you know, we have 3,000 now grass camping spots that'll be all sold for and don't forget, Ricky, this is the 50th anniversary of Crandon coming up here this year and over Labor Day weekend. So
if Cliff was at Crandon International, you can't leave that out because Cliff Flannery makes sure that he throws that out there. I think we're like 2 blocks from Canada.
Well, I mean, look, those guys would say they're just lumberjacks who spent the last 50 years literally building this non-for-profit beautiful thing that, you know, the money goes into the track or goes back to the community. You know, 600 volunteers over the weekend.
Yep.
You know, and now the breadth has gotten bigger with Polaris and Red Bull, and some of these people have come in to really embrace that day. And now Labor Day Sunday is a non-points $200,000 cash purse. You know, it's the biggest thing in short course off-road racing, and the sport needed a Super Bowl. It was always at Crandon, now with Red Bull help and, you know, being part of the Signature Series again this year, it's going to be even bigger.
So let's legitimize what you're saying now, is that Signature Series was there a couple years ago for a couple different events back when Bryce and I were both racing, and then they went away last year. But now, so you're saying Red Bull is back on. Is that just for the World Championship event, or is that part of the series as well?
No, it's just for the World. They've decided just to put their effort into the World Cup Sunday. And then it was the Amsoil Cup race, which was the big finale. Now it's the Red Bull Cup.
So now it's okay. Got it. So Red Bull is taking over the Cup, and now is it still Pro 2, Pro 4, and is there going to be World Championships for Pro 2, Pro 4, and Pro Lite as well?
Exactly. So Sunday's all pro. Don't forget, we're also adding a couple things. We're going to add the Ultra 4 guys are there. Now the King of Hammer guys are coming race there. We even need the modified carts come. Those kids have we treat them as a pro class Sunday. 2 UTV classes, pro buggy. We treat the buggy guys as a pro class too. So we have a full slate of racing all weekend, but Sunday's the big day with the cup race at the end of the day.
Now, how much snow is up there? They said it's like the worst snow that they've ever had. So I don't, because normally the first Crandon's in June, and a lot of times it's still soggy. I don't even know if it'll be dried out by then.
I don't know. I'm going there tomorrow. I'll let you know. I'm kind of afraid to see what this. It's been a hard winter. We live in California, and we've had kind of a quote-unquote rough winter, right?
It's been really terrible. It had rain.
It could be a second Frozen Rush.
There we go. I know, I'm all about it. So, but let's talk about Racer Magazine. Back with Paul Fanner, when that magazine was started back in the early 90s, I was affiliated with No Fear and also doing the Chevy Thunder trucks in the stadium. And so they were kind of big in off-road, but then it kind of went away from it. Then you obviously had your Dirt Sports magazine and the different stuff, but now you're bringing off-road back to Racer Magazine.
Yeah, Racer Magazine is, as everybody knows, is certainly the premier motorsports magazine in North America for sure. They've worked, Paul Fanner and those guys have worked super hard at keeping it the quality at a super high level, but now they started the online version of it as well. But now that's evolved to the largest motorsports platform in North America too, in terms of viewership. And so when we decided to go, we kind of tested the waters a couple of years ago, and I always thought that the biggest challenge that off-road racing has had, being in it so long, it's my 30th year now in the sport, has been here, it's hard to imagine that, but it's my 30th anniversary of being in off-road racing, is that I knew, and we all know, that if you been in other disciplines like I have, IndyCar, sports car, and worked in those arenas, the stuff we have is just as cool. The cars are just as technical, but the outside motorsports world doesn't think of it that way. So now with so much going on, the UTV stuff is like, look, Paul, I think time to get into off-road racing for real, and you need to treat it like a Formula One. So when we put content up, it's on there like a Formula One story. It's on there like a NASCAR story. And what's great, for the first time ever, they're also like they live stream King of the Hammers. They're live streaming today, 2 on an exclusive deal. And they're going to live stream Nora and Crandon as well.
And I really want to thank you and Paul and stuff for recognizing, in a sadder moment, we lost an icon of our sport, the guy that rocked the mullet full-heartedly. We lost Pistol Pete Soren, and you guys had that story up right next to the F1 and all the different stuff, which is deservedly. Pete was one of those guys, you loved him or hated him. I loved his polarizing attitude, and his opinion was as big as his mullet and his glasses that he wore, but the guy loved off-road racing, loved his family and everything, and to lose him, it was great that you guys memorialized him in the magazine.
It was great, and what's interesting about that is that we found out yesterday that in the 2 months we've really been focusing on content. Let's really do this. Dipping the toes in the water doesn't work. You got to commit. You got to commit, or you're in or out. That's how it works. But in that amount of time, the traffic that we've seen on Racer.com for off-road content has equaled in the last 2 months some sports car racing and IndyCar racing. So, and they've been doing that for 25 years.
Right.
So that's what's super interesting in terms of the numbers, and that proves the platform is going to be viable, and how dynamic and viable this form of motorsports is right now.
But this form of motorsport doesn't just exist in America. It's a worldwide motorsport. Off-road motorsport encompasses so many different classes, so many different vehicles, so many different places. And I think what's recognizable for the public who get involved with off-road motorsport is that they can identify with themselves. They can see themselves actually getting into a vehicle and actually going to a racetrack and actually doing this, whether it be at King of the Hammers, whether it be at the Mint 400, whether it be at Crandon or all of these places. And I think that is so special, and that's what makes off-road motorsport so accessible to the general public.
Right, it is. And, it's funny because we're watching what we're now the heart and soul of the whole sport,
Absolutely.
which are these limited classes. Which I've raced to, the vintage Volkswagens. That's done all that, and raced for 30 years too as a BFGoodrich guy. And we have our Bronco here today, and that the retro racing thing. There's actually now a new thing of an old thing, which is vintage off-road racing.
Which is what we have in front of us today. Those guys are
Right.
out there.
What do you mean?
KJ
We got
Howe.
vintage off-road racing right here.
Yeah.
With this,
well, yeah.
If I say pull my finger, what are you going to do? Don't touch me.
Yeah, no, but that's become a thing, and we there's a race that we do now in April that goes down to Baja, but it takes 5 days to complete. Bob, you've been there.
Yep.
And the Nora race is great, but it's bringing back vintage off-road, and from like a guy like me who doesn't necessarily want to tackle the Baja 1000, it's a neat deal.
All right.
Okay, coming in now, we're just having a look at our leaderboard for the Class 5000, and we can see Travis Chase. He's sitting there in first position.
And then we got in 1572, Neil Grabowski is running very, very strong. And then Christian Fessler is also running in 5026.
Indeed. In the 5028, we've got Chris Shears, and then in the 5030, we've got Taylor Atkinson. So it's all happening out there on the course, and as we get results coming in, we will bring these to you. Let's not forget that this afternoon is about the sportsman's classes, about the amateur classes, and about the vintage classes. And it's fantastic to sit here and watch this race unfold.
It's interesting watching the evolution of these cars. I mean, these started off as Baja Bugs, and then they became Unlimited Baja Bugs.
But these used to be the cars. These were the cars to beat.
Right. So here you have your trophy
living
lights.
history.
And now we got
look how close they are.
And this, I would say, is probably the most competitive class out there. They got the small Ecotec motor, but they call it a trophy light. And so it's a tube chassis and the smaller wheels, but you can see how close they are, as Bob said. Look at their nose to tail, and there's not that much dust, but you can see it's starting to pick up. When you're the third car in line, you can't see a whole bunch.
And those things have a great little power plant, that Ecotec motor, and then they have like a 7/8 scale trophy truck and suspension.
Yeah.
And what that means is you leave your right foot planted, point it, and hit it.
But you can still run hard. When I raced one once, I thought, I'm probably just going to go break this thing. I tried to break it. I raced it right out here in a little short snore race. I couldn't break it. And I was hitting 80 miles an hour down the pole line roads, and I had Steve Barlow's son. I keep telling me the speeds. I'm like 76, 76, 77. So I'm just holding it on, trying to go faster and faster each lap. So they look like a toy, but you can race these trucks extremely hard.
I had a different opinion of them until I raced the 2012 Baja 1001, and that changed my mind. I was one of those guys that looked down on them a little bit, so they're just like a toy. They're going to break. No, they aren't. They're tough.
Yeah, unbelievably tough. And here we see them going through the Fox Proving Ground. So those of you that are new to this sport, Fox, you see with the tail. So there was two brothers, the two Fox brothers. One was building clothing, one was building shocks. The shock guy said, I'm going to take the tail. The other one took the head. That's the Fox clothing that you see on the motocross and stuff like that. So a lot of people don't know that about the Fox story, but one said,
day's a school day.
I will not use the head for my logo, and you don't use the tail for yours. So, but they were together at one point, and so that's the Fox Proving Ground. You can see also how the guys are banging back and forth right here. This shot's brought to you by Method Race Wheels.
Yeah, the top of the trophy lights. I raced the Mid 400 here about 10 years ago in one when they first came out, but it was the old course. And it was, I've raced a lot of race cars in my life. That experience wasn't necessarily the best one, but the evolution on what has come, and especially the suspension of those cars have come so far.
Yeah.
Their trucks are so much better. I mean, but it was tough, like you said.
Yeah.
We were in the rock garden and all that stuff over the Valley of Fire where the regiments were. It was a thing,
yeah.
But it was a whole thing. But it's fun seeing some of these vintage cars that like we just saw. The old vintage Cheneth racing right there. That's super fun to see those. You can always tell they're vintage because guys are sticking. In the old days, for whatever reason, they thought it was a good idea to put a wing on them. Aerodynamically, they didn't need any downforce, and they're probably slowing them down. But you got to put them on there if you're going to race vintage, right?
Class 11, throw a wing on it.
That would be cool. Yeah.
So what's new for Marty Fiolka?
Like I said, besides living, that's a good thing. The 50th anniversary for Crandon is a big project. A couple of book projects in the work potentially. I have written a couple of those. I'm still working really hard trying to finish the Baja Social Club film. That's one I've been working on for several years, longer than that now. But it's just the time. The one thing I've learned in all this stuff, Ricky, maybe you have too, and you guys certainly you have, Bauer. Sometimes in this industry, patience is the virtue.
Yeah.
Sometimes you let stuff You bring stuff together, and it works. I mean, perfect example is our off-road race team. Our team Rensport was there 30 years ago when I started racing a 1600 car. I was a BFGoodrich guy and a Fox guy.
Right.
And now the vintage off-road thing let us go back to it. Us guys who we can go race once a year. Our old team got together. We found our old race car. We restored it. We have our Bronco out here. That's part of it. We have the paint scheme that we have we had it. Bob Gordon had it, and Robbie Gordon had it.
Yeah.
So we kind of took it over, and it's just become a thing. And thankfully that race, that desire to drive has never changed. It never has. I just love driving race. I love driving buggies. Actually, that's my thing. I love I love gearboxes and.
So you'll
cutting
be at
brakes.
Nora.
I will be at Nora with a single seater, and then Nora has two races this year, so there'll be a 500-mile loop in October, which is great. It's in and out of Ensenada, so our home base is Horsepower Ranch. Wives can come down and stay there, and we'll race both cars there.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Well, we're seeing Sean Whalen stopped, and it isn't a flat tire. When the guy starts looking around for what's wet or dry or disconnected, but clearly it ain't working.
I'm going to say rear gear. He's looking in the back. It's Harley Letner who's out there looking around, getting figuring out, because he's going to be running trophy truck, so they can go backwards, but if they can't go forwards, I think they got a broken axle or something. Something's clunking really hard and making some noise. And there we see Brad Level. So Brad Level is going to be running a 6100 truck tomorrow.
Actually,
so he's
that's
also.
Roger.
Well, that's Roger. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, and Brad's going to run in the right seat with him to pre-run for his 6100 race tomorrow.
So he's making notes, so he'll be ready to go. But as we said earlier, we saw the McMillan boys out there, and we saw Harley Letner out there. He's running for the concrete guys, and so. But these things,
the Rally UTV class,
they're so big, and they're giant race cars. I mean, as Bob was saying, it's a four-wheel drive Class 10 car.
Well, when it first these started coming out, I actually visited my buddy Malcolm Smith, who you know, Ricky.
Yep.
I went to he has a beautiful dealership in Riverside, and he kind of put his arm around me. He said, "Well, I guess I'm in the car business." I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Look," and all of a sudden in the showroom, you've got the 2- and 4-seat Razors. Polaris is that they're taking up all these space, and they've only gotten bigger and wider and taller, and now you can run a 35-inch tire. I mean, like you said, a Class 10 car.
But ask any motorcycle dealer, that's what's keeping them open.
I know.
Because here's the thing, you grab that, if you're a young family, you have 2 little kids, you throw them in the back seat, you go to the desert, you have a good time, your wife can drive, you can drive. They're without a doubt the fastest growing division of racing and also cars.
They're the single largest class we have in the mid 400 for 2018.
And the single largest class at King of the Hammers as well this year. I mean, the wonderful thing about them is it's about lifestyle, isn't it? You can go and buy one of these, and you can go out there and you can drive over rocks and pretend you're Shannon Campbell, or you can come out here and pretend you're Rob Mack.
Right.
That's a great thing. And you haven't got to spend a whole bucket of cash to do that.
But if you think back on the history of this whole sport, it was all about the portal, the access to it, right? So in the early days, it was Volkswagens, but guess what? They were everywhere. You could go to a junkyard and for $200 take suspension parts, bolt them on a tube-frame chassis of Funko or Chineth and go racing. Well, those days are done, and they've specialized themselves in some of these classes. But this is essentially the old Volkswagen in that sense. You can go buy one. They're readily available. You can buy spares and everything else and go racing.
Yep.
Hang on, we got some swapping back and forth.
I said a little slapper there, do you think?
Well, you're talking about that rhythm. He just lost it.
Yeah.
He just stepped on the girl's on the toe on the dance floor.
There might be a little conversation happening inside that race car right now.
That's right. Eyes up. Look downfield.
Breathe through your nose, grasshopper.
Well, awesome. Well, Marty, thank you for coming on. So I'm going to ask everybody this. You have $1 million. You got to put it on one guy tomorrow for the trophy truck class. Who are you putting it on?
That's a great question. You know what?
That's not an answer.
No, okay, you're right. You know what? I'm gonna say this. I think Bryce Menzies is gonna win tomorrow.
All right.
Just because he's so fast, the truck hopefully is gonna live. We saw him at King of the Hammers. The qualifying speeds are crazy. He won last year.
Yep.
He's kind of due. I think I'm gonna put my money on Bryce.
There you go. All right. Definitely. I mean, it's definitely worthy. I mean, he was destroying everybody at Vegas to Reno, and a fast qualifier, and also knows what it takes to run this whole race. It was a different truck, but definitely worthy opponent.
Yeah, and the other guy who has a little bit of momentum right now and some attitude is Luke McMillan. Obviously, the King of the Hammers thing was there, but which he won, but he's been coming.
Absolutely.
That team has been getting better.
He
and
was
better
very
and better.
strong. He was leading the ball 1,000. He passed me. I got a flat, actually 2 flats, and then was able to pass me and broke when I got it back.
Okay, let's throw a curveball in there. Let's throw a curveball in there completely.
I'm sorry?
Isn't Luke in a Mason?
No, Luke is in a racer.
Dan
Dan's in the Masons.
Let's put a curveball in there.
Yep.
Abdali Lopez. Abdali Lopez lost this race last year because he had a puncher. Okay, he was beating Bryce on pace.
Yeah.
Okay, if we spin that over to King of the Hammers and the race that this year, Abdali Lopez had a puncher, and that's what put him into second position there as well.
Hammers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's have a watch on Abdali. He's got the pace, he's got the attitude, and he also knows how to bring it home. He's won Baja. So if I had $1 million, I'd be putting it on that gentleman there.
I just want to use the word puncture more often.
If
I think that's cool. Puncture is cooler than flat for sure.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard, Jim. We got a couple different people out there.
Absolutely. We're looking at the UTV Unlimited. We've got 2924, Randy Racing. Then a 2910, Brent Komisky.
Then you got 2939, Michael Osum. And then you got 2925, Jeremiah Drew. And then lastly, we got Renee Hudson in 2911. So as you can see, how
got ourselves
fast,
a race.
Yeah, we got some unbelievable racing going on. How fast was there? We saw the Class 5 buggies going through there. That's one of the UTVs. It looks like it's going about 10 mile an hour faster. Marty Fiolka, thank you so much. Great to see you here, and have a great rest of the day. Now here comes Tommy Croft through the Fox Proving Ground. So he wants to make a liar out of Bob that he's not just a short course guy or a motocross guy, but he's a desert racer.
Well, you know, I talked to him day before yesterday, and I asked him dead flat about that. You know, because not everybody can do both.
Yeah,
very different mindsets. And Tommy's not a lot of words kind of guy.
No, he's very quiet. He joked that I grew up, he was one of my idols. He was one of the first, him and Marty Smith were two, and Marty Tripes were the fast guys in San Diego. So they were the guys that I modeled my career after, also Brock Glover as well. So I love Tomahawk.
I think what Tommy's going to end up doing is what he said. Is I'm going old school. He said, I'm going to drive what I can see. I'm going to see what I can drive.
Yep.
And we're continuing to get fantastic footage here from the Mint 400.
Thanks, brother.
Just waiting for more action on the course. We're seeing all these amateur classes, of course, and the vintage classes today.
Is that a stopped race car, Jim, do you think?
I think that is a stopped race car out there, Bob. Nobody likes to see that. Race cars should be racing, not sitting on the side of the track. But isn't it wonderful? We're getting all these shots from this huge course. And let's not forget, the loop of this course is nearly 100 miles, okay? And we're getting footage from all across there. As we see, these, look at this, old and new, a UTV, and what looks like a Bronco to me, would you say?
It looks like a Bronco to me, too. That's Brad. That's actually Roger Lovell, Brad Lovell out of Colorado Springs.
I don't think that is the Lovell's car.
No?
No,
Red
I
on
think
top.
you got that one wrong, but it is certainly a Bronco. As we watch one of the new guns, one of the UTVs, the largest class here at the Mint 400, passing on by.
The air is beautiful. I mean, it really is. There is dust, but there's not a lot of
There's
it.
not a lot of dust. This is about as near to perfect race conditions as you're going to get here, that's for sure.
Well, they got running again.
Yeah, here we are.
They got running again, but it wasn't a gear.
Now, it's good to see Harley Letner. Now, Harley Letner. Now, let's not forget about Harley Letner. Last year, he qualified first in a Class 1 car against all the trick trucks, and he was absolutely flying. So this year, we're not seeing him in a Class 1 truck. We're seeing him in I'm not sure what class he's actually in at the moment.
Well, this is him. Actually, this is registered to Wayland. I had his list here.
700 class car, I believe.
Sean Wayland is the driver of record. So if Harley's driving it,
he's out here
getting
pre-running,
himself-
that's for sure.
Yeah, he's getting himself set up for tomorrow. But the good news is, even though they stopped and they looked a little confused over what was going on, they are running again. And I tell you, you know, Jim, when your truck breaks down, when you have a problem, you get yourself fixed up and you get going again, it's like the whole new day starts again. You're really happy.
And here we go. We've got Roger Lovell in that beautiful truck coming on down through the Fox Proving Grounds. So good to see. And there's another one of the Jeepspeed cars there as well.
That Bronco's a pretty horsepowery deal. It's got a Roush motor in it. 427, short wheelbase, 94 inches of
It's
hell.
it's an absolute desert favorite of mine. When you see those Broncos coming on down through those trails, you just love to watch them. It epitomizes absolutely everything about the vintage classes.
Well, you know, we have sitting with us, Jim, we have Matt Martelli.
Hey, guys.
Hi. How you doing, my friend?
I'm fantastic. I mean, how cool is this? You know, I've never seen crowds like this at a limited race. You know, it's absolutely incredible. Every year we do this, we want to grow it, and it gets bigger and bigger every year. So I'm doing great.
Well, you know, Ricky's always talked about I'm the vintage guy because I've been around a while, and I have. And I've been through some mints. I have. I must tell you how much pleasure it gives me to be involved in this one. What you and Mad Media and your brother Josh have done is, sure, you've built a big promotion, and you've done a lot of things that drag more people in. But something that I just hope everybody figures out, what Matt Martelli and Josh Martelli and Mad Media have done has brought back the culture, has brought back the roots, brought back the family, and even to little things, ladies and gentlemen, little things like I mentioned earlier, we're at the winner's dinner, Dinner Champions.
Dinner Champions, yeah.
Dinner Champions. And just before we're leaving, I felt somebody tug on my shirt, and it was a little lady, kind of a blonde gal, and Yvonne, who's the only two-time Mint 400 girl. She's been around from the beginning, so yes, it's like that. You didn't have to do that.
No, but that's what's cool about this race is we have generations upon generations of people that have participated in this race, and that makes it special to us as well as them, you know? I mean, for me, again, how cool was it seeing that moment today of starting the bikes and having Jack Johnson and Jan Roberts here? I mean, you have the guy who won the first race, and you have the guy who won the last time the bikes race.
Yeah.
And it's really cool for us to share that moment with them, because that's what we grew up watching is the great. So yeah, it's really cool. It's a lot of fun.
We hear a lot of conversation about people that I grew up watching this. Ricky's talking about this was my hero here, my hero here. What I think that you guys are doing now, amongst all the things, you're building the dream for the next generation.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
And the racing sells the dream.
I mean, look at what we have going on here in front of us. That's a Jeepspeed and another Jeepspeed.
Looks
passing.
like a honcho, old honcho.
I mean, these guys are the hardcore guys. I mean, I got to race this class actually a couple of years ago on this course, and we had a blast. I mean, we had an absolute blast. We weren't going really fast, but it didn't matter because in our heads, you know, we were unlimited trucks, just having a blast, nosing it in, bouncing it. He's going through the Fox Proving Grounds, which I've actually spent a lot of time out there.
I can imagine.
It is rough and it is nasty. So it really tests every vehicle out there.
When you look at your class setups, I'm kind of curious how you sequence who goes first, who goes second, because these guys don't have a qualifying.
No.
Tell us about that.
Well, so we look at overall times and, you know, judge based on that, but it's also the vehicle size, right? So an example is...
Besides, you mean like weight and heavy and light?
we want the heavier vehicles in front. You know, of the smaller vehicles, we have one problem though. It's called UTVs, and they're really fast.
Oh, they are.
You know, we've got a lot of larger vehicles that have overall speeds that are slower than UTVs, but they still start in front just for safety. It's a little bit safer passing a 4400, you know, with a UTV than it is a 4400 passing UTV.
The other way around, yeah.
So we try and think of driver safety first. And you know, and really the competitiveness, say that twice.
That twice.
Of the class. Yeah, and look at all this passing. I mean, that's one of the things I love to see. Racing is passing.
But the great thing about that shot there is we're not just seeing passes from one class of vehicle, we're seeing multiple classes of vehicles locking wheels and getting by each other. And that's wonderful to see. You must be so proud to watch this racing.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. Like I said, racing is passing, and dealing with lap traffic is part of this race, you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
So how many camera positions, or maybe, I mean, you know, I'm not sure if you even know. I think we have something like 4 or 5 cameras out there devoted strictly to this live feed.
Yeah, we have 4 remote cameras, and we're using a mix of technology in order to make this happen. And it's really cool. You know, in the past, we weren't able to reach out to the far ends of our course, and we have 3 mountain ranges in our course. It makes it a little bit difficult to get signals around them.
we now?
That looks like the shooting range.
There's a ton of Jeepspeeds.
Oh yeah, this is a great class.
Nice.
I mean,
fantastic.
You know, all right.
I've been talking to a few of the drivers from the Jeepspeed classes, and they're so pleased to be here. But also they're talking about how this is starting to grow, this class, how it's starting, there's more and more people starting to come to it. And some of these guys are reckoning that next year we could see an increase on this class of anything up to sort of like 30 or 40%. I mean, that's incredible figures.
Yeah, I mean, we're really seeing growth in pretty much every class. You know, 6100 is a huge explosion, as well as many of these other classes. I think off-road racing is really strong right now, and people are seeing it, and through the exposure that we're giving it in other races like King of the Hammers, you know, people look at it and they go, hey, I'd like to come out and try that.
Yeah.
But again, these classes are awesome because most of these vehicles are garage builds. They're a couple of buddies that decided to go racing.
Father, son, let's weld this together. Let's see what we can get.
Absolutely. We got a UTV going, a bit of a crab walk. I think that is, can't tell who that is right now.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to look for his number as well, but unfortunately it looks like he's got a problem.
Yeah, this course is unforgiving. I mean, you can go break any type of vehicle out here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the funny thing is the attrition rate is huge, but when you go in these lower classes, these limited classes, they have limited horsepower, limited suspension, and they still survive this. It's just, you know, you've got to just take care of your vehicle.
Well, that's something that most folks don't. Actually, time in the sport teaches you how fast slow is.
Absolutely.
And it also starts to teach you how slow fast is.
Yesterday, I was with one of our special racer guests, Cain Velasquez, and he was asking Rob MacCachren for some advice.
Yeah.
And it was pretty funny. Rob MacCachren said, you know, you just have to go the first lap and feel yourself out and don't break the vehicle. He goes, the racing is going to take place on the last lap. And, you know, I'm sitting there and I'm like, then I asked Cain, hey, would you like to give Rob some advice for getting in fighting? And you know what he said?
Probably the same thing, only in a fight.
No, he said, don't get in a fight.
That's good.
Sound advice there.
Right?
But isn't that the way boxing matches tend to go too?
Oh, yeah,
you know,
definitely.
I mean, the first bunch of rounds are feeling it out and finding out what you got, and then they start to go after it.
Okay, here's Journey Richardson.
She's good at it.
She's cooking along here. They're actually on a mission to help raise money for breast cancer. This is one of the charities that we donate to and believe in very strongly. My brother and I actually lost our mother to cancer a few years ago, so this one hits home.
Journey's one of 21 driver record women, yes?
22.
22.
And we have 2 women that I know of, I think it might even be 3, that came out and Iron Woman'd it on bikes.
Liz was one of them?
Liz Cars was one of them, yep.
I think we saw her finish. You know, we're in this live feeder, so we can't see outside at all, but was that her that finished? Did she finish up in her class?
I'm sure she finished. She's a strong racer.
Oh, Neil Grabowski, what are you doing? You're stopped?
Okay, so we're now looking on the live feed tracker, and it looks like we've got Neil Grabowski, who looks like he is our current race leader, showing 63.7 miles an hour.
That's in the Class 5 Baja book, Unlimited.
Yeah.
That one is actually a really interesting car because the power plant for that car is a Subaru engine.
Ah, Subarus rock.
Makes it interesting for sure.
They do. That's actually, you see a speed there? It was 67 point something miles per hour.
Yep.
Through this stuff. I think that just defies mechanics.
No, and the other cool thing about this form of racing is we're starting to open it up to turbos and superchargers, right?
Oh boy.
And so imagine that vehicle with a turbo on that engine. Now you have something that's more like 600 horsepower in that little car.
Torque,
yeah.
like gangbusters.
Another UTV coming through the Fox Proving Grounds. Yeah, this class it's just exploded. I mean, we've been one of the people leading the attack on this and really pushing these vehicles because they're a lot of fun for the dollar. You know, just a lot of bang for the buck.
Did we have 105 of these UTVs?
Combined, we have 170.
170.
170 UTVs in total. All right, here we go. Here's a vintage, guys. Can we tell who that is?
No.
Trying to see at the moment, trying to find out where we are.
Wasn't Alesi, was it?
These guys are going so fast, it's almost impossible to tell.
I mean, that's the cool thing about that class is, like, you know, they're vintage cars, but they're racing them, right?
And they're still fast.
Yeah.
I mean, I was talking to the guy that built it, or rebuilt those, or brought them back, is Norm. And gee whiz. The things he's getting out of this, they got speeds 115, 120 miles an hour if they need to.
I just really enjoy the fact that in off-road racing, you're taking vintage cars and you're racing them. They're not sitting on a shelf and they're not in a garage with stuff around them. People are restoring them and they're racing them. That, to me, is the coolest thing.
You know, there's one vintage racer, I got to say, I have my favorites that we all do. I haven't seen blue number 20 yet. And I'm crossing my fingers, hoping he made it.
Who's blue number 20? Please elaborate.
Well, that might be a fella named KJ Howe.
Oh, that's right.
And KJ
kind of an
Howe,
important guy.
For those of you who don't know, because he's vintage, KJ is probably the reason there is a Mint 400. He was the marketing PR guy for the Mint Hotel back when they started. This whole thing started as almost like a bet in 1967. Two guys, I can get back up there and back here before you. No, you can't. Okay, let's put her down. Let's go.
Yep.
And that became the Mint 400 in 1967. KJ would always take the first starting position in his car, number 20, blue number 20. And he was actually, he's fast. He would park it after the first lap because his job was to PR the race, not to take the win away.
Yeah, no, he lived through that era of Las Vegas where everything was growing and it was exciting, you know, so it was really cool. You know, he's done a lot for this race, including inventing the Miss Mint contest. So
yes.
It always helps to hang out with that guy at a bar.
It's true. Yeah, they seem to love him.
Oh, man. I could tell you some stuff, but not on air.
Yeah, we're not allowed.
Here's Class 11 ripping through the desert. I mean, look how fast that guy's going.
He is.
It's such a great mix of vehicles. I mean, every vehicle you see has got a history. Every vehicle you see has a story to tell. And that's so amazing, and that's what we love about this type of racing. I mean, just looking back at the tracker, we've still got Neil Grabowski in the 5072 club holding the lead from Travis Chase in the 5001. And then in third position, it looks like we've got Christian Felser in the 5026. But there's still a whole world of racing to go. I mean, we're going to see cars coming in here well into the night later on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're not going for the win, if you're not going to get it, the finish becomes the next greatest thing you can pull off, right?
Well, you know, and there's been Ricky was talking about his Baja 1000. They had it covered like a blanket until 50 miles from the finish line. And that's the same thing that can happen here. You can run stuff and all of a sudden something like a stock Chevrolet Colorado with some enhanced parts that are GM available.
Do you know the wonderful thing about that car, though, is he's sitting there in air-conditioned luxury.
Yeah, speaking of technology, we're trying out some new tech. Every year we try and enhance it. So this year, we're going to be going in-car, and we're going to be going in-car with a very special guy named Rob MacCachren.
Ooh, that
Check
might
it
be
out.
Right. Look at this.
Look at this. I mean, this is mind-blowing stuff. I mean, the fact that when you said, we were chatting the other day and you said, we're going to have cameras with Rob Mack, and there's the possibility that we can have sound in there as well. I mean, that's a remarkable thing. Is this going to be the future of motorsport coverage?
I mean, absolutely. You're starting to see the evolution of it. I mean, again, I got to give a lot of props to Dave Cole and King of the Hammers for the live streams that they have done. It's definitely spread off-road all over the planet. You know, and we're doing the same thing. So, you know, it's about pushing technology and bringing off-road to the globe, you know, the entire planet.
Oh, it's wonderful to be sat here watching the Mint 400 live, but we know that around the world, as you were just saying, people are going onto the Mint 400 website.
Look at these guys cook. Look at these guys cook. They are racing. You know, that's awesome.
Yeah, they are.
That guy looks like he might have had a little touch on his...
Doesn't look round on top anymore?
No, it looks a little flat. It looks a little flat, or is that just light bars? Oh, okay, so that's his. Oh, that's
his picnic kit, I think.
That's right. Okay, I don't know what this thing is. This thing came through contingency, and I was like, what exactly is this?
I had a chance to talk and spend some time with them. This is an old race car out of the Dakotas from Hypora, which is an organization that used to exist up there. They brought it down with a family, and they're going to run it. And it has some of the most amazing, you would call it Rube Goldberg stuff, man.
Right.
The steering up in front. I mean, it's confusing to look at. It works.
I actually love that stuff because...
Guys, I'm just going to cut you in here. We've just got a leaderboard come up for our for the BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy, and we're looking here at the 5072, Neil Grabowski, who's leading currently from 5001, Travis Chase. Then we've got 5111, Mike Belk. Then 5026, Christian Fessler, and 5028, Chris Schreers. Now, we've got a proper race out in here in front at the Well, Brayback, sorry, won the Pro Open class in the motorcycles, the first winner of that class in over 40 years, as we're watching UTVs hitting water on the Mint 400. How cool is that? Water on the course at the Mint 400. I didn't think I'd see that before.
Well, considering we had snow 2 weeks ago, we'll take the water.
Yeah.
We're watching these cars now coming through the Fox Proving Grounds.
Wow.
A tough set of trails.
And that's a Can-Am. That actually is the president of U-Theory doing a lap.
Really?
Yep. So he's fielding 3 trucks in the Unlimited race, and he told me he wanted to do a lap. And you know, we have this new class that we started last year at the UTV World Championship, the stock rally class. So it's basically a stock vehicle, stock UTV with safety equipment, and you can come out and race the Mint. You can race the UTV World Championship as well.
That's incredible. And it's, well, that's what I love about that. It's just making this racing accessible for everyone.
Yeah, I think what we've learned from the history of off-road is that once you try it, you're in.
Yes.
So we're just trying to get more people to try it and fall in love with it like we have. It's a good wide shot of the Fox Proving Grounds. It looks nice and smooth there, but it's not.
Smooth. It looks, and of course what they're doing looks easy too.
Of course. Of course.
Probably not.
And our favorite VW Beetles keep on taking that punishment. Look at these guys. They're absolutely flying.
Yeah. I love this class. I actually got to race this class a couple times in Mexico in the code and record races, and down there they're really into this class. So you get car counts into the 50s in this class. So we're trying to get more of those guys to come up and race with us.
That would be amazing to see. Unfortunately, I got offered the opportunity to race in Nora in one of these vehicles in one of my friend's cars, and sadly it clashed with a race in Europe, and I didn't get to go. It's one of my biggest regrets in off-road racing.
There's still time, Jim.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, Bob. There's always tomorrow as we watch the 4534 car. A proper Baja bug if ever there was one.
Beautiful vintage car. I mean, again, you look at how well these things still work. It's pretty incredible.
So many people would normally put that in a museum or stick it on a pedestal somewhere and just look at it and tell you about the history. But the fact that the owners of these cars are bringing it to the Mint 400 and racing it as hard now as they did back in the day, I think that's such a special thing.
And Steve Roundtree, who owns that car, runs a lot of races. He runs this, he runs the Nora. I mean, he doesn't just leave it in the garage as a trophy.
Yeah, this is cool. Okay, here's another Jeep. You know, again, this class is rad because it's based on a stock vehicle.
Yes.
You know, you take a daily driver and you know, pull it into the garage with your buddies and build it out. They also rent these vehicles. So again, I've raced this class a couple of times and just rented the vehicle.
But the lovely thing about this shot here is we've got a long wheelbase and we've got a short wheelbase Jeep there racing together. And you can see that they cover the terrain slightly differently, but they're still doing it and running a very similar pace.
You can tell by the shells on the ground there that that's our shooting range. That's how it's aptly named.
The proving grounds.
Yeah, the conditions here are really nice.
Oh, look at that. That's, oh, he's off to the side. I think that might be Big John Griffin in what used to be a stock full Spirkoff. That's the white pickup.
Yeah, look at this battle. 7 truck.
And you know that the guy in the Jeep behind is going, I've got him.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
got
there
him.
we go.
And
We
here
got
he
a
goes.
pass.
Yeah.
We got a pass. That right there is racing, people.
Yeah, but that was a cooperative pass.
Yeah.
That's where everybody said, okay, sure, I know you're there. And you know, in the desert, you're smart to let the faster guy by because maybe he's going too fast.
Well, absolutely.
And he may be parked in a mile.
But we have this beautiful thing in our sport called nerfing.
Yeah.
And I think it's a better way to live because otherwise you don't know you're slow.
Just stay in touch.
Yeah.
Here's Roger again with, I don't know if he has Kyle Bigford next to him. That's the other co-driver.
No, his brother is. I saw them off the line.
So Brad's riding the right seat?
Yeah, they're both riding today, or driving and riding today, and then they're going to also race their new 6100 truck, which is debuting here.
Yeah,
Big.
I think what's going to happen is Brad's actually, when I interviewed him a couple of days ago, Brad's doing the first lap with Roger. He's bailing. Sponsors Kyle Bigford's getting in.
Gotcha.
Here's another fantastic looking
Oh,
Baja
is
bug.
that 4520? Is
Going
that
for
KJ?
it.
No, it's
Going for it.
But let's not forget, they're almost running vintage suspension as well. I mean,
Oh, they
to be
absolutely
able to
are.
hit that ground, it's incredible.
It is. That's why we call these classes the limited classes, is they have limited horsepower and limited suspension, and those are the two magical things in off-road.
It's almost a perfect day for off-road racing. The dust is starting to dig up a little bit more now, but it's still way below the normal and the expected. It's going to make for great racing tomorrow. And it comes back to what we were saying. That dust slows these cars down. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to see, it's going to be a war of attrition out there. So last year we saw it being a sprint race. This year I think it's going to be a race of attrition. I think it's a very, very different style of race that's going to take place tomorrow. I think there is going to be the Carnage Cup tomorrow.
Carnage Cup. We love that Carnage Cup.
As we watch another one of the Jeepspeed cars there. Looks like a heavily modified Jeep JK. Making his way through the Nevada desert.
Someday, ladies and gentlemen, the technology will be developed where we can actually do this, provide you with vibration and smell, and if we throw some dust in your eye,
I don't really want to do that.
I'm not sure I want that.
No, because I want everybody to come out and race and
all right.
spectate. Because, like, you know, I mean, come on, that start this morning was awesome with the bikes. I mean,
It
just
had to be.
incredible.
Oh, man.
And with these limited cars, like, we had an awesome start. I mean, there's literally over 10,000 people out here watching these guys battle. So it's really cool.
This is the Mosier brothers. This is Wes Mosier. They used to run a Class 6 Ranchero. And when you take a look at this car, this beautiful workmanship, everything else, and they have seat time and experience. I would look to them to do pretty doggone well today. Bounce and he bounce. Single shock, ladies and gentlemen. Single shock per wheel, 15-inch wheel. Not allowed to do a whole bunch of stuff.
Indeed, and he's got sand ladders bolted to the roof of that vehicle, so if he gets caught out in those big whoops, get those out, drop them into that silt, and get on his way.
Well, you know what they used to use, Jim?
Go for it.
Before they had these max tracks and sand ladders, they would take a roll of carpet.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Strap it to the top of the car.
Yeah.
And the smart guys had 2 rolls of carpet because then they could go one in front of the other, pull it out, move it up front. Other guys used to use back in the day in our Class 3s, we get stuck a lot. We would stuff burlap bags. Thank you. I feel better now.
All right. Here we have a view of the live stream.
Here we are right now. We're now looking at the live tracker information. If you go to the mint400.com, you can actually pick up the live tracker info there, and you can see what's going on in the race. And at the moment, what we're looking at is the live vintage vehicles online at the moment. And it looks like we've got Pete Alisi, who's currently leading in the 4.529. Doing a fantastic job there. And then in second place, it's John Griffin, a little bit further back.
John Griffin is that big white pickup truck that we saw a minute ago. And I just saw, Jim, down at the bottom of the course on our graphic for the screen was 4520 KJ Howe. So, and there's no white circle around the name plaque, so that means that he's still running.
That's great to see. I mean, there's so much that's going on this course at this moment. I'm just looking back, just a little bit further back is actually Harley Letner. So anybody fans of Harley that saw him parked up earlier, he's back on track and he's making noise.
Yeah, one of the things that's unique about this course is the exterior of the course. So you see those big boulders and rocks on the outside. There's not really places for you to step off the line very much. So passing here is tough. You've got to like really plan it out and go for it.
Or it could cost you big.
Or it can cost you big. That's an understatement. I mean, look at what they're going through right there.
Yeah.
And they're battling. This is awesome.
Look at that. He's got mud splashed on his back.
Okay, now we've got some fantastic info coming as the racing keeps coming here at the 51st BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy. We're just going to go to a quick leaderboard, have a look, see what's happening. So we've got the vintage cars here, and we've got Peter Lacey in the 4529. Then in the 4533, we've got John Griffin.
Next is Tommy Croft in the 4501, the short course racer, and he's doing doggone well. Tim Morris is bringing up the number 4 spot in the 4502. And we're going to finish out with Brady McDonald. He's doing 5th. But I have an idea that that sequence is going to swap.
I've got a feeling there's a load of racing to go on here today. But earlier today, it was all about the motorbikes. And we've got a few clips coming up right now, which is show us all that amazing action that happened earlier today at the 51st BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy.
There's a beautiful start. Oh, man.
Just look at this, Bob.
How cool is that? The funny thing is that Braybeck was bugging me all week about this start, and he got the whole shot.
Yeah, he was saying he was on the phone trying to find out
how many times he was pestering you.
Look at this. These guys are, that's Braybeck. He's just cooking.
He's such a talented individual. As I say, we saw...
And that is exactly why I stay in a cage.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
He's okay, Mom.
Oh, look at this guy. Great skills, great save. I mean, there's some incredible riding out here in every class.
We were talking about it earlier. I still find it absolutely staggering that the first year you bring back motorcycles to the Mint 400 and you have nearly 160 riders. Absolutely amazing stuff. And I'm sure this is a class that's just going to grow and grow and grow.
Well, this first Mint in over 40 years for two-wheel racers had to drag out the top of the sport and the Sportsman guy too, because it's a bucket list for both.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why we did it. We, we grew up riding bikes, and we wanted to bring them back into the fold. They're part of off-road culture. They belong here.
They do indeed. They do indeed. Thing is, some of us still like the idea of a big old cage, tires up in front, tires in the back, a nice suspension seat, maybe.
I'm definitely there with you, but it's the gateway drug to off-road. I mean, UTVs have become a big class in bringing people into off-road, but bikes, that's the cheap way. You can pick up a bike for a couple of grand.
You can put your little guy on a bike when he's 5 years old.
Yeah.
And by the time they get to be 10 or 15 years old, they've got seat time, they've got skills, they know what they're doing. And it opens up a whole new vista of how to go off-roading.
Well, and plus we have a lot of different classes, and one of them that we made specifically for, the guys who don't do desert racing was the rally class, basically. Right. So you can add 6 of your buddies together and, do 60 miles a piece and make it around the course. So lots of classes to choose from here. We tried to make it fun for everybody. Vintage class.
Yep.
And it looks like after having 4 Harleys enter, that we may have to have a hooligan class next year, right?
I like the hooligan idea.
Yeah.
Okay, as we continue to watch the action here, we're just going to cut to a short commercial break here at the 51st BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy, and we'll see you all shortly.
How long do we have?
Guess what, boys? The night isn't over yet, fellas.
I become a factory racer. I medal in X Games. Our series is on TV. It's looking like there's a light at the end of the tunnel to really make a career out of this and a living. Then when they took out Women's Super X and X Games, there was kind of like, okay, makes it really difficult to be a professional athlete in a sport that there's so many circumstances of being able to get hurt and even die. I've had 3 shoulder reconstructions, like how many more can I take? My parents sat me down and they're like, you're not making money doing this, like we need to figure this out. I didn't know who I was as a person. I didn't know what I was gonna do in my life. I got up and I made the right moves, and I'm so grateful I did, because a lot of people don't get out of that hole. And I started a business in the process of it. Starting the business and actually getting on my 2 feet, I was like, okay, like I want to go racing again, you know? Like I craved and I fiend for that adrenaline. I'm like addicted to it. So then I bought my first Polaris RZR and I started racing. I've done so many disciplines in the UTVs, from traveling to Africa, racing one of the toughest all-female sporting events, to short course, to rock crawling, to you name it, we probably did in a UTV. I had worked a lot and saved up a little bit of money, and I decided to put pretty much every penny I had in my savings towards racing the SST truck. I ended up going out there, honestly doing really good in the SSTs, and then I got a phone call from Clyde Stacy. He had watched me racing the Stadium Super Trucks, and he's like, I would love to see you in one of our trucks. So my first race was Laughlin Desert Classic. We did a really good job, and then Clyde's like, hey, we're gonna make our little truck, the 6100, your designated truck. I had my first year last year racing it, and me and Erica, we put in a lot of work, and we proved that we're here to compete. Having BFGoodrich tires on your vehicle is such an advantage. You do not want to be on the side of the track changing a tire, because you will not win. That is something that I've chosen to align myself with a company like BFGoodrich because of that. They have the best product out there, and nothing lines up next to it. Everything I do, I put 1,000,000% into, and that's exactly what we've done with the truck. Honestly, I felt like me and Erica, we were on point as driving, putting in the time, doing everything we possibly needed to do to be competitive and to be in the top spot. I want that win so bad, because we've been so close, but we just haven't had it, and I know it's only been 1.5 years of the truck, but this is our year, I think.
This is my first ever Mint 400, and I didn't think I'd ever race the Mint 400. It's awesome. Like, they take over Vegas, and it's like, for once, off-road is the forefront.
So being a part of BFGoodrich is an incredible thing to be a part of their team, because not only do you have the most greatest racers of all time like Rob Mack or Abdali Lopez, you know, my whole team, RPM, we're part of BFG. When you go down to any race, if it's Baja or if it's at the Mint, you have the most support. I sacrifice a lot in my life for racing. There's a lot of times where I'm kind of like, damn, like, how am I gonna do this? But it's a hard road being an athlete in a sport that you don't have funds to do. So it's awesome to see like companies actually come on board and help me pursue my dream and my passion to continue to do this. I want to go out there and compete. I'm a racer. I'm not just a female. I'm not just a pretty face. I'm out there to do well. When you put on that helmet, you're a racer, and be a racer.
And welcome back to the 51st BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy. I'm Jim Marsden, I'm sitting here with Bob Bauer, and we have a new special guest with us. We've just been watching all about her. It's Sarah Price. How are you doing?
Good, how are you guys?
We're fantastic. We're at the Mint 400. We're one of the greatest races in the world. What could possibly be better?
Oh, honestly, I am so grateful to be here. The Mint 400 is such an amazing thing for this industry, and to be doing my first ever race here is incredible. And at 6100, I'm ecstatic.
Well, you absolutely smoked qualifying. We watched you pile in a time that few could believe, and you know, we were watching it ourselves, and we were just like, wow, this girl's getting it. So tell us a little bit about your truck, and you know, what's powering it, what shocks you got, what's happening?
Yeah, I have a Geyser built 6100. It's sponsored by 4 Wheel Parts on BFG tires and Raceline wheels. We went into qualifying. We absolutely just wanted to play it safer than sorry. There was a lot of obstacles that you had to overcome.
I have to say, I saw your time, and I didn't see a lot of safe in that time.
Well, we did play it pretty safe, so we came in a little less hot in some areas where cones were, because, you know, every cone was 15 seconds, and then we knew it was going to be rough. And at the end, there's those big, what I call them, booters, and, you know, quite a few trucks had crashed off of them and done some damage, so we played it safe there as well. And then the last corner, we got a little bit of buck wild, but we stayed in it, and we ended up with a good time, and it really felt good because we've never qualified in our truck yet, and it was nice to know where we kind of stack up speed-wise.
Now, we've seen you in previous results in other races doing incredibly well, working your way up onto the podium. And now, I'm going to put it out there for you. What do you think your chances are here tomorrow?
I think we're in a very good position. Me and Erica have been working hard, and honestly, starting third now because we're 6th in qualifying. We have a great a plan of attack for this race. You know, we're kind of just going to go out there and make it through survival the first lap, and then after that, kind of pick it up and see where everyone else is at that point.
So, are you going to treat this race as a sprint race? Or are you going to treat this as sort of a long game race and just on a shorter scale?
I am going to treat it as an endurance race. So I will end up sprinting at the end is my plan.
Fantastic.
To set myself in that spot to sprint at the end for the win.
How long does it take you, Sarah, to get into the zone?
You know, I always talk about this. It's so funny because you talk to me as a by myself in a conversation, and I'm kind of like, you know, all over the place. And then I can flip a switch, and I am just in it. I can do it any second. Like, I'm a stunt woman as well, and so, like, you know, we'll be talking, and whoever I'm dealing with on set, and then it's like, action, done. Yeah, and
That's
same
amazing.
thing with racing. Yeah.
It takes most people minutes, if nothing else, to finally get rid of all the thoughts.
Right.
You know, and focus on the deal. You know, you're one of 22 driver of record females in the race. Yeah, before you got here, we've had some conversations about, you know, women in racing, and is there a difference? And my position has always been, because I've learned, it takes brains to win these races, not muscle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a mental stamina thing. There's no difference in a female brain versus a male brain. You know, brains don't have gender. Talk to me about that.
You know, that is one thing I absolutely love about racing and driving, is when you're behind the wheel, there is no difference between a female and a male. When you put on that helmet, you are a racer. And it's so awesome to see so many females out there doing it, because I think that's the biggest thing, is just getting out there and doing it. You know, and now I don't feel like there is much of a gender the difference. You know, like we're racers. When we go out there, we're doing the best we can, and we all got to stick together and support each other. And you know, I support every female out there, because you know, if they're working hard, just like any male, they're working hard and they get good results and they're doing everything they can to be the best they can be. That's amazing, and that's so incredible. And I'm so excited to be kind of able to help encourage and pave the way for other females coming up, especially. You know, I have a lot of girls that I'm very close to that are in side-by-sides now, and they're racing this race, and they're some of my closest friends, and they're just so stoked to like watch me out there racing, and and I can kind of help them out as much as I can, and vice versa.
Now, Sarah, we're seeing you in a 6100 class truck. Now, we've got many people sitting at home. They don't know the difference between these classes. So what is the difference between a 6100 class truck and a trick truck?
So a trick truck is an unlimited truck. You can run basically anything you would like, max horsepower, big tires, and you know, the list goes on. With our class, we are limited to tire size to 37s, and we are limited to power. So we have LS3s in our truck, a spec engine, and it's actually a really incredible class because it's a driver's class. I think it comes down to being smart, and we're all pretty equal. So it's, you know, no one has 300 more horsepower than the other person, and it's really an incredible class.
It's not a paycheck class from that point of view.
Definitely not.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we hear stories of how much some of these unlimited class trucks cost, and it's mind-blowing, if I'm completely honest.
Wild numbers.
Absolute Vegas numbers.
They look like phone numbers, actually.
Indeed, absolutely.
Phone numbers.
Now,
with zip codes. Or area codes, whatever those damn things are.
We look down the list of qualifiers here, and there are some fantastic drivers and some fantastic cars. You know, there's so many different chassis available in this class, which is remarkable for a spec class car. Is there anyone on here that you're thinking, oh, wow, I'm going to have a great day at the office to beat that guy?
You know, our class is stacked this year. We
It
have, I think, over 50 trucks. And so, you know, honestly, the top 10 all can win this race, at least. I would say even top 20. Yeah. This is a very stacked class. We have our work cut out for us, and I think there's a lot. You have to have your smarts. You have to have the speed. You also have to have luck. I think on your side.
I'm glad to hear you say that. That was the only thing that was missing.
Yeah.
Every racer needs a little bit of luck. Though you just have to hope it's not bad luck.
Exactly.
Now, I mean, this kind of race, it can be make it or break, or you can make it or break it on, you know, just little tiny moments in that car. Clip a wheel, get a punch up, or a flat, whatever you want to call it. I mean, how do you plan for that? Do you practice wheel changes?
We do. Me and Erica, we have our tire changes down to under 3 minutes. And that's something, you know, let's just not hit stuff to get flats, because that's what it comes down to. A flat can ruin your race.
Half a second off each corner, keeping it safe, keeping it smooth, and just get ready to attack on that final lap.
So that's why we choose BFG. That, you know, less flats, no flats, hopefully, and that's the goal.
So you're running a KR3?
We are on KR2, I believe, this race, so our 37s. They're incredible tires. This is our second race running them, as we ran them, I believe, 2 years ago. And usually down in Baja, we're on the 40s, so a little bit of a change for us, but we're excited, and we tested the truck, and it felt great.
Oh, we can't wait to see you, you know, leave the start line. As you said earlier, you're going to be leaving on the third row of the grid. Let's not forget, you qualified sixth, but obviously you're leaving as a pair. So you're sitting in your car. You're on the start line for the 51st BFGoodrich Mint 400 power bike. Okay, and you are waiting for the flag to drop. What's going through your mind? Do you cast a sneaky glance? Or I know you got your neck braces on, but do you just try and cast a sneaky glance at the guy sat next to you?
Oh no, I already know what's going through my head. Is just beat him to the first corner. I don't want to be in his dust. I don't like the dust if I don't have to have it.
Yeah. So now we've all been there. We know what that's. Well, you know,
but
some
you know
of us have
what?
been there.
When it's dust way up there, that becomes an aphrodisiac.
Oh yeah. Somehow you go faster when you see dust.
Yeah. Whoops. You know, you talked about Erica. Let's bring this in a little bit. You know, a team wins these races, a team loses these races, no question about it. But there's teams within teams.
Yes.
And the cockpit team has to work together somehow, some way. How did you guys work out your way?
So me and Erica, we've worked together for a very long time. Like coming from short course racing, she even was my spotter at those days. And then we went to Africa. We raced Rally Ashday Gazelle, which is a extreme female rally in Africa. Yeah, and so we learned teamwork there, especially. And then we raced King of the Hammers. We hit all these different kinds of disciplines in a side by side, and we just really built this strong bond. And she knows me, I know her. We've learned together, and we've worked really hard together. Then we moved into trucks, and we stepped up our game another notch, and we worked even harder. And now we're here. And, it's the hardest thing about these races, Best in the Desert and the Mint 400. We don't get to pre-run.
That's a fact.
It's a hard one. And, I wish we did, but unfortunately, you can't. So we're going out there and just trying to be smart. She's going to be extra eyes for me and calling out everything she can possibly see. And
winning teams use that right seat different ways. Some it's a mechanic, some it's a PR guy, some it's a sponsor, some it's just a pure co-driver person. What do you have, and how do you guys, what do you talk about? What do you say? How does she help you? You understand where I'm headed with this?
So she's my navigator, she's my mechanic, she's my everything, really. So me and her, like when we get out, when we work on that truck, we're working on it together. There is almost no time that she will get out of the vehicle alone. I will always be out with her, and we're a team no matter what. So our strategy is just basically we communicate as much as we can together. She'll know if I get quiet. She's kind of like, hey, what's going on over there? You're zoning out on me. You're getting too focused. Let's come back to listening to me or something. And we know each other that well, but sometimes it gets really goofy in the truck too. We have these very serious moments, and then we go to these very funny moments, and then we get battling with someone, and it gets good,
Drivers are different too.
Yeah.
Some are, jackrabbits like this. Some, like when you talk about getting quiet, Sarah, that could be good or that could be bad. Quiet could mean tired.
Yep.
Fatigued. Quiet could mean my brain is back there with that rock I just hit, doggone it. So what style are you driver? Do you have to be brought back from the red mist, or do you have to be encouraged to go a little quicker? Where are you with that?
No, she will never tell me to go quicker. That is one thing, we always had that kind of in our heads, I'm a driver, I'm going to be doing the best I can. If anything, she tells me, hey, we'll up here, check up. We'll make other notes, saying, we know this is a really bad danger. We're putting a checkup way back there just to be extra safe. And I get super focused and zoned in. And she knows when there's a time and place. She knows when it's just kind of okay, we're kind of in a straightaway, just pinned.
Yeah.
And she's well, we can kind of talk a little bit. Or if it's a corner coming up, or she's doing something, checking all the temperatures. She does a lot in that seat. It's not just calling out notes. It's making sure the vehicle is running at its optimum. And then also too, when we have someone we're coming up on, we're going to make a pass or someone's on us, she's being eyes for that. And she knows if I get quiet in that moment, I'm calculating. I'm trying to figure out how to pass this person. And so she's just doing the best she can on her side to prepare me for that. And so we just have this kind of non-word communication almost, to where she knows where I'm at that moment, and she'll sense even times when I'm so focused on another line and focusing on looking somewhere else that she knows I didn't catch her note, so she'll re-say it again, or she'll be looking ahead being okay, I think she's going to go left. I'm going to make sure I look over here to the right to let her know what's coming up or whatever, and she'll get off the notes.
How about GPS?
Yep, we use a Lowrance.
A Lowrance?
Yep.
And do you use things like range rings, or
She does. She actually does use range rings. So she sometimes will just kind of guess and go, but she was actually talking about here at the Mint, the first lap, putting some notes in as we go on her first lap. So just major things and turns and dangers. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, while we're talking here to Sarah Price, we're just looking now at our current race leader, Neil Grabowski, in the 5072 car, and he is looking solid. He's been leading almost from the start, and this car is looking absolutely fantastic.
Look at that. Mike Belk has come out of almost nowhere. He's
Yeah, he was lying back in. He's come up, made his way up from fourth place. He's got past Travis Chase. And so our current leaderboard is 5072 and Neil Grabowski, 5011 Mike Belk, then 5001 Travis Chase. And let's forget, this is all unofficial and all uncorrected time.
Uncorrected, unofficial, but it looks like Christian Fessler's holding on to fourth, and Chris Schwiers is doing in fifth.
Such a cool Subaru little buggy.
They're absolutely fantastic, aren't they?
Yeah.
And that's what I love about all these races. We have so many different classes, so many different vehicles. Everybody has an idea about what's going to work best in the desert for them. They take away that idea, they go to their sheds, they go to their garages, they go and see their best mate, they talk about it, they drink beer, and then they come here and they go, this is it.
Yep.
Okay, and that's what we all love about it so much.
Sometimes it works out. Sometimes you're like, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's redo this all again.
We've
and you
all
get these
been
big
there,
ideas,
yes.
and then it comes down. Oh crap! The race is in a month.
So tell me, we know that you own UTVs.
Yeah.
Why aren't you out there today pre-running in a UTV?
I wanted to. I saw the UTV Rally class. I kind of did a little bit late. So one of my UTVs is down right now from King of the Hammers, but I have my pre-runner. And it just honestly, it came down to funds. So I just was like, you know what, we have our team RPMs out there, and they're taking notes in theirs, and we might help when they go out for their unclassified class to get some extra time. So
we were talking earlier about navigation systems and things like that. Are they running something perhaps like Lead Nav or Motion X or something to record the course for you so they can put points on there later on? Or is this, are they physically just going to be writing it into a map?
I believe that they all use Lowrance. So our whole team is a Lowrance system, and that's what Erica prefers as well. So that's what we'll be on, and they'll just be marking notes as they go.
Okay, well, that's absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's great to get insights into what you're going to be doing tomorrow and to see all about everything that we're going to see in this 6100 class race. I'm going to wish you all the very best of luck on this. We're going to cut now, and we're going to see a wonderful piece about the hero, the legend, the man himself, Rob Mack. So thank you very much.
Rob Mack is the legend. That guy, he is honestly the best racer that has ever come to off-road in my eyes.
I don't know if you know this, but tomorrow we're actually going to have a camera live in Rob Mack's car.
Really?
Now, how special is that? I am so excited. But once again, Sarah Price, we wish you all the very best of luck for tomorrow. And now we're going to cut across on the 50th first anniversary of the BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy and go and see a little bit about Rob Mack. Sarah Price, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Go get him, Sarah Price.
Hey, I'm Rob MacCachren, and right here outside of Ensenada doing a breakdown of my 2017 Polaris RZR Turbo. I've been racing off-road cars, buggies, started in 1982, and race trophy trucks now, short courses, everything. And, a couple years ago, I got myself a 16 Polaris RZR four-seater, and we take the family out and just have such a good time in it. Obviously, being a race car guy, I wanted to go faster and ended up getting a two-seater and started to trick it out. Usually when I'm at the races, it's all business. We're here to pre-run, we're here to try to win the race. And what the RZRs has really enabled us to do as a family is to get together, to go out and go on the trails in Utah, Nevada, Arizona, all over the place. Making memories, honestly, is probably the best thing to say about it. I've been racing since 1991 on BFGoodrich tires. I've been involved in a lot of test sessions with them for a Class 8 truck, for buggies, for trophy trucks, for short course trucks. And, a lot of that information all got dragged into these UTVs. And the BFGoodrich built an awesome tire. This 32-inch KR2 has really been incredible. It's not only fits on UTVs, it fits on bigger cars. People are using them on 1600 cars, Class 12 cars, everything. And the wheels are a Vision Wheel Invader. And, they're a great package. We have beadlocks on there. Whenever I've made a partner, whether it's BFGoodrich since 1991, Fox Shock since about 2001, I really stick with it. I want to work with these people and try to make, our relationship better, make the brand better and be successful. And, with that being said, Fox, they're continually pushing the envelope. And, that's one thing that they've really done with the RZR, with the ride dynamics, to be able to choose your ride stiffness, let's say, and to be able to have the shocks actually adjust while you're driving it on their own is a pretty amazing thing. It really makes these vehicles go across the desert faster. It lets them go through the bumps. It lets them corner. And it's very impressive to me, and I'm blown away by the technology that Fox has put into these Polaris RZRs. When I first got the RZR and realized how fast you can go across the desert in them, I realized it probably should be adding a little bit more safety. So that's basically what drew us to put an aftermarket cage on. And when I was in the catalog for Mark Holes Racing Products, I basically picked his cage, thought it had the best lines, the best look with the car, and knew it'd keep us safe too. When I get into something, you know, I want to go all in and I want to do my research. So I reached out to people like RJ Anderson and Randy Anderson and just started going to the races, UTV World Championship, and looking at cars. And I ended up meeting up with Mark Holes. And I chatted with him for just a moment. I realized this guy really knows his shit. And at that time, he was just coming out with this kit that's on there now. It's 3 inches wider, but the front A-arms are 2 inches farther forward to give it a little bit more wheelbase. So I thought, let's order that up, put it on there. Added that with the BFGoodrich tires, the Fox shocks, and you know, their internal bypass, the Fox coilovers, and put all that on there, and it just really improves the ride. Yeah, I'm pretty particular on my lights, and especially, you know, Baja 1000s. We know we're going to race, you know, mostly all through the whole night. So really trying to get the right light package for that. And with that being said, you know, the KCHIDs for the trophy truck are absolutely incredible. There's no other light that's out there that shines the distance down the trail that they do. Flex LEDs or other LED products that KC has on the lower bumper to get your width and your close lighting, you know, you have an incredible package. We've been very successful with it and, you know, really have no complaints about the night driving with our product. Yeah, over the years, you know, you come with things that you want. You know, when you go to the car dealership, you say, you know, I want a satellite radio or whatever you want. You want four-wheel drive, you want all-wheel drive, whatever it is, and I'm the same way. So when we got this RZR, you know, I started writing on a piece of paper what I wanted to do, what I wanted to have. So we went with Impact and went with our new Genesis hard shell seat on the inside, along with the 2-inch seat belts with the QRS latches in there to make it quick and easy to get in and out. We added a Holes foot brake pedal. It's all billet aluminum, really nice, and the shifter handle. And also Impact has a nice steering wheel now with suede or leather covering. We went with all that stuff and a PCI radio with intercom, Bluetooth, so we can listen to music when we're out on the trail. You know, I was really impressed when I got on Holes Racing Products on their website, you know, and started looking, scrolling through all the products they make, and it was kind of neat just going through there, and I realized, you know, I want to have a place to store my equipment, you know, carry your spare tools, things like that. And, you know, Holes had a bitchin' aluminum box that they made that actually goes right on top of where the air filter lid is. And I thought, well, that's no good, because how are you going to get to the air filter? But what I found out after doing a little more research, that the box actually Zeus's in with 4 buttons. So within a minute, you can have that box out of there and service the air filter. So I thought the Holes people did an awesome job with all their thinking and making things simple. And that's something I learned early in my life is, you know, keep it simple, stupid, right? Now you've heard all about my 2017 Polaris RZR Turbo, so let's go give it a drive and see what it can do.
First annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. We are out here in the beautiful southern Nevada desert with day one. We've already had a champion crown with Ricky Braybeck and Kendall Norman on the JCR Honda. That's the first time that the Honda has ever won. We've seen a lot of Husqvarnas and Yamahas, but no other manufacturers. But now Honda is on top of that list.
Well, that's a very special thing for Honda. Let's not forget it's one of the only things, or the 2 events that they've never won. One is the Dakar, the other is the Mint 400.
Well, and we talked about that as Ricky Braybeck was sitting pretty all race long, did a great job at the beginning of Dakar, but then had that mechanical difficulty at the end, so that was a heartbreaker for everybody involved.
But he showed him today.
Oh, absolutely.
He even overcame problems and won.
Well, and that's the thing, is this course is so fast right now. And as he was saying, that, you know, with Jacob Argubright was going so fast, and he's been right there. And then Kendall, same thing. When he passed Jake, he thought, well, I'm going to go. And then he looked back, and Jake was right on his heels. Jake Ironmanned it, but he knows how to do it. He knows the pace and everything like that. So those guys did a great job. And then Ricky really felt like he came into his own at the last lap, and he said, now I'm going to push, and I'm not taking the chances, but the pace feels right. And Bob, you've been talking about that all day long. When you get into that zone, And not so much on a motorcycle, but in a car, when you're breathing through your nose, you're relaxed, you're not tense, you're not holding a bunch of energy. You're flowing and you're in the zone. And definitely Ricky Carmichael, he's just as good as Ricky Carmichael. Ricky Brayback was in the zone this morning. But right now we're setting up for tomorrow's show, which is going to be unbelievable. We just watched Rob MacCachren.
Yeah.
Arguably the best off-road racer. He's won in stadium. He's won in short course. He's won in how many? I think he's won like 800 Baja 1000s, or is it 900?
I think it was 904.
Okay, that's right. I was off by a little bit. Sorry, Rob. I apologize for that. But no, all joking aside, Rob is the epitome of a racer. He owns his own race.
Over 200 wins.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a staggering number of wins.
Hey, all on BFGoodrich tires.
Yes.
Everyone. That's a loyalty is not something you find in racing.
It's hard to.
It's really hard to find, but no, I think tomorrow we're looking at a lot of things. In a little bit, we're going to go back and look at qualifying. Obviously, Bryce Menzie, who was out there. Right now, we're watching the Class 5 buggies as
That's
they're running
Neil.
out there.
That is our current race leader. That is Neil Grabuski. And look at him go. He's been leading from the front for a very long time now, showing pure class.
Subaru power, too.
Yeah, and I think the rule is the Subaru motor's going away because that thing is fast. It's not. It's a non-turboed motor, but still the Subaru motor is just a little bit quick. But Grabowski's got a really good program, and you watch the balance of that car. Look how hard he's just jumping right into the face, and it balances really, really well. And they're able. And what's awesome is that they're able to go with the bigger tires now. He's up to 35s, and remember, it was amazing to see if they ever got 32s or 33s on there back in the day.
And when you go up into a 35 from a 33 or something like that, the difference is huge in the car. Even though it's just a little bit of an inch, it rolls over things much easier. It gets across ditches much easier, low effort. And that also saves the chassis.
But it's also heavier and it wants to break things. So it's just like everything else we talked about, that you can't just fix one thing. I need bigger tires. No, now I need bigger shocks. Now I need bigger motor. Oh, now I need bigger axles.
Bigger spindles, bigger everything.
Everything moves on. That's what we do when we're racing, though. Every time we go out, we're trying to make improvements. We're trying to make changes, trying to make ourselves faster and more reliable. And equally, making ourselves faster doesn't actually always make us more reliable.
No.
And as we're watching a lot of this live coverage, you're noticing that in certain places, like down here, down low, how the water, even under the sand, comes down the hill, we're not seeing the dust. But we saw up towards the top, like by the Fox Proving Ground and stuff like that, where it's more chalky and rocky, it's dusty up there, so that you're getting a good combination of both.
But yeah, well, the interesting thing about this is if you look at these cars come off the turns, you can still see that the dirt is the dirt itself is still dark. That means there's a lot of moisture in there. And there'll be guys watching this race currently who are going to be racing tomorrow, and they'll be sitting there going, "Wow, we like that."
Oh yeah. And the motorcycle race, I can't say enough for Best in the Desert, the Martelli brothers. It went off perfectly, and you watch. People are going to watch this and see that, and they're going to go, I want to race that.
Yep.
And they're going to come here next year. It's going to be windy and dry and hot and dusty.
Totally different.
They're like, wait a minute. No, that's not what I ordered. I want them to take the water truck all the way around the course. But no, I really want to thank the guys from the BLM as well, because they had to make a new course. And so it's when you're working with the environmental department, it is an act of Congress. And so for Casey Folks had such a great reputation with them, and so does everybody now. So does his brother and everybody at Best in the Desert with the BLM. So they don't cut any courses. Like, same thing. When you see them out there, you can't go out and retrieve your car. Best in the Desert brings them back because they don't want somebody out there changing, dropping oil and doing all the different things. When they do the pit stops, they lay down gas masks so that we're not polluting our desert. So in my mind, we leave the desert a better place than just coming and trashing it.
And the race course itself is a combination of dirt roads that are already existing and sand washes, things like that. And the thing about it is that the footprint that this race leaves in the desert is changed back the first big old rainstorm. When water hits the desert and dirt moves around, it seals up holes. It does all kinds of things. So
it's also worthwhile noting that our volunteer crews that are out here, plus our paid crews that are out here, they want to leave this desert in a better place. That means they're picking up the litter, they're taking away the junk that other people left that aren't so kind as our race guys, and are making sure. But look at this. We're getting some fantastic imagery coming through here of these top running vehicles.
this idea of leaving the desert better than it was when I arrived. Mad Media, Mint 400 people believe in that. The weekend before the race week started, they had a massive cleanup here in our territory where we're racing. Most folks were totally surprised to find out that they sent out, I don't know, like 10 or 12 bins, big shipping bins of junk that they picked up out in the desert.
Right.
So it's
making the desert a better place for everyone.
Well,
That's what it's about.
Glad to be included in that community.
Now we're looking at this car here. Do you think he's really sponsored by Jägermeister?
Well,
or is he actually
was.
or is it, should it, if you look closely, does it say powered by?
Yeah.
Well, interesting story. I was out doing a shakedown with one of the drivers that's racing tomorrow in the 6100 class at Barstow, and this Jägermeister truck or car, that's actually a Class 5 car. It doesn't have much of a body on it, but it is a Class 5 car. Flipped at the end of the rhythm section in Barstow, Maine. But obviously they did a lot of hard work, got it back going, and now it's running very, very strong. Very quick car.
Well, we'll see what he celebrates with when he reaches the finish later. Whether it's going to be a Jaeger bomb or whether he's going to reach for the normal champagne.
Well, I kind of have a feeling that Jaeger is in his near future. I don't know how near, but there's going to be Jaeger going down before 24 hours is over.
I'll be avoiding his podium.
Yeah, no.
He's actually, look at, I mean, look how smooth this guy is.
He looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't he? It's a beautifully put together car.
The car's unsettled. It just cuts through stuff. What is it, 52? I can't read the number, can you?
Not from here.
There shouldn't be too many Jägermeister cars.
Yeah.
I want to say 52, 28 is my driving the wheels off of that thing. He is getting after it.
These guys, every guy I've seen racing today has been absolutely hauling. There's been no passengers out there. Everybody wants to win this.
That's I think on the last leaderboard, that was our 5th place guy, Chris Schwiers.
That would be correct.
But these 5 cars, Bob, I love them because it's kind of a niche, you know. My son's girlfriend's father, got that?
Get that.
Runs in Class 5 as well, and it's great because it's like a brotherhood. I mean, they argue with each other. They fight and they do all different stuff, but they need each other, because if you're the only Class 5 out there, then guess what?
You're not racing for anything except your own money.
But these guys really take pride in these vehicles, and they've changed it now to the Ecotech motors, and as I say, the Grabowskis, how they have the Subaru. You know, it's a fun class, and they've gotten them working so well. And it's just a beam front end. I mean, there's nothing really magic about it. They're just making it work.
I bet that chassis has some miles on it, though.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
a proven chassis. Subaru Power may be new. Do you know what Subaru motor it is? Wide Open Baja uses the Subaru motors in most of their cars. And it's amazing how torquey those things are.
Hugely powerful.
And you can lug them down, too.
And just look at that suspension there. You can see that the suspension's working almost back to front on the front there. You've got the shock absorbers facing forwards. Great images.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's Chris Lazenby. 5090 plays Chris Lazenby, right? Is that 5090? Yeah.
5090, that is correct.
We don't know what place he is in.
We're going to go to a technology.
Well, they're coming in. This is coming to start-finish area, isn't it?
It is indeed. They're starting to make their way back into town right now. And still our leader is Neil Grabitsky, if you're watching at home. And that is the 5022. Kelson Racing. And look at it, I mean, these guys are really pushing hard. But there's almost perfect racing conditions out there. We were talking about it earlier. The dirt is still slightly moist. There's, the sun is shining. There's clear skies. There's very little dust. But the temperature's not too high. And that's great news for the engines. They can keep the temperatures down on the transmissions. They can keep the temperatures down on the engines. It really doesn't get better than this, Bob.
It actually keeps you refreshed in the car, too, because I figure the outside air temperature where we're watching now is well under 70. It's probably about 60, 65 degrees.
I'd say it's probably more like 55 in this tent at the moment. But,
yeah, I know. I'm looking for another layer myself.
Well, Brandon Williams is running very strong. I'm not sure exactly what position he's in, but he's been these 5 cars are just running really hard. So taking a look at the leaderboard, don't have him on the board right now.
For everyone watching at home, if you go to the Mint 400, you can check out, there's lots of different things to see on that website. Go there, you can see our leaderboards, you can also see the live tracking, and you can also find out all about your favorite drivers and runners and riders. And let's not forget, it's the big dance tomorrow. So starting off at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, we have a plethora of amazing vehicles leaving the line. Do you like that word, Bob?
You'd love that word.
I love the word. That's awesome.
Yeah, we had to throw a little bit of the P word in there.
Lord.
Well, the great thing, we just saw a little bit earlier, we were watching the in-car camera stuff that's going to be on Rob Mack's truck. But we're going to have more than that. We talked about the tracking, we talked about a lot of different things. But now let's watch John Tamburo. He was actually the pilot that was chasing O.J. Simpson during the O.J. chase, but he's going to be out there, one of the helicopter pilots that is chasing the Mint 400. So let's take a look at some of the technology we're going to have for tomorrow's BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy.
Throughout the last few years, you have seen some beautiful aerial shots of the trucks hitting the race course throughout the desert here at the Mint 400. Well, I'm standing with 2 of the gentlemen who will be bringing that for you this year, and they've been bringing it throughout the last 8 years. I am here with Dave Arnold and John. Thank you guys so much for joining us. John, you are the lead pilot, and you are the lead aerial cinematographer right here, and you two together are pretty much choreographing one shot that we see on our live stream. John, can you explain what this is right behind us, what you do here, and how you get us those beautiful shots?
Yeah, absolutely. John Tamburo, Pursuit Aviation. This is our camera ship, our A-Star helicopter from Pursuit Aviation. And I've been the lead pilot for Mad Media on the Mint 400 for, I think, going on 8 years now. Lucky to be here. It's been a thrill. It's always exciting every year that we're here. We put our gyro stabilized camera on the nose. Dave here operates it from the back seat for me, and we do a team. It's kind of like driver and co-driver. I dolly him around to get him in the right position, and he stays on target. So that's what we've been doing for 8 years.
That's awesome. And you are using something called a Cineflex. What exactly is a Cineflex for everybody out there, then, so we can see what we're looking at?
Well, the Cineflex, you could think of it as a suspension, like the trucks have suspension. That's what keeps the picture and the camera steady and smooth. We're flying over these trucks on the course, and the aircraft, when he moves around the trucks, is moving all over the place. He's banking hard. Sometimes he's stopping. He's accelerating. The aircraft goes all over the place, and the Cineflex keeps the camera perfectly still at all times. And it's an amazing thing to witness. Just the speed of it, the sound of it it's just sensory overload.
Talking about sensory overload, you've been doing the Mint 400, like we said, for the last 8 years. However, you've also spent some time at the Great Bering Sea with the Deadliest Catch, and that's got to be a sensory overload as well. How do those two compare? Because you're just pretty much saying that the Mint 400 is one of the craziest things to be able to check out.
It really is. It's more intense because, to be honest with you, I get nervous watching these trucks. They're going so fast. They're more flying than driving sometimes, because when I look at the truck, the wheels are off the ground. And then when they come down to the ground is so undulating that they're going, sometimes 3 feet up and down in the wheel wells, and the truck's doing 100 miles an hour. I mean, it's an incredible thing to watch, and I'm just nervous the whole time that they're going to flip over, they're going to hit something. I mean, it's kind of scary, to be honest with you.
The Mint 400, the last 8 years, do you have a favorite memorable time that you and John have been able to just get that epic shot?
Yeah, last year we were on the dry lake bed, which is where the trucks go super fast. And it's really unusual when John gets the A-Star going really fast. It's really unusual to see anything that can keep up with us. And these trucks do. And that is not a paved road. And one of the trucks was right beside us going so fast, over 100 miles an hour, and his tire exploded right beside us. It was, I mean, when stuff like that's happening, I can't even talk to John. It's just overwhelming. All I can do is just hold on and keep the camera steady.
John, when we're getting close to those shots, exactly how far off the ground, deck to the pretty much what we're talking about? It's not paved. You're hitting over these whoop sections. How close are you actually getting to some of these trucks?
Well, we live 20 feet off the deck, 10 feet off the deck. When I'm to the side of the big trucks, you get behind them. I hear the rocks on the bottom of the helicopter, so I pick my altitude up. But when I'm off to the side, you know, I really feel like I'm driving the course with them. It's the same feeling. At 20 feet, I'm watching for obstacles and trees and turns and terrain and wires. So it's 100% concentration 100% of the time, all day long. But it's exciting. It's fun.
Exciting and fun it is. Do you have a favorite memorable shot that you two have been able to capture together?
You know, they're all memorable for me. I love all the shots. We get a variety, great shots. So the last year when that tire blew, that was pretty amazing. But we've seen some wrecks and crashes and fires. So every year is always something different.
Well, the real hard question for you gentlemen is, are we ever going to get you out of the Healy and put you in a truck or anything like that?
I wouldn't want to be honest with you. It's so impressive and scary what they do with those things. I'd rather be in the helicopter.
And what about you, John?
As long as I'm driving, I want to do it. I'm ready.
You had mentioned maybe some Razors, some UTVs. That's kind of your style?
Yeah, Mad Media had a pretty awesome Razor out here I wanted to check out and give it a spin, but we'll see if they let me.
Well, make sure you guys stay tuned all weekend long as these two gentlemen will be bringing some epic aerial shots for you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany. Welcome back. Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany. Welcome back to the 51st BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy. We're in the studio here and we're enjoying a fantastic race. Let's not forget, Ricky Broback earlier won the open class in the first of the motorcycles for 40 years. An amazing thing. Over 160 motorcycles started this morning. But Ricky Johnson sitting on my right. I mean, you've been watching the racing all day. It's been absolutely incredible.
Well, and you got to go back. I always say the biggest star, I mean, besides Jesse Combs, is the track. Because here's why. You watch the Daytona 500 a couple years ago, the track started to fall apart, racing stopped. If it's so dusty that no one can see, the racing sucks. If you go to short course races, they don't have the berm set up. So the biggest star is absolutely the track. And right now, the track is unbelievable. And we got to congratulate Ricky Brabeck for putting together a phenomenal performance. It was a great deal. But at this time, we'd like to bring to the stage Jesse Combs. Jesse,
hi.
Now, everybody says it, and so did I. We all think you're racing because every time we see you, you're in some kind of a vehicle or not. But this is the first. Is this the first 400 recently that you haven't run?
Well, to be honest with you, I've actually only raced one Mint 400 in the vintage class out of all classes. Out of everything that I've ever raced, it was the vintage class. And it was one of those cars where I was like, before I even got off the short course, my forearms were already and it was like
Popeye arms.
Oh, it was horrible. We ended up like the foam in the fuel cell ended up breaking down and kept clogging it up, and the starter had broken. So by the time I even made it to the first checkpoint, like we determined about an hour and a half later, there's just no way that I was going to be able to get on the course. And it was the first time in my entire life where I was like, oh, thank God, I don't have to race anymore.
It's broken.
It's broke.
Something happened in the dash. You turned the switch off. Well, go figure. I have no idea. we were also, all three of us were joking about or talking and discussing about our experiences in the spec trucks at King of the Hammers that they were a handful, to say the least. Right?
And by handful, it's like a constant, ever-evolving handful.
Right. So what she's talking, she's not milking a cow. What she's talking about, they're going, what is she talking about? No, what they had is hydraulic steering.
Yeah.
So I would always see, because I'm a kind of a stickler on knowing where 9 and 3 is when I drive, because in short course you get out, you're almost crashing quite a bit. Anyhow, the steering wheel constantly bleeds, and so it's like you see a rock coming, you're going, okay, I got to really thread the needle. bam, because it veers to the left or to the right.
It moves on its own. You don't have to move the wheel. It just does it for you.
This is a steering system that hunts around?
Oh, yeah.
It's not really, to be fair, Bob, it's not really driving. It's more like sailing a boat.
Amy?
Exactly.
So you kind of guide it vaguely in the direction that you want to go.
But you have to drive it, though. But I enjoy it because you go, okay, she's kind of an awkward girl on the dance floor, but I still got to win the dance contest, so I got to figure this out. And my son started side by side with you.
Yeah.
And then I was back a little bit, so I made a couple moves, got up there. I'm right behind Jesse in the dust, and all of a sudden her and the other person that was in front, they hook wheels, and she just does a massive barrel roll. And I tried to act like I didn't see it and keep going, but I'm back.
He still jokes with me anytime he sees me. He doesn't even say hello anymore. He's like, "Did you see that?
Yes.
Did you see that?" Because
no.
I was like, "Was I in the wrong? What happened back there?"
Wait, hold on a second. No, she's pulling herself because she's so little. She's pulling up and like holding her helmet down, screaming at me. Did you see what that person did to me? I'm like, "Are you okay, Jesse? I need to go." God, can you believe what that? I'm like, get your hands off my car. Get out of here.
Give me that toe strap. Get you back on your wheels.
So we got you back on your wheels, but your day ended. But let's talk about that was a bad day. You've won that race before. You've done phenomenal. Let's talk about your nose wheelie. Let's talk about your nose wheelie in the side-by-side when you came down the hill, down back door.
No, that was in the stock class.
That was in the stock class. You balanced that thing. Ooh, yeah, that's exactly what you did. You like that, and it pulled you back because you were balancing on the bumper because you can't drive out a bumper.
And I throttled it, just praying to God that even just the weight transfer in midair is going to give me enough weight to go back and just settle the car back down, which it did. I don't know if that was really it or God just really kind of tipped it back over.
No, it was driver.
It was
driver.
Thank you, Ricky.
No,
it was like the save of the day. And to be honest with you, what ended up happening is not only did I win the stock class that day, but I took third overall in the Everyman Challenge, which was like KOH history. That had never been seen to see a modified car, a Legends car, and a stock class car on the podium. It was pretty rad.
And your sponsors, they were dominating everything.
Oh, yeah. Savvy was killing it. BFGoodrich was killing it. Everybody. It was just, Fox was killing it. We had it all over the place. We got those cars dialed.
So what you driving now?
Well, I'm actually building myself a new 4400 car.
Nice.
So I'm pretty excited about that. Independent front suspension, so I'll be able to take it to some other races. I would love to see myself come race here no matter how brutal this course really is. I want to be able to show what 4400 can actually do because I think we're kind of the underdog, and I don't think that a lot of people understand what those cars are capable of doing. And I think you can see it right now with Bryce Menzies and his new four-wheel drive trophy truck. That four-wheel drive is a massive help in a lot of situations, whether it's here at the Mint 400 or down in Baja and you're dealing with silt, and you need that four-wheel drive to get you through some of that gnarly stuff. So I'd like to see myself and that car go through a bunch of different desert races just to show what we can do.
So is this your design, or who are you working with on it?
That is still yet to be determined, all dependent upon
what do you have, like a set of tires? You have like 4 tires. You're like, hey, I started a trophy truck. Can you fill in the middle?
I'd like to say that I would be the designer, but unfortunately my schedule just is not privy to engineering a brand new car to actually go out and be competitive and spend the time to do it. So
we know that you know many fantastic manufacturers in 4400 and in and around Ultra 4. So there's many people that you can choose from to help you build that frame. So it's going to be very interesting to see which way you go with that.
I'm really excited to see which way I go with it too.
But here we are. We are here right now at the 51st BFGoodrich Mint 400, powered by Monster Energy. What does this race mean to you? I mean, you've grown up with this race. You've seen it all the time. So many of the people who've won here are heroes. So tell us a little bit about the Mint 400 and Jesse Combs.
There's just so much history here, and it's like I was just talking with Matt Martelli. It's one of those races that opened up so many different classes that pretty much anything could come and race in the Mint 400. And there's the history that's behind it, and of course, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Everybody thinks about that one, right? But it's just a very special race, and I think part of it is because of how difficult it truly is. I mean, you're not adding like the giant boulders that we deal with on an every a seasonal basis, but in the same turn, it's brutal out there, and you're seeing trophy trucks, or like what do you guys call them? Trick trucks.
Trick trucks.
T1s.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
That's
about
the rules.
That. There's always so many names for the same truck, but it's the allure to it, the ceremonies, the parades, even the Mint 400, the Miss Mint 400, like it's there's so much that's wrapped around it, and then it disappeared. And then when it came back, it was like it just breathed a whole new life into desert racing. It was like, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's very, very cool. And it's still an allure to me. I mean, I've only raced it once. And like I said, that was in the vintage class. And
So does that mean we're going to see you back here next year for the 4400 class?
of course, well, I would like to say yes. I would like to say yes.
Right.
If the car is done, yes.
Start the clock, Ricky.
So
we're going to have
as-
to make sure she's here in 12 months.
But, you know, I'm also on Team Polaris now, so I might be out there racing a UTV someday.
That'd be very cool. Now, I mean, you're our very good friend Terry Madden. He was racing it earlier today in the Harley Davidson. How did that work out? We haven't had a chance to chat to him yet.
That was one of the coolest projects I think ever. They got together with Warrior Built, so it's a bunch of veterans it's a whole healing process that they go through, and they all meet up in the garage and they build these cool projects and they get to come out in here and race. And it was one of those things where we start getting to understand how privileged we are, that it's almost like Christmas every day when parts are constantly showing up, and that we have this opportunity to go out and what we know, the experiences that we have had. So being able to share that with these vets on a whole nother level, because they're out there saving their lives, we're doing it on just a whole different level. You know, Terry's been able to do both. And so we took a 1983 Harley Davidson Sportster and entered into the vintage class. And they have the War Pig out there, and it's like the perfect name for this bike, because it's, you know, it's like
War
the
Pig.
veterans on a Harley. It was pretty amazing, and they did really, really great. They got to the point where they timed out just because the next round of cars were coming out. But it sounds like unofficially we might actually have a third place with that bike.
Wow,
So
that's incredible.
yeah. And
Only at the Mint 400.
Only at the Mint 400 did we ride it back on the freeway to get back to.
Did you really? Awesome.
Yeah. Well, Nick did. I didn't.
Unofficially, of course.
It's licensed. It's a Harley Davidson. We got title and registration for it.
There you have it.
Yeah. Just, you know, Honda front end. It is such a cool bike to see all of the desert suspension on it of an actual motocross bike on a Harley Davidson. It's unreal. It's super cool.
It must have worked pretty well.
It did well.
That's relatively speaking.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Ricky, I heard you say, like, what the heck are those guys thinking?
No, but because here's the thing. If we were talking to the guys from Builtwell,
Yeah.
and, you know, they did the Nora, and they built that Harley and all the different stuff. We were looking at it, and they built a new Triumph. And you look at where the foot pegs are. They're right at the pivot point of the rear swing arm, and they're back super far. But if you put them forward, because the motor's so long on the Triumph, you're just making something work. So it's back in the old days when you talk, okay, well, let's take a Volkswagen. Let's take the body off it, put a couple bars on it. It wasn't designed to be a race car.
No.
You know, but so the same thing. And I kind of like it. Here's why. Bikes are so good now that I can't even get close. Like, can't even see like the top of the performance curve. But if you put me on an old piece of crap, I'm like, at least I'm right there. You know what I mean? So I really feel like I'm doing something if I'm riding a piece of crap hard. But if you put me on a good bike, I'm like, man, I just look slow.
Feel slow, yeah.
No, but that's the thing, is that you have to, it's like in the older days, like Jan was talking about with the Huskies, you have to float the front wheel. You have to finesse it. Bikes
just to protect the bike.
Right. It's a whole different way of riding other than Ricky Braybeck, who's at a complete another level. But total kudos to those guys that can ride these old bikes, and because
take a pig to go shovel dirt.
Exactly.
That's really what's happening.
Exactly. But it's cool though. I don't know if I want to ride one here, but I might ride one down a gravel road to like a bar or something like that would be cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't want to race the Mint 400 on it, but I'll go down a gravel road like nobody's business.
Yeah, but you know what? These guys will have memories for their entire life
Absolutely.
about what they were able to accomplish. So
From the description, it sounds like it's a desert rat rod.
yeah, it really is.
I mean,
It's a hodgepodge of like a Harley tank and a Harley frame, but then it's got a Honda front end, and it's the coolest little thing you'll ever see.
That's badass.
Yeah.
But it comes back to how accessible this style of racing is. Whether you want to be racing vintage, whether you want to be racing UTV, some crazy War Pig Harley Davidson monster, or, you know, you want to find yourself in 6100 or, dare we say, you know, trick trucks. That's the accessibility of this race, and that is why it's so successful and continues to grow year on year.
Absolutely.
And that's where Jesse's in that singles line at the ski lodge, looking for a ride for next year. Single. She's just got her helmet bag and her driver's suit. I'm ready. I got my part. The driver has the gear and the attitude and the talent.
Yeah.
check, check, check.
Check, check. Well, you know, somebody recently told me, they're like, Jesse, you just run such a tight ship that it looks like you always have it together, and they just assume that you're going to be racing all the time. And I'm like, well, you know, I always have it marked out on my calendar, so maybe I just need to start putting it out there, like, driver available.
That's right. So, all right, well, so that's your next plan? Do you have any other racing or TV? What's in the day in the life of Jesse right now?
Well, I'm still in attempt to become the fastest woman on earth.
Yep.
So that's really, like, I put a lot of my eggs in that basket because that's pretty much the creme de la creme. I mean, to have the title of being able to say, not only am I, like, right now I am the fastest woman alive. Kitty O'Neill is the only other fastest woman that has gone faster than me. So I'm still trying to break her record of 512 miles an hour. Her one-way speed was 618 miles an hour. Right now I'm at 483.227. So I'm almost there. And that was my shakedown run on my last test session.
You have to go 100 miles an hour faster?
No. So you take the average of the two-way measured miles. So you got to take one pass, and they measure a mile, and then you got to turn the car around, and then you take another pass, and then you take the average of that measured mile.
Okay.
And that's what gives you the record, right? So if I were to only do one pass, and I still want to become the fastest woman on earth, I got to break 6:18. Does that make sense? Because that was her fastest pass. Yeah.
Wow, a lot of math. A lot of gazintas
I was
and
just
stuff
having
like
to run that past my own brain cells.
There's more takeoffs and landings in off-road.
What's that?
There's more takeoffs and landings in off-road.
Yeah, right. Well, it is an F-104 Starfighter jet, just
there you
without
have it.
wings. So it's, you know, J79 jet engine, equivalent to about 45,000 horsepower. It's a badass thing, and to be able to have that title to walk around, like, I still, at this point, I'm somewhere around the 5th fastest person on the planet. So take out the female aspect of it, and it's pretty quick, and it's an elite group, and I feel special to be able to hold
Only
that.
4 to go.
Only 4 more to go, yeah. Well, who knows? Unfortunately, we lost our team leader, the main driver of the car, to cancer earlier this year, or a few months ago. And it was the day we were leaving to the lake bed to try and set the new land speed record. So it's kind of like now all the weight of the world is on me, because he would always go and take the car and do the shakedown runs and tell me what's up and be like, okay, watch out for this. It's doing this, so make sure you do this. And if it does this, try this. And I didn't have that this time. And it was crazy because 2 years ago, it was a completely different animal. I did my last pass, and I ended up in the bushes, had 2 parachute failures, and it was super scary. That could have been the last day of my breathing life, right? And then 2 years later, I go on my very first run, and I top that last speed, and and maybe he was there pushing me, and maybe he was there protecting me, or I don't really know what it is, but we had a latch failure on one of our panels, and it came off, and it started dangling around, and it went into one of our intakes, so we had to call it quits because we had jet engine damage, right? So we're going to go back out. That's definitely on the gamut for this year. We're always looking for a longer lake bed. We need as much real estate as we possibly can get, and it's very difficult to actually find in the United States.
Yep.
So other than that, everything is right on par, building a new car, Team Polaris. And then I'll probably take a few motorcycle trips on my Harley because everybody knows that I love a good road trip.
You're going to need it by then.
Yeah, as far as the fastest woman on the earth goes, we have been filming a documentary, so I've been heavily involved in making sure that we're getting that out and edited and all of that stuff. And then I'm working on 4 other television shows that are super top secret. It sounds like 2 of them are going to hit already, and we don't know how the other 2 actually look. If you're ever involved in television, you know that it's just a hit or miss. You never really know what's out there. So I hate saying like, oh, I've got 4 pilots.
Racing, TV shows, stunt work. You never know.
You never know. You never really know. And when you're doing all of it, it's like I'm just kind of, like throwing dust in the wind, see what catches.
Yep, throwing shit against the wall, see if it sticks.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, awesome. Well, we're running down to the last 20 minutes of our show. What we're going to do is, for one, Jess, we want to thank you for coming on. I want to wish you all the best. I mean,
Ricky, surely you have a question for her. You have a question. Come on. Who's going to win tomorrow? And
that's right. That's right.
You can't not give her this question.
All right, you have $1 million in your pocket. You have to bet it on one person, all or nothing. Who are you taking?
I mean, that's really hard because, Bryce finished solid, right?
Of course it's hard. He thought it up.
Yeah.
Come on. You're not getting out of this easy.
I'm a huge Rob Mack fan, too, so that's kind of like...
$1 million, one bet.
I'm going to go with Bryce Menzies because he's
Okay.
got the four-wheel drive trophy truck and he qualified first.
Okay.
So he's got clean air the whole time.
Why are you explaining? Why are you?
Because I don't just
Your voice is getting high. You're like apologizing.
Because she knows that Rob Mack is listening and she's going to have to answer for this.
She's like, I'll take Bryce Menzies. Sorry, Rob. I really love you too. I'm sorry. To the rest of the field, I don't mean to be rude.
It's really hard. There's a lot of talent out there. There's a lot of really great equipment out there. It is so hard. It's a desert race. You never know what's going to happen. That's the hardest part. You never, like, it could be something as silly as, like, oh, my throttle stuck.
Yeah.
Or two bolts sheared off my steering box and completely took me out of the race. Like silly little things that you would never even think about.
That's racing.
That's
That is
racing.
racing.
Yeah.
All
We've all
righty.
been there.
Well, we are going to look down at the graphics of all the classes that we have tomorrow. We've seen some great racing today with the motorcycles, some of the vintage cars, the UTVs, but we have a lot of racing coming your way tomorrow. So looking at the different things, we have Class 1000, UTV Pro Turbo, we have naturally aspirated.
Then we've got the 4400, the Rock Donkeys
Jesse.
themselves, the Ultra 4s. Then we've got the 7200 class, the 8100 Sportsman's class.
Then we got the 5500 class Unlimited truck, which is going to be the race. The 1500s, which are Class 1s and other organizations.
Then we got 6100, that's your trophy truck spec, the biggest class. We have 50 of those trucks, 6200 and Class 8, which is 8000. So unbelievable events, a lot of fast trucks here tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to this so much. It's going to be some absolutely epic racing.
And then so we have a couple athletes to watch. Jim, we got some different guys coming up. Give me your thoughts. I want to hear some different things out of the different guys. So let's go. Jesse, Bryce Menzies, what do you think about him?
Well, I think he's a stand-up guy. He's done very
It's
well.
not a dating profile, Jesse.
I'm not saying
Talk
that.
about
He
his
just
racing.
got, like,
Swipe right.
just because he's good looking doesn't mean I want to date him.
So he said you swipe right.
Swipe right.
All right, our fastest qualifier, four-wheel drive trophy truck. He's running for Menzies Motorsports. He's the defending champion, so he's got to be the favorite for tomorrow's BFG Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy.
And let's not forget, he also qualified first at King of the Hammers recently as well. So, I mean, he's the man to beat, realistically. He's put it all out there. He's 6 seconds faster than everybody else. I mean, so he's going to be sitting there at the moment. He's going to be feeling very confident indeed.
I've got to dwell on the four-wheel drive part. That could be a good thing. It could be a not-so-good thing. You know, with this track the way it is, it may be the answer because once you've raced with four-wheel drive, it's almost like cheating. There's bite there. There's plenty of grip. But the problem with the four-wheel drive is not the four-wheel drive part, it's the CVs that have to get it to the tires.
Next man is Jason Voss. He's been the past champion when it comes to the trick truck class at Best in the Desert. He was a standout guy when it came to the Ivan Stewart trucks. He's done so much. He was teammates with Rob MacCachren, won the Baja 1000, and just really has the American races figured out.
Am I right in thinking that, I know he's won it once, has he already run this twice?
I
would have to check that.
I don't believe so.
But I know that he's been the champion, the overall points champion, and he's somebody that you have to look at in every race. He started out as motorcycles doing the GNCC stuff and things like that. So definitely watch out for Jason Voss.
Jason is going to be a guy who makes very few mistakes.
Yep.
Very few.
Kind of got that creepy mustache thing going in.
Right
just,
there. I mean,
Just
that's
charging.
That's a win right there.
You got to run
Just
that.
The mustache alone.
So all right, Justin Lofton. Bob, let's talk a little bit about him.
Well, you know, Justin's second generation. Bob Lofton and his dad ran a Class 1 car for a bunch of years, Jimco's.
Yep.
And Justin went off to NASCAR to make his name there. I noticed he's back in the desert now.
Yeah.
What's that all about? Well, he's fast.
This is when the footage in the background is when Justin has won this race. He's also did unbelievable in the Robbie Gordon trucks as well.
Yep.
So this guy is a driver. Doesn't matter if it's NASCAR, if it's desert or whatever.
Two-time
he is completely that. When you watch him, you almost think he's out of control, but it's a controlled chaos that he's got going.
Now, Justin is somebody who's already won this race twice before, so he could be our first three-timer tomorrow.
He knows how to do it. Now, here's the dark horse.
Well, go ahead. I'm gonna let Jim take this one because he announced his first win at the King of the Hammers.
I didn't actually. That was Sarah Price. But Luke McMillan, he's a young gun. He's coming into this, and he's going to be absolutely full of pride, and he's also going to be feeling incredibly confident. He steered his truck to overall victory at the T1 Desert Invitational at KOH 2019, and it was a massively stacked field. In fact, all those drivers that he beat are going to be racing him again tomorrow. So he's going to be hugely confident. He knows that he can keep his truck together in very aggressive conditions, and these are the kind of conditions that we are going to be seeing on race day tomorrow.
And we saw him out there earlier in the UTV taking down notes, so he's leaving nothing gone. Alrighty, Craig Scanlon, he's going to be in the 6100 truck. So this is not going to be one of your trick truck drivers. He comes from Compton, California. The car, we are not sure what the car is. He's got it, it's a sneaker deal.
That's it. Now, I'm right in thinking that this is a gentleman who's actually looking to do the Mint 800.
Oh, that is correct. You are absolutely right. He's looking to run 2 different classes and win 2 classes. I'll let you elaborate.
So he's trying to run 2 different classes on the same day. So he's not going out there to do 3 laps. He's going out there to do 6 laps in 2 different cars. Now, from what I've been told, 3 laps at this place is pretty much insane. 6 laps, well, I mean, Jesse, would you fancy doing that?
I mean, we do it every year at KOH, right? It's
not 6 laps. Well, in fact, we do when we do the EMC and then we do KOH.
And
but we have
UTVs,
a day, but
yeah.
we do have the opportunity to get some sleep before we go back out.
We do.
This guy is going to be trying to do 800 miles.
I don't know.
That's just crazy.
I am a woman who loves things of Ironmanning and taking it to the extreme and really testing my endurance levels. So get it on him, because it's a lot, but it's self-glory. Right?
Well, maybe it is, and maybe it's not. I'd certainly like to be there when he swaps vehicles, because I would like to see what physical condition he's still in.
Well, it'd be down to monosyllable words, I guarantee you.
I think you're right.
If you can get him through the bubbles he's blowing.
Yeah, that's what I said. He's going to be blowing bubbles for sure. Well, a lot of the cameras on the desert are fired up now. We're getting a lot of great shots. So, like right now, we're doing all the final touches when it comes to airing the 51st annual BFG Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. So we can see we have helicopters in the sky. We got cameras mounted on mountains. We got them in cars. We got them in Rob Mac's truck. So we're going to be able to see pit stops, racing, everything, this is what we've been talking about.
Let's not forget, we got Tiffany out there in the pits as well. She's going to be grabbing that info as we get it.
Yeah, and so you're seeing what I think they're making the track better. Of course, the lower speed vehicles are tearing up the track a little bit, but in a way, a lot of the slower ones are packing the stuff down, because Jesse, those big silt holes, they get deeper and deeper, and the edges get so square, it just feels like it wants to just blow your tailbone like completely apart. And so right now we're seeing some of the stock bigger trucks in the 4500 class. They're still out there running, still charging.
John Griffin. That truck's pretty old. That was built by Jeremy Spierkoff as a stock full. Still supported by Spirit Racing. Big, heavy, but tough and reliable.
Well, that's what you need if you want to get around this race in these vintage classes. It's been a fantastic day of action here today, just watching so many different vehicles, there's so many different styles and so many different drivers. Let's not forget, we've had nearly 20 female drivers out there today as well, and they've been putting on a fantastic display for us as we cut back across to another one of the UTV classes.
Well, we also want to throw some thank you out to our sponsors: Ignite CBD, Stay Classy Meats, Never Slow Motorsports, Motul Racing Oils, Dirty Life Jimco Racing, Rockford Fosgate, Amsoil, Gearhead Coffee, Assault, Vision Wheels, Jack Prince, Rigid Industries, King Shocks, Polaris Razor, Horizon Hobby, 112 Performance Gloves, U Theory Racing, Fox, 4-Wheel Parts, and Method Racing Wheels. So with all of them, we really appreciate you guys' support, and so do the racers.
Yeah, it's the sponsorships that make such big difference to our racing. They allow us to come out to these wonderful places, put on these amazing races. Without these sponsors, this stuff doesn't happen. So thank you very much. Now, Ricky, some of these guys, they're going to be racing on into the night. What's their strategy for lights? I mean, I use lots of different types of lights at home, but I use spreader lights particularly, so I get a sort of 180 degrees of vision around my vehicle. Is that something that you want when you're desert racing?
Well, I go for a combination. When I'm going really fast is the only time when I'll run like over 100 miles an hour, then I'll run my top lights. And when you go to buy a light, everyone thinks more lumens is better.
No.
I disagree with that, because it gets so bright that what it does, my eyes dilate, and I can't see as well, and I can't can't see the other stuff and I can't see in the shadows. So it's kind of like when you turn your lights off in your bedroom, all of a sudden your eyes come alive, then you can start to see little things, and it works with the light.
I was going to ask you about that. When you're racing on a desert car, I mean, I often find that if we have high-level lights on our cars at home, is that quite often the light's piercing down and going down through. So if we get any dust in the air or anything, what actually is it shines back off the dust straight into your eyes.
Absolutely, and I like more of a yellow light myself. It doesn't seem to wear me out as much. When I did the motorcycles and I had a LED and I had a yellow, more of a yellow light in the front, and when I had that white light on my helmet, it just something about it just kind of wore me down a little bit. And so if I've been trying to design, and it's out of my pay scale, but a dimmer switch. Because if I could take my lights and just dim them down, it's just like all of a sudden my head gets comfortable. So I'll start shutting them down. But the majority of the time when I raced in Baja, we were in the Baja Designs lights, and they've done a lot with the comfort lighting so that it blends in. It's not just really bright in the middle and then light shooting off to the side, because I don't want it shooting too much to the side, because I don't want the little sparklies to distract me to think that an animal's jumping in front of me or a spectator's jumping in front of me, but I still want to be able to see that, and it gives me comfort when I'm driving. But the only time that I really go to all my stuff is when I want to see out, not quite 1,000 feet, but when I'm looking way out there, when I get over 100 miles an hour. So the majority of the time.
What about cornering lights?
Corners, I don't have them coming out that far. I just have it to where I'm coming around here.
That third still on the left?
The lights are so good now. If you guys get a chance, look at I think it's a little overkill, but Andy McMillan has 2 light bars up top, which I don't know when you'd use that.
I have a fantastic light bar that's made by Laser Lamps, and I can actually, it's designed for World Rally, and what we do is the inside lights and the outside lights are switchable, so I can actually switch off the center of my light bar. Okay, so I just have the outside lights on, and I can run diffusers on those, so I get a diffuse light, which means that it's not so bright, and then I can shut down my central bar, so if I'm coming into a dust zone, or if there's rain particularly is also an issue, I can close that zone down completely so I don't get blinded by the light coming back at it. And that's why I'm asking, is because in the kind of racing that I'm used to, we actually want to have an amount of light that actually sucks around us so that we can actually see out the side of the vehicle for when we're cornering and that. So it's really interesting to get your view on that, Ricky, and the fact that you really want your lights more facing forward to focus your mind on where you're actually traveling rather than looking for corners, etc.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It just, you have to do it, and it's one of those things. You set your lights up and you really think you got it figured out. It's like, this is what I want. And then you get in somebody else's truck, you're like, damn it.
Yeah.
I like what they have. It's like you order lunch. You're like,
that looks good.
You got a Twinkie. I'll trade you my apple, but then all of a sudden.
But we also have to remember that off-road racing isn't done in one dimension. It's done in 3 dimensions. So we're going up hills, we're going down hills, we're going round corners. And that plays a massive part as well. Because quite often we'll be going under compression into a turn, and all of our lights are now facing on the ground. So it's important that we actually have that spread of light that allows us to see at those moments.
Well, and so what was great is I drove for McPherson Chevrolet a long time ago, and Jerry McDonald was actually the seat adjusters out of a Cadillac, because they had the Teflon bolts with the screws back and forth, so our front light bar, I could take it up and down. So when I was coming down going to pass people or see a motorcycle, I'd flash it up and flash it down, flash it up, flash it down, and when I was coming down a hill, I'd blow it up so it's like this, so I could see up the next hill. Or if I'm coming up in, or I'd just bury it down when I'm in the dust and the fog and looking right in front of me. So that's what I'm saying. The technology is, the lights are one thing, but the adjustability and all the different stuff, because a lot of the guys have the top light on a motor, but they had the front on a motor as well. So,
and the thing about today's technology lights that's way better than what we used to have is you don't have elements to burn and vibrate apart. You know, it used to be in the old days, you get over a washboard, like in Baja racing, you go above Constitution. There used to be about 50 miles. You might remember this one, Ricky. 50 miles, just pure washboard. And like this, and pretty soon it would just pop your headlights from vibration. Harmonics.
So the problem when Bob was racing, if he got over 20 miles an hour, the candles blew out, so then he couldn't see. So he had a hard time. Hold on.
Yeah, right.
Back up. All righty, we're going to start wrapping up. We're going to look at a preview and talk about what this means. And so, and I'm going to ask Jessie, because she's a racer and she's won a lot of different things. Think about just for a second while I'm saying this, Jessie, of what it would mean to you as a racer to go up against the best of the best, like we're seeing tomorrow with the Bryce Mizzies and the Voss and the Rob MacCachrens and all these different people, to win the Mint 400. What would that mean to you as a driver?
I mean, oddly, it's bragging rights. But I mean, that is something that's something to be super proud of.
All right, so if you had a choice between being the fastest woman or kicking all those guys' butts in the mid 400.
You're asking me at the Mint 400?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What would you take?
I mean, if I had to go out and we had to set a land speed record this weekend, I'd be on the lake bed with my land speed car.
Right.
I'd have to because it's been something that I've been in search of for so long. And for these guys, guaranteed, they've been in search of this for just as long. It just happens to be that if I came in and I got to race the Mint this year, and it would be a different animal. And I think these guys have been trying so hard and for so long that they deserve to be on that podium.
Yeah.
For me, I would just be a lucky duck.
And let's not face it, this is getting tougher and tougher. There is 50 top-end trick trucks racing here tomorrow.
And
that's
the
an
thing,
incredible
if you
number.
get a flat in the first 20 miles, you've almost sealed your death.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Larry Ragland told me a long time ago, stay in line and let them fall.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, don't try to pass anybody. You catch somebody because the guy can't see in your dust, but tomorrow we're gonna see I think a lot harder racing because of the wet dirt. So this race is the Great American Race. But right now we're gonna take a look at the qualifying and how it went down. Obviously Bryce Minzy walked away with the pole, but there was a lot of interesting stories and we actually saw a couple really big crashes. So this is our time trials last week.
We're just north of Las Vegas, where nearly 120 vehicles, including 50 Unlimited trucks, 50 6100 trucks, and a dozen Class 1 vehicles are getting assembled and already doing battle out there against the clock for the Method Race Wheel time trials. Unlike their racing counterparts, these three specific classes will be able to get a chance to compete for their top spot and starting position for this weekend. What's really unique about this is in the last 8 years, every overall winner has placed in the top 10 starting positions. Even though this isn't the actual race course, it's a good representation of what it will be like this weekend. Long, technical, fast, and also grueling. And welcome back to the 51st BFGoodrich powered. Shall I start that again, Rick?
Welcome back to the 51st annual BFGoodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy. Take it away,
buddy. It's been a very long day of racing here. It's been a fantastic day of racing. I've got Jesse Combs and Bob Bauer and, of course, Ricky Johnson joining me here. It's been a wonderful and incredible day. We saw Ricky Burbach, of course, winning the Open Motorcycles, the first motorcycle race here at the Mint 400 for nearly 40 years. 160 motorcycles across the line this morning, and we saw some amazing action all the way through, including seeing the crazy Harley-Davidson War Pig bikes and all kinds of other different things. But what do we got coming up?
So tomorrow we have all the classes. We've talked about it. We saw the 6100s. We got racing in the morning, but we're going to be live from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. tomorrow. So we're going to cover as much racing as possible. The earlier classes are starting at daybreak. So we will jump in, give you a highlight on that. We'll get to watch their finish. And by 1 o'clock, we should be watching the big trucks, all the trick trucks, the 6100s, and everybody doing battle for this 51st annual Mint 400, BFGoodrich Mint 400. So I can't wait. I want to make sure that everyone gets on social, hashtag Mint 400, and then also we're going to be on Facebook as much as you want. Try to get some questions to us tomorrow. I'm going to be getting some things from the different people in the field, letting us know what's going on. But right now, I mean, it's going to be one heck of a race, and I think we're going to. I feel we're going to see a surprise winner.
Well, and we're going to have a whole day of serious, tough racing. So here's my recommendation for you guys.
Hydrate.
Make sandwiches in the morning. Get your beverages staged. You're not going to want to leave that screen. That's my advice.
Racing starts, or the webcast starts at 9:30 a.m. sharp. So we will be here. We hope that you're here for the 51st BF Goodrich Mint 400 powered by Monster Energy.
All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
500.